Got dropped into a ghost story, still gotta work. By GM.
Chapter 278. I swallowed and looked to my side. The wolf leader was looking with a casual attitude at the back of the old paper envelope in my hand, at the words that had been burned into it. And just now, Agent, it seems he's figured out my identity, which the will-o'-the-wisp had so willingly provided a hidden sentence for. How could something as illogical as a public official getting a job at a private company happen, and a secret agency agent at that? I retired. Is that so? A chill ran down my spine. Judging from past experience, the reaction a daydream elite team leader would show upon realizing I was a former Disaster Management Bureau agent was. I looked at the eye holes of the wolf mask. Instead of a hostile or piercing gaze, a look that seemed lost in thought passed by. And then, it seems you have quite a story. That can happen. The wolf leader smiled and bowed his head. The atmosphere instantly softened. Aren't you suspicious? What have A small silent laugh passed from beyond the wolf mask. It's so suspicious that it's strange. That's why it's fine. If it were a ghost story trying to bewitch us, it wouldn't have created such a preposterous backstory. And the fact that the will-o'-the-wisp recognized you is impeccable proof that you really were an agent, isn't it? I realized. The oppressive pressure he had been subtly exerting, hidden behind his gentle tone, had eased up a bit, starting with his way of speaking. Do you have no animosity toward agents? Animosity? Why would I have animosity? They're good people doing the nation's work. Now, curious employee Yang, stop worrying about my reaction and let's get moving. The environment has changed, so shouldn't we take another look around? Yes. Phew. This is nerve-wracking, for real. Swallowing the words that he was the one who seemed like some bizarre creation of a ghost story, I lowered my gaze to the paper envelope. The trace of the will-o'-the-wisp left on the back, and the identity of this paper envelope was revealed by someone from decades ago. It looks like an envelope that held a library card, but it seems to have been recycled. Come to think of it, I think I've seen something like this when I was young. The card that recorded the books you borrowed was kept in an envelope like this. But the library card isn't inside. Only the burn mark from the will-o'-the-wisp remains on the envelope's surface. Was it okay to damage the library card like this? No. There's no way. In a library, you're fundamentally not supposed to damage things. Besides, with a bizarre being that one must bow to, as the master of the library, it would naturally be a taboo. The fact that the agents did it even though they knew means they either tricked the library's master in a very complex and difficult way, or the burn itself is a goblin's trick. I moved my hand as if to wipe away the burn mark on the back of the envelope. At that, the will-o'-the-wisp flickered and came back to life from the burn mark. It wasn't a will-o'-the-wisp with a consciousness, just a trace left by that flame. An agent left this. Goblin's play, an ability used by an agent who possesses a magic weapon imbued with a goblin, upon passing a trial. As the flickering will-o'-the-wisp flame rose into the air, the mark on the back of the envelope vanished as if by a lie, and the flame stuck to the floor, showing something new. Another trace of a will-o'-the-wisp. Like a spilled trail, the glowing blue things, like glow-in-the-dark stickers scattered on the floor, continued on like a trail of blood, as if guiding the way. Into the grounds of Sekwang Technical High School. Into the school. It's the school, let's go slowly. We stepped onto the grounds of Sekwang Technical High School. Oh, so this is the headquarters of the tomato graduation ceremony incident, where this brawn couldn't be with his friend. I remember. The Sekwang Technical High School in my dream, where I was chased by students in a school uniform. When entering the In the Dark Shadow ghost story, the explorer would come to their senses in a classroom, wearing their old school uniform at the sound of the class bell. That's why seeing that school building from the outside felt strange. It's dark. Is this a Sekwang metropolitan city outside of history? But the area outside the high school grounds was so dark it was invisible, as if there were no light source at all. All that was visible was the schoolyard and the school inside the fence. We silently and quietly headed for the main entrance of the school's main building. But the blue trail of the will-o'-the-wisp didn't go through the locked main entrance. a small window next to the main building. The window, which had a trace of the will-o'-the-wisp on it, was surprisingly unlocked. We can get in here. I'll follow the Disaster Management Bureau's trail for now. This is a first. Entering the first floor. While exploring the In the Dark Shadow ghost story, I had never once come down here. The goal was to get to the 5th floor auditorium where the graduation ceremony was held. If this is the same place, then this is my first time entering the first floor. Phew. I watched as the wolf leader first opened the window without a sound, then carefully entered the school. The man, who moved with terrifying efficiency, stood still and looked at the hallway, then beckoned to me. And he mouthed the words, "Don't be surprised." I understood what he meant the moment I climbed through the window. On the floor of the school hallway, human bodies were laid out, packed tightly together. The motionless students of Sekwang Tech were arranged in neat rows and columns, 5 bodies at a time, placed endlessly down the hallway. Motionless like corpses. No, they looked like corpses that had been left unattended after too many people died in a disaster, only counted and left as they were. But their eyes were open. Each student wearing a school uniform skirt or pants was arranged, as if on display, laid out in a line on the floor. I barely held back a scream. A sequence from a horror movie. Not the kind with gore galore, but a deadly horror movie armed with ghosts and creepiness. A shiver ran through me as if I had stepped into one. But, oh, there are gaps, Mr. Roe dear. If you look closely at the dark floor, you can see empty spots where a student's body isn't laid out. As if that student had been removed. A sense of somberness replaced the fear, maintaining my mental balance. But the tension remained. Phew. I took a step, following the blue trail of the will-o'-the-wisp. Struggling not to step on a student by mistake, I leaped into the empty spaces on the floor. It was only possible because the faint blue light emitted by the will-o'-the-wisp's trail allowed me to make out their outlines. Phew. The blue trail was left haphazardly on the walls and ceiling without any pattern, before finally heading upwards. To the 3rd floor. Here, too, students were laid out like corpses on the hallway floor, but there was one difference. I found students whose faces I could recognize. Kim Sora, a student who had died before. In the Dark Shadow ghost story, I suppressed a groan as I looked at the name tag of the student who had been killed by a bureau agent. This confirmed it. It's the same place. So this is what it's like when it's not the last day of the lunar month. Why did the schools in this Sekwang metropolitan city end up like this? What happened in Sekwang metropolitan city? Moving past the unknowable chill and unease, I raised my head. The trail of the will-o'-the-wisp led to one place. The end of the 3rd floor. Infirmary. I grabbed the doorknob and opened it. And a scene I had seen once before unfolded again. Students injured during exercise should lie on the bed and wait for the school nurse to arrive. The phrase I had used was still there. However, it seemed all 3 beds were empty now. Someone was lying here until recently. And the trail of the will-o'-the-wisp glittered over there. The infirmary window. Below it, flower bed, facing the school's backyard. The site of the backyard, overgrown in the darkness with azalea bushes that were nothing but branches, was visible beyond the window. And I realized, this is the only passage to the backyard. If all the doors of the school building were locked, there would be no normal way to get to the backyard, because it's blocked off. The 1st and 2nd floors don't lead to the backyard, as they end with a solid wall instead of a window. Strangely, only the window of this 3rd floor infirmary could lead to the backyard. And the fact that the will-o'-the-wisp's trail ended here meant. I climbed over the window and quietly jumped down into the backyard. Employee Young. Sliding down the wall to minimize noise and impact, I landed safely on the dirt. And I reached out to one of the azalea bushes. Right below it, where a pile of dirt looked strangely less even than its surroundings. I began to dig through the pile of dirt there. Oh, thud. And before long my hand touched something. I swallowed and pulled it out from under the azalea roots. The glittering thing was a piece of broken glass. A glass craft, shattered in places, revealed itself, covered in dirt. Its form was something I knew very well. A will-o'-the-wisp lantern. It's a disaster management bureau item. Just as the wolf leader, who had followed me without a sound, said, "This is one of their glass lanterns, but it's terribly smashed, and the will-o'-the-wisp that should be inside is nowhere to be seen." Which means, wait a minute. I instinctively pulled the broken lantern back. By a hair's breadth, the hand of the man in the wolf mask swiped through empty air. First the sudden action, and now you're being uncooperative. I'm sorry. It seems you know this place, but if you consider me a companion, it's only proper to at least say something before you move. Understood? His tone was tinged with exasperation, but it was focused on admonishment rather than blame. Phew. Right, I know this person isn't really from the past, but a byproduct of a ghost story, but it's not wise to be overly wary. I also feel bad doing so to someone who has just become friendly. Oh yes. Good, then shall I try something for once? What? The next moment, the glass lantern was in the wolf leader's hand. These days they've started making strange items using darkness, and it seems like it'll be common in your time. Make sure to create an item like this. It's advantageous. And in his other hand, the pen from his front pocket. A device that changes position. Click. The pen's pointer disappeared. The wolf leader, holding the broken glass lamp, shook it slightly, and after listening to the sound as if inspecting it. Tuck. He detached the bottom part. Here, this was stuck in the bottom. A worn-out piece of paper was lifted from his hand. Torn in half, only a decayed half remained. And I recognized what it was. A library card. The contents of the library card envelope that had been empty, a paper with a list of citizens who had checked out books. The front was definitely that. But the moment he turned it over, on the yellowed paper, red calligraphy was inscribed in a rough hand. Its form was, "It's a talisman." Does it look familiar? It looks like the kind that agents from the Disaster Management Bureau write. And I had seen talismans in this school before. On the 5th floor of this school. The talismans that had densely covered that floor, where the auditorium was. I'm sorry for tearing the talisman dug up from the school backyard. I'm sorry, I was preparing for the Black Square School student graduation ceremony. I'm sorry. No. The graduation ceremony is not a ritual, not a human sacrifice. No. Please save me, save M. Wait a minute. So the strange auditory hallucinations I heard on the 5th floor back then were this. Disaster Management Bureau agents buried a talisman in this school's backyard. And a problem occurred when that talisman was torn. Questions swirled in my head. And I realized the answer. The fact that he can read this means he's an agent the will-o'-the-wisp can recognize, which must mean the rescue of Segwang Metropolitan City has resumed. I hope at least the students can be rescued. Don't look for us. We failed. They had taken some kind of measure in the school with a talisman. Hoping that at least the students here could be rescued, they must have taken some measure that could withstand the disaster of Segwang Metropolitan City. But a problem occurred when it was torn. Yes, it makes sense if I think of it that way. The problem is, Dispatch Rescue Team Blue Dragon. Why are they using the name Blue Dragon Team? Not Humu Team. The Emergency Rescue Squad is the Humu Team. The one I belonged to. This is a definite record, even in the Darkness Exploration record. So why was the sudden and unfamiliar name Blue Dragon Team mentioned? A special team for Segwang Metropolitan City. And then a casual voice is heard. Right, it seems the Emergency Rescue Squad agents ran into a problem while trying to protect the students from the darkness. Wait a minute. Are you perhaps intimately familiar with the Emergency Rescue Squad? I am. Our fields overlap, so I know that much. In that moment, I realized something. If this person in the wolf mask is truly the security chief from the past, he's a person from before the ceiling of Segwang Metropolitan City. A person unaffected by the cognitive erasure. But he accepted Dispatch Rescue Team Blue Dragon without a second thought. What is this? Stay calm. I barely managed to keep my composure and opened my mouth. Have you perhaps met other teams? It seems you've met the Blue Dragon Team. I have. He's met the Blue Dragon Team. But the wolf leader's words didn't end there. We did have some friction with the team that only dispatches to eliminate the darkness, the team that tries to seal ghost stories or drive them out completely. Since they have no intention of compromising, from the company's perspective of needing to collect raw materials, they weren't exactly welcome government officials, were they? Some of the researchers would even cry and wail. But in the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau, there is no team whose sole departmental goal is the termination of disasters. But that's strange too, because isn't it actually obvious? The Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau aims for the termination of disasters, so why wasn't there a team that specialized in it? Could it be? Could it be? Is that team the Hyunmoo team? That's right. Were you perhaps in the Hyunmoo team? At the same time, the Gangwon-do branch of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. The secret archives on the 33rd basement floor. A blue light flashed in Agent Choi's pupils as he quickly finished reading the record he was looking for. Agent Choi, Ryu Yigwen urged him on hastily. Next to him, as he stood guard, a brilliant and massive will-o'-the-wisp flickered. Wung. Agent Choi snapped his head up, smiled mischievously, and brought a hand to his lips. Oops, you have to keep it a secret, Mr. Goblin. We promised over buckwheat jelly, Pinky promised Tilda. The will-o'-the-wisp did a cheerful spin. The goblin in charge of the 33rd basement floor of the secret archives was a much scarier being. But once a year, the week before the winter solstice, it would excitedly go out to play at the market, so a substitute was filling in. He had aimed for the turn of a will-o'-the-wisp he was friendly with, and could gently coax to come here. To find out about the extinction-class supernatural disaster. To properly find the records on Segweng Metropolitan City. We have to get out of here quickly. Yeah, I've seen everything I needed to see. Thag. Agent Choi's expression vanished as he closed the record, put it back in its original place, and activated a simple sealing spell. Bronze. It seems we've forgotten something incredible. Chapter 279. Ryu Yigwen looked at his superior. The agent from Team Hyunmoo 1, who had infiltrated the secret archives of the Gangwon-do branch on the right date to read unauthorized information. A dangerous choice. He had certainly thought so. But he couldn't stop him. In the first place, investigating a supernatural disaster that the Bureau had sealed itself was a dangerous act. And to even collaborate with the Daydream director. It was a reckless act that Ryu Yigwen himself would never have committed if things hadn't progressed, like this. This warrants disciplinary action. So, since it had come to this, he had decided it was better to have a bit more information. And after learning the information, he was going to decide whether it's okay to let this investigation continue. About the risk of repeatedly entering a ghost story so severe that the Disaster Management Bureau would sacrifice an entire city for it. It was certainly a direction he could understand. But for the result to be, we've forgotten something incredible. About that city. No, it's not simply that. Our team, the team leader. Team leader? Why him all of a sudden? Agent Choi, who had stopped mid-sentence, suddenly lifted his head and met Ryu Yigwen's gaze. Ryu Yigwen felt a strangely sunken look flash across that gaze, but... For now, shall we get out of the archives? We should do this safely. Agent Choi soon returned to his composed demeanor. He shrugged, exchanged a few friendly gestures with the will-o'-the-wisp, and finished preparing to withdraw. And as he left the archives, he was even seen off by the will-o'-the-wisps, who were thrilled to have received a load of buckwheat jelly. Thank you, we'll see you again next time. It was an attitude that seemed to have taken into account the possibility of being caught by his superiors. It's better to do things like this lightly, just like usual. As if I did it on the sly because the paperwork was a pain and took too long. He was aiming for the Agent Choi being Agent Choi effect. To make sure no one would think he had actually come to check the cognitive erasure records while entering a sealed extinction-class disaster. And he had already deceived Agent Grape in a similar fashion. See, I told you he'd believe me if I said I was skipping this investigation, because I thought we'd be suspected for using too much vacation leave. Huh? No, I'm telling you, that Grape Kid has a surprisingly soft side. Who? Of course, the fact that, as a result of this choice, only people from a pseudo-religious private company, including contaminated entities, had gone on the investigation, weighed heavily on his mind. Ryu Yigwen had been constantly anxious, thinking that one of them, either himself or his superior, should have remained on the investigation, but his superior was quite nonchalant about that part. Well, there were some pretty decent people there. We also needed to see how things would proceed when it was just them for once. Ryu Yigwen wondered. Was the current Agent Choi still thinking the same thing? His superior, who, after reading the records about Segweng Metropolitan City, was still feigning nonchalance. Well, Grape is probably leading them around just fine. Employee Yang, we have to move. Just a moment, please. I paused for a moment, trying not to be overwhelmed by the facts swirling in my head. So, the emergency rescue squad was originally the Blue Dragon team. But the Blue Dragon team went missing in Segweng Metropolitan City, and their vacant spot was filled by the Hyunmu team. And the Hyunmu team was a team dedicated to the termination of disasters. But why wasn't it on the wiki? No, I can't get too bogged down in this right now. I don't have time to worry about unanswerable questions like this inside a ghost story where my companions have disappeared. What I can do... Right, I have to start with what I can do, and that is... Show me that again, please. The torn talisman. I grabbed the library checkout card that Wolf Leader had found in the glass lantern and began to meticulously re-examine its back. Every single pattern, line, and structure. What are you doing? I'm trying to memorize it. The shape of this talisman. You're planning to get a similar new talisman from the Disaster Management Bureau. You must have guessed that the problem started when that talisman was torn. Employee Yang, you still seem to have ties to the Disaster Management Bureau. I just nodded my head slowly. I wondered if this was a new expression of suspicion, but... Be careful, the company won't be too happy about it. Still, when it's a matter of children's lives, as many as a whole school, a person's heart can't help it. The Wolf Section Chief just chuckled, said that, and patted my back. All right, you've memorized it all. Let's move again, we have to find a way to escape. Yes. I put the torn talisman back into the broken glass lantern, then reburied it in the pile of dirt in the backyard. No matter how broken and torn it was, I didn't know what role it might be playing. Instead, I took something else. A small piece. Yes, a shard of the glass lantern that had completely broken off. I find just that one piece from the pile of dirt and carefully pocket it. Shall I lend you a handkerchief, if it's for sample collection? It's all right, I have something I brought with me. I wrapped the glass shard in a tissue and put it in my pocket. Come to think of it, do you also collect samples from the darkness? If we have time before escaping, we do. The researchers ask for it. Wait a minute. A researcher who would make the field investigation team do something like sample collection. By any chance, does their name start with Guac? Oh, that's right. I see he's still working there. Is still working there, all there is to it. I couldn't bring myself to say that he, too, was in fact still working there. But with a gentler and more generous atmosphere than before, Wolf Leader continued the topic. In a completely unexpected direction. If it's someone who's still there, by any chance, is he GM still at the Disaster Management Bureau? Wait a minute. Agent Hee-GM, you mean? Yes, she was great at making bold moves and had a lot of guts. Above all, she was lucky. She would have done well if she'd come to Team B. Discerning eyes shine from behind the wolf mask. Anyway, she was such a passionate young agent, I figured she'd still be employed. He was right. Of course, the thought of Agent Hee-GM having a passionate and young rookie phase felt strange for some reason. I almost showed him the bell I received out of a sense of familiarity, but I held back, remembering that the person before me was likely not the real Team B leader from the past. But at the same time, a very fundamental question arose. If he trusts me to some extent as a person from the future, why? Aren't you going to ask what happened to Daydream in the future? Why doesn't he ask about his own direct future? Well, there's no need. Wolf Leader laughed silently. And as he prepares to climb back up to the infirmary, he asks gently. You've heard of Oedipus, haven't you? You mean the story from Greek and Roman mythology. Yes, he received a prophecy that he would kill his father and marry his mother, and it came true exactly as foretold. Why do you think that is? A low voice is heard, climbing the wall. It's because people heard the prophecy. Like a butterfly effect, it actually caused the prophecy to be fulfilled. The very act of knowing the future might lead me to that future, so there's no need to volunteer for such a headache. Understand? Oh yes, it was an astonishing display of self-control. A self-fulfilling prophecy. What an interesting excuse this fellow can make. Indeed, he seems to be in much better shape than that shabby has-been beast. Oh, that's right. Mr. Roe dear, how about listening to some advice from this brawn for the first time in a while? What is it? Soon the cheerful host's voice becomes slightly low and soft, as if he's realized something. How about killing that fellow right now? What? Then he might just wake up in reality looking exactly like that. Just as you might hope that your ordinary old superior, who regenerated both his hands in the dream of this sealed city, would wake up in reality with both hands intact. Like Supervisor Park Min-seong. No, that's ridiculous. Because in the first place, that wolf leader is a projection created by the ghost story. Of course, maybe not, but who's to say? A guess can't be a guarantee, but just in case, on the off chance, I mean. Just give it a try. There's nothing to lose. It's a safe bet. I looked at Wolf Leader, remembering his current state. In the annex, stabbing a stone into his own stomach. Wouldn't the party in question like it too? Oh, to return to one's good old self. It must be the dream of every actor. Of course, this is merely a suggestion, Mr. Roe dear. As your good friend, I have only advised you of a new path. So let's think about it. Come on up you go. Yes. I couldn't give Braun any definite answer. I just followed Wolf Leader, climbing the school wall, grabbing the windowsill of the third-floor infirmary, and pulling myself up. In my confusion, I put aside the fact that Braun's words were within the realm of reason. But it was the next moment. The moment I lifted my head toward the infirmary. Well, now we have company. A situation unfolded that was enough to blow away my confusion. There was a student in the infirmary. A black silhouette standing in front of the door. The thing in a school uniform was watching us as we climbed up from the window. And the next moment, as the student tried to turn and run, Wolf Leader and I simultaneously lunged forward and snatched him. Thud. The black figure, unable to leave the infirmary, falls over. I urgently tried to restrain our opponent with the infirmary's curtains, but at the same time, I recognized his appearance. Bleached hair and piercings. The transfer student. Unlucky bastard. It was the student I had borrowed the uniform from. In the meantime, Wolf Leader, who had instantly pinned down the struggling student, asks, "Can you speak?" But there is no answer. I saw the student staring at Wolf Leader with an expressionless face. That expression had no hint of someone looking at a human. Wait a minute. To the students of Sekwang Technical High School, outsiders look like monsters. It's because we entered the game by exploiting an error. Of course, we entered this school by reading a book, not a text file, but we won't be accepted as members of the school, because we're not wearing school uniforms. And I can wear a school uniform. Thump thump. Feeling my heart pound, I brought a hand to my chest. The tattoo, the circular, complex structure that organized the contamination, was still on my skin. I pick one of them, a word that looks like a broken font from a computer error. A leader. I ask for his understanding. I'm going to try a different method. I placed my hand on that tattoo. The next moment, the bell of Sekwang High School rang. I was standing in the infirmary as a student in an old school uniform. The pupils of the student pinned to the floor shrink, a reaction of shock. And now I know. We don't use our voices, because only communication through text was permitted. Just like that time long ago, I took out a piece of A4 paper from the infirmary and wrote on it with a pencil. Thanks for lending me the uniform last time. I was the transfer student who brought you to the infirmary. Remember? And I hand it to my classmate. As I look at the man in the wolf mask, he slightly loosens his grip on the classmate's arm. I watch as the classmate, who has barely freed one arm from the outsider's grasp, scribbles words on the paper. What are you? Why are you here again? I want to know about this school. There was a lot to ask. Like how he moves. What he knows about the torn talisman. But I chose something completely different for my first question. Out of a certain premonition. Why can't we speak? Why? Because we have to be quiet. Why do we have to be quiet? As if frustrated and full of resentment, the classmate scrawls his words across the A4 paper. Because we're inside a library, you idiot. I knew it. As if a blow to the head, everything clicks into place. The reason why nothing could be seen around our high school, just darkness. The reason why, from within the countless passages of Hanbit Library's bookshelves, I could only see this high school through the window. It's simple. Because it's not a window to the outside. This high school is inside the library. The reason nothing is visible around the school is simple. Because there's nothing there. A space enclosed by the backs of bookshelves. This place has become a part of Hanbit Library. Sekwang Technical High School. It existed inside Hanbit Library, completely swallowed whole. The wiki updates. A strange high school. A peculiar high school facility that can be entered by activating a special trigger within Hanbit Library. It seems a nearby public high school, once a partner institution of the library, was swallowed into the library. After the day of disaster, some of the agents trapped in the sealed Sekwang Special City made a certain decision to preserve the students until they could be rescued. As a result, the high school where the students were was placed under the protection of Black, who took Hanbit Library as a sanctuary, and it came to exist as a special section of the library. Because the Blue Dragon team put the high school inside the library. And this. Right. So if you can get out now. It means that all the students of Sekwang Technical High School were originally all human. Chapter 280. I saw the student. A teenager with bleached hair and piercings. A being from a high school ghost story that can be entered through a new moon dream. One that kills people when not being watched and freezes when it is. But if you just figure out the method, one you can communicate within an intelligent and emotional way. They're people. The high school students trapped in Sekwang Metropolitan City. My mind went dizzy. Then does that mean all those entities that die miserably at the hands of Daydream employees and Disaster Management Bureau agents every new moon are? I placed a hand on my school uniform. My state, contaminated by Sekwang Technical High School, was bizarrely unable to break its mold, as if captivated by something instead of feeling a chilling horror. Basically, in a state of emptiness unless anger is triggered. It was a relief that this dizziness was lessened, and that I could continue asking questions. How are you moving right now? All the other kids are lying on the floor. But then, it's because of you. Because of me. Yes. The ill-tempered student, who had glanced at me, frowned and wrote on the paper. You moved me to the infirmary. Ever since then, even when it's not the graduation ceremony. I have been waking up. I had moved this classmate to an empty bed in the infirmary to get him treated. And I had borrowed his uniform. That had an effect. Was it because this was a mechanism that wasn't in the dark shadow game? Or did a loophole appear when the invading error was officially enrolled as a student? Wait. Are you the only one who can move? There might have been more. But right now it's just me. There were some empty spots. Among the kids lying on the floor. Were those the spots for the kids who could move? Maybe. Sometimes there's graffiti left by kids. In the library. Names and stuff. After the graduation ceremony started. Have you seen those kids? The delinquent-looking classmate calmly wrote down his response. I know. When the graduation ceremony starts. Kids like that are corpses in the auditorium. They had been devoured by Hanbit Library. The kids who couldn't leave the library wandered around, searching for non-existent clues, until they were caught for some kind of wrongful rule violation. So many of them. A pang shot through my chest. A strange pain, as if a close friend had been brutally murdered, as if sharing hatred and inciting aggression. The feeling of mourning shared by the students of Sekwang Technical High School. No. I tried not to get swept away, and after a deep breath I asked a fundamental question. Why did this school become like this, I don't know, if I knew, do you think I'd still be here, any suspicions, or anything strange is fine, before it became like this, were there any signs, I don't know, all I remember is coming to school the day before the graduation ceremony, and then some, I don't know, I just fell asleep after class started, and when I came to, it was the middle of the night, and the graduation ceremony was happening, and the teacher who turned into a monster, I kills all the kids, that just keeps repeating, The classmates' eyes were sunken and dark. A calmness and weary resignation that was hard to believe for a high schooler with a rebellious exterior were deeply ingrained in them. This will all be forgotten, once the graduation ceremony starts again anyway, you don't remember it at all, that you're trapped here and can't get out, I remember that it repeats, that's it, He pressed down hard as he wrote. So transfer student, I just leave, His gaze turned to the library book I was holding. Masterpieces of 2000's horror short stories. Looks like you found that book too, Nothing changes no matter how many times you read it, Things that chain. Wait a minute. Do you happen to know that I conducted the graduation ceremony differently before, I killed the teacher, what, I think carefully, after the graduation ceremony where I appeared, were there any other changes, The student's pupils widened slightly, as if comparing the experiences of past graduation ceremonies. As if remembering. And then, there is, the teacher leaves the auditorium faster, The teacher. To give penalty points to the students who did not attend, the teacher will now depart from the auditorium. A monster made from the stitched-together upper bodies and organs of this school's various teachers. A being like a malevolent spirit from the final chapter of a horror game. That being comes out faster. If anything, that's a bad sign. As I swallowed my saliva. And this might just be a coincidence, but since then it has never once I come into the infirmary, The teacher doesn't enter the infirmary. And the infirmary is the only place with a window leading to the backyard. Wait. By any chance, does that teacher I have something like a slip of paper, a slip of paper, I like a library checkout card, it's torn in half, and it has something like a talisman drawn on it. I've never checked, The classmate met my eyes. If you want, I can check right now, The teachers are around the auditorium, let's do it, I please, alright, I follow me, And the classmate got up from the infirmary floor. Thud. A black silhouette pinned the classmate down. I reflexively moved to attack the silhouette before I realized. It's the wolf leader. Right. The wolf leader looks like a black silhouette. Like a shadow. The disgust or violent impulse I felt when seeing explorers who had entered the school by error on the new moon didn't surge up. It just felt like something alien. Something dangerous. Something from the outside. Something I couldn't communicate with. So this is why he tried to run away. No, running away is the natural thing to do. I suppressed the unconscious instinct to momentarily avoid the black thing I presumed to be the wolf leader, and I unfolded the paper with our conversation on it to show him. Then I added a single sentence. We are going to explore the area around the auditorium. It is a dangerous location. That requires caution. At that, the silhouette holding the classmate vanished. Who? As the classmate and I walked out of the infirmary, the black silhouette followed behind us. We slowly climbed the stairs toward the 5th floor. Upon entering the 4th floor, quite a few empty spaces could be seen among the third-year Seonbis displayed on the floor. The classmate stepped forward as if used to it, but I endured the sharp pain in my chest and stepped onto the stairs again, to the 5th floor. And then, oh my goodness, the moment I set foot on the 5th floor, I realized why my classmate had referred to them as teachers in the plural. It's quite aesthetic. What was displayed on the 5th floor were not students. Adults, and if there was a group in this school with the exterior of an adult, there was only one. They're the teachers/I. The teachers, and they were not in as pristine a condition as the students. Melted upper bodies and various organs. Bizarre human forms with faces half-melted or emaciated, in states where survival would be impossible, were laid neatly on the floor with their eyes open, as if they had been separated from the teacher mass and put in storage. Among them were teachers who were nothing more than a single, unidentifiable piece of flesh, an eye, a clump of hair, or just entrails. As a student of Sekwang High School, instead of nausea, fear and sadness surged within me. Do they ever wake up? I know/I. They don't even lift off the floor/I. And then I noticed. They're holding hands. All the human forms that still had hands were holding them tightly, as if bracing against something. The 5th floor was the same bizarre sight covered in flesh and talismans as I had seen last time, but the flesh seemed to have lost its vitality, its mucus dried up, looking like a mummy's throat. The talismans. Looking at their shape, I was certain. It's that talisman. The bottom of the broken glass lantern buried in the backyard, the other torn half of the talisman there. It was as if its complete form was being projected here. I reached out for one of the talismans. If a properly trained and employed agent of the Disaster Management Bureau had been here, they might have been able to decipher the talisman's meaning, but I finally knew only its complete shape. A mutated Chinese character in calligraphy. Protect. The character for protect. Isn't that a somewhat familiar character, Mr. Roe dear? I remember. Something that had been covering my body spilled onto the floor. They were transparent spheres that looked like they could be loaded into a glass hand cannon. This is the clear reward for the game's final chapter. Glass spheres engraved with the same character. The moment I woke up after killing the teacher, proceeding with the graduation ceremony and clearing in the dark shadow with an A rank. The clear reward items scattered on the bed. That means they really were meant to be loaded into a glass hand cannon. It was surely a possession of the agents who had buried the glass lantern in this school and tried to protect the students. No, at the very least, it had to be related. And the fact that it was given as a reward to the one who cleared this ghost story in a way that saved the students and came out to the outside world. Could it be necessary for rescuing the students? I have to check. I need to get out and talk to the agents. Of course, for now, the goal is to collect all the clues I can and escape. I made a plan for the future, took another deep breath, and surveyed the 5th floor once more. And I saw it. That, at the far end of the dim 5th floor. The auditorium door. Hanging in front of those heavy double doors, which were shut tight and messy with handprints and bloodstains, was another human form. Its arms pulled taut by flesh. A bizarre human form with only its upper body remaining. It's not a student. The clothes were clearly not a school uniform. But the distance made it difficult to identify the attire. Could that be a teacher too/I? I don't know/I. We can't go in to check/I. You can't go in. Wondering if it was because of some sense of foreboding, I took a step, cautiously trying to tread on the dried flesh of the 5th floor. But in that moment, an immense repulsion sent a jolt through my body. What the? I immediately realized the source of that repulsion, too. The talismans. The talismans plastered all over the 5th floor walls, forming a pattern, were preventing students from coming to the 5th floor. I backed away, I don't see any slips of paper /I. I on the teacher's /I. Glancing past the 5th floor, the rebellious-looking classmate scribbled on the paper. If that thing over there is also a teacher /I. I'll check during the graduation ceremony /I. Then he hesitated, as if realizing once again that once the graduation ceremony started, he wouldn't remember this moment from the time the In the Dark Shadow ghost story activated. I replied carefully, then could you write it on your palm /I. My palm /I. Yes /I. If you write it down, it might still be there /I. When you wake up on graduation day /I. He looked down at his own palm. You might get curious /I. And take a look, don't you think /I. Okay /I. The classmate agreed with surprising speed. He seemed a little excited, but that expression quickly vanished, as if he didn't want to get his hopes up. And he wrote nonchalantly on the paper, you're not really a transfer student, are you /I. That's right. Why did you come to our school /I. The question, while seeming to have abandoned all hope, carried a strange nuance. An awareness of the probability that I might say, I came to rescue them. Honestly, I don't know /I. I just ended up here /I. Somehow in a dream /I. I could feel his incredulous stare. I'll do what I can /I. To figure out the reason for this situation /I. And get rid of it /I. As an honorary Sekwang citizen /I. I tapped the uniform I was wearing. You lent me your uniform after all /I. The classmate let out a silent, deflating laugh. Whatever /I. And he asked, by the way /I. What's your name /I. Saying one's real name in a ghost story is against the rules. But Sekwang Technical High School is a place where you already have to write your name to enter. And building trust with this student, who can remain awake alone, will likely play an important role in unraveling the related secrets ahead. I wrote it down. It's Kim Solium /I. What a weird name /I. What's your name /I. You saw my name tag /I. Lee Joel /I. Year 1 Class 4 /I. Write /I. Lee Joel, it's nice to meet you /I. And so Lee Joel and I formally introduced ourselves. After we returned to the infirmary, I pushed the revived contamination from my heart tattoo back in, returning to my original form. Who? Even if I look like a black silhouette to you /I. Can we keep communicating like this with paper /I. As he had affirmed, the student was glaring at me expressionlessly, but he didn't attack or run away. And the wolf leader had changed from a black silhouette back to his complete form as a member of our party. I've read the whole Q and A. You asked your questions calmly and well. It seems a special situation occurs in this darkness on the new moon. Care to explain? Yes. And he also heard a reasonably detailed explanation about Sekwang Technical High School from me. But the thing he was most interested in was probably this: the fact that I had suddenly transformed into a resident of a high school ghost story. You use an interesting method. You're using contamination, aren't you? I knew our company would advance in that direction. The eyes behind the wolf leader's mask scanned me. Then he stroked his chin. Still, progress is progress compared to now. Currently, it's a kind of chicken race. You mean whether you get contaminated before you get a wish token, or get the wish token first? Yes, clever employee Yang. The mouth beneath the wolf mask drew an arc. Of course, the resourceful ones manage it privately within those confines. Including himself, I'm sure. Now, shall we return to the library? That student seems to know the way, so asking him for directions should make our escape easier. Oh yes. I asked Lee Joel for the way to another section of the library. To be precise, the way to the section where masterpieces of 2000's horror short stories was shelved. This way /I. Walking behind our fortunately willing guide, we learned how to get to another section of Hanbit Library through the school's library. It's a rather intuitive method, isn't it? Yes. And then a question suddenly popped into my head. What is the wolf leader's wish? He's a being who is aware enough of the wish token to call it a chicken race. If I ask now, I might get an answer. But asking this being that question somehow felt like a discourtesy to the security chief. So I kept my mouth shut and walked quietly. And finally, we returned to the very spot where we had started. The passageway of bookshelves, where 3 strands of yarn were now twisted together. The section of Handbit Library where masterpieces of 2000's horror short stories was shelved. And so, the moment I bent down to check the empty space on the shelf. Now to put the book back. My mouth was covered. SHH. The wolf leader pulled me and instantly ducked around the corner of that section, hiding behind a bookshelf. He wrote letters on my back with his finger. Another entity is coming. And then, from the opposite corner, someone began to appear. I stared blankly at the figure. It was. This is where the yarn is thickest. The security chief. And, I well done /I. The golden mascot. Me. Chapter 281. What is this situation? Hold on. So the Team B leader is next to me, and I'm here. The security chief and me, the mascot, are over in that hallway. What? Is this a hallucination from the library ghost story? But if I had to guess, it would be more natural for the Team B leader, from the uncontaminated past of several decades ago, to be the hallucination. But a person with such a real presence who even subdued a student can't be a hallucination, no. I swallowed. Braun, my friend is calling me. And I shifted my focus. That golden mascot over there. To the yellow, cat-like mascot with antlers like tree branches. Is that your friend? Will it be identified as me? Oh, that could be, but right now I am with Mr. Roe Deer. It was an ambiguous answer. Huh? Meanwhile, the Team B leader, who had already been carefully observing the state of the 2 entities, slowly informed me through a written conversation. They don't seem to be human. They seem to be entities belonging to this library ghost story, so let's observe them a little longer. He's judged them to be something other than human. That judgment was, in fact, correct. Even if both had physical forms, they couldn't be seen as ordinary, uncontaminated people. The yarn, should I hold it? Thank you. Yeah. And as the security chief took hold of the yarn, his pupils shimmered yellow. Looking at him like this, he really seems out of the ordinary. Those 2 beings conversing beyond the corner looked anything but ordinary, just from their appearances and way of speaking. But I was still looking at the security chief, who was wearing a disposable dental mask, and I fought the urge to whip my head around to look at the wolf leader. What if that Team B leader? What would happen if he realized that the being he judged to be a ghost story, that security chief, was his future self? I have a bad feeling about this. It's better to keep them from meeting. I picked up my pen as nonchalantly as possible and wrote a reply. Yes, there's a high probability they are something that got lost in this library. That's the established theory. I can't lie. He'll notice. Since we found the yarn, should we follow the thread to find the end? Let's hold it. And move. Let's find the others. Should we? It seems their conversation is over, and they're about to move again. For a moment, what the golden mascot said sounded so much like something I would say in this situation that I got the chills. But for now, let's focus on not running into them. We'll give up on the yarn for now. We should also get out and search other places first. The moment I wrote that far. A smell. I lifted my head. The security chief's long, vicious black forepaw, having rushed in at some point, was grabbing the collar of my jacket. And the moment the wolf leader pulled my body out, leaving only the jacket behind with exquisite timing. Lummed. We've been found. The security chief fidgets with his hands, then looks back and forth between me and the golden mascot. It's okay. The golden mascot runs over and stands in front of me. And it looks at me with its black pebble-like eyes. We've done this before. What? For a moment, an image flashed through my mind. The Cosmic Shopping Mall VIP shopping. The situation where all my contaminations were materialized and sitting there. Right. Then is this A phenomenon where the personality of a contaminated entity and an uncontaminated person have been separated. Is that how the golden mascot sees it? But that's strange too. I didn't have just one or two types of contamination. If the contamination that had consumed the most of my ego were to pop out, the kindergarten teacher from the hungry hangman should have appeared first. And even if the most powerful form were to emerge, 130666 should have appeared. My form in reality. Oh, this makes one curious about the standard of measurement. I started to worry more and more about what might have happened to the rest of the group. But the most urgent thing was, you two seemed to know each other. The security chief and the Team B leader had met. A tall build, a neat suit, well-groomed hair on top, a wolf mask covering the face. A gaunt and languidly stooped body, a shabby security staff uniform, a hat pulled down low, carelessly grown hair, a crumpled dental mask. What's going on, Employee Young? My mind went blank as I watched the two face off. Did he notice? The security chief, at least, definitely did. But Mr. J. He stands there stock, still as if his movements have frozen, then soon pulls his hat down and bows his head. Who? In that case, leader, this person is a member of the security team. I stood up, swallowed, and gestured politely to the security chief to introduce him. He's with me. The wolf leader's gaze remains fixed. But you pretended not to know. Who? As far as I know, the security team didn't exist in the company's early days but was established later, so I presumed you wouldn't know of it. So I was worried you'd find it suspicious. I confessed as if letting out a sigh. Yes, I was trying to deceive you. I wasn't sure how much you'd believe, and I was a bit scared of your reaction. Mind? Yes. This was truly from the heart. Honestly, objectively speaking, it is a suspicious situation, isn't it? Hello. The eyes behind the wolf leader's mask narrowed slightly. It was impossible to tell if he was smiling or sizing me up. I swallowed. So, since it seemed they had also found the yarn, I thought we could meet again after securing an exit. The eyes in the wolf mask scanned the two entities. The security chief is still standing there with his head bowed, his hat pulled down. The moment his gaze lingers a bit longer on the more flamboyant mascot. I understand. Let's go together for now. We should try using Employee Yang's yarn. Yes. I feel like my heart is shriveling up. Let's walk. We held the yarn and walked. The ball of yarn I had dropped while moving to Sekwang Technical High School was still there in the same spot. And logically, since I had tied the end of this yarn to the outside of Hanbit Library, it should guide us there. Even during that process, the Wolf Section Chief continues to speak in a casual tone. I don't know if I should consider this a relief, but he was speaking to the golden mascot. Are you also a security team employee? I'm the owner of a wonderful resort. A resort. Among the daydream darknesses, there is a resort run by a ghost story entity that is friendly to people. I didn't say anything untrue. It is quite a splendid place. That's right. As if praising me, the mascot patted the back of my head. The feel of its fluffy paws was strangely unsettling. A thought suddenly occurs to me. What are the chances that I'm the fake? That the golden mascot is the real one, affected by the ghost story? And that I am an appendage created by this ghost story? What are the chances? No. I'm in human form right now. I have a human personality. My consciousness, there are no gaps in my consciousness. And Braun is with me, isn't he? The probability that the other one is the ghost story's appendage is high. No, let's not talk about probabilities. Don't doubt. Doing so makes it easier to give up or make the wrong judgment. But in this indescribably bizarre feeling, I kept moving my feet. And surprisingly, the end of the yarn was origin of the incense burner's path. Here, the hallway engraved with strange rules. The red yarn was in a messy clump on the floor, drawing the same bizarrely broken sentence as before. It's gone. The exit is gone. Instead, this passage has appeared again, to a place where letters are jumbled, where a strange space is hidden behind the bookshelf. The moment my mind was about to go blank. With a tack sound, I see the silhouette of a student backing away. It was Lee Joel who had been following us. I urgently followed and asked, "What's wrong?" He also urgently scribbles a reply on the paper. "Don't go, that's a different place." "It's not a normal library." "How do you know that?" "I just know I can't not know." Lee Joel writes down the words, as if certain amidst the confusion. "Wait a minute. Sekwang Technical High School is inside Hanbit Library. Since it's set up as a sort of special corner there. It's part of the library. Perhaps the students can also be judged as entities of the library. If so, Lee Joel, do you happen to know all the rules for using Hanbit Library?" "I know. Can you write them down for me?" Lee Joel wrote down the usage rules he knew. "Do not make footsteps. Do not fall asleep. Be curious. Leave after obtaining one thing. Do not go down to the basement. Gaze at the window." They match. The order was different, but they weren't different from what we knew so far. However, one who heads towards the path of worship. The part written in red letters isn't there. That's definitely not a usage rule. Rather, it feels more seductive, deep, and proactive. For instance, the law of worship. The master of the library. It's a way of serving some being that has settled here as a sanctuary, a being that one must bow to. It's calling us, blocking the exit, luring us. If so, is the phenomenon of the wolf leader or the golden mascot appearing also what it wants? Click. In that time, the security chief had already grabbed the one who heads towards the path of worship book and opened the bookshelf. He had already deciphered the anagram of the red letters, an action that was chillingly identical to what the wolf leader had done. And it reveals its form in his hand again, the passage leading to something that has settled in the library. Should I go take a look to see if there are any traces of the others? Please wait a moment. I stepped forward reflexively. It was quite dangerous. Symptoms of the writing system collapsing appear inside. Then I'll go in. When I turn my head, the golden mascot is patting its chest with its hand. It's okay to meet the library owner. You think it's at the end of that passage? Yes. I looked back at the wolf leader. He is calculatingly looking over the newly appeared individuals and checking on me. Wait. Leader, could you possibly keep watch here? Me? Yes, I feel like someone should watch the entrance here, and if someone sensitive to danger could stay. You could also prove that we have no intention of luring you into that passage to put you in danger. Right. I couldn't bring myself to answer. It's fine, let's go in together. He glances at the golden mascot. I prefer to keep dangerous elements close, if they're not going to disappear anyway. It was a far more convincing statement than a warm remark about trusting me after half a day together. But, no, I'm asking because I think it might be genuinely dangerous. I first used the ball of yarn again to tie myself to the security chief. It wasn't very reliable, but there was nothing else. Let's only go as far as we can see with our own eyes. And I placed the remaining strand in the wolf leader's hand. If we pull on the yarn from inside, could you please pull back? A gaze that scrutinizes the tension in my lower face. All right, I'll do that. Who? What about me? You don't go in either, wait with him. We might need two people's strength to pull. And finally, I spoke to Lee Joel. As a farewell, even if I don't come out, don't worry, I can come find you again in another way. Right. We can just die to get out. The two people entering now, the security chief and I, must be the real ones. I desperately thought so. Right. We exist as we are at this moment. So we can escape this place by dying and waking from the dream, just like we did in the previous Sekwang metropolitan city exploration. But the other beings, I'm not sure. If they really came from the past. No, if that were the case, I should have a memory of visiting the library as the golden mascot. They must be fakes. I had to think that way. But I couldn't bring myself to kill them. In the first place, this situation is so bizarre that I have no idea what effect it would have. Shall we go? Yeah, a confusing situation. The security chief and I walked in silence, inside the pile of bookshelves in the red, shadowy darkness. It gets narrower and narrower. It goes down. A strange path. A passage piled with books. All the letters, shrouded in darkness, are unreadable. Nothing unusual. Slowly forward. Checking if there's anything forward. Tug. Hey. Behind. What? The security chief, who was slightly ahead of me, is looking back at me. I followed his gaze and turned my head. THEONEDWHOSWIMSDLFKEEPWLKINGCOMEHEREMYLIBRRIN. The yarn we were tied to. It stuck to the floor, drawing letters, like the outer passage. But it's much more distorted and strange. The letters, the recorded language, are being deconstructed. Crushed by great knowledge, jumbled up, strange, unreadable things, strangely glowing in the dim passage at us. Light. I realized there was something I had carelessly passed by among the yarn. Mr. J. A button. It's half pressed into the floor among the yarn. And the button. It's the form Deputy Manager Yoon Hage often uses for her equipment or items. My heart pounds. The security chief's eyes narrow as he confirms it at my pointing. Untie the yarn. I'll run, grab it, and go straight to the entrance, in a way that avoids damaging those letters as much as possible. At that moment, then, the security chief, grabbing me, ran back toward the entrance. To be precise, he moved as if he were almost leaping over things. I barely managed to lower my arm at the perfect moment and retrieve the button on the floor. Without damaging the letters made by the yarn, we arrived at the entrance. Crazy. I thought my heart was going to drop. Are you okay? Just a moment. I came out from inside the hidden bookshelf, and as soon as I caught my breath, I examined the button in my hand. When I pressed it properly. The button plays. Who? It's Deputy Manager Yoon Hage. Her breathy voice seemed to be barely hushed, and then she spoke. This library wants a librarian. That's why it says to look at the window. And the button recording cut off, with a tremendous roar. What happened? A chilling worry and concern. And at the same time, a realization dawns. Librarian. Window. Wait a minute. I recalled the letters I saw earlier. They were distorted, but I could read them well enough, because I knew the pattern. It was, let's see, Thienes himself, keep walking Kameher my librarian. This was it. Putting aside the fear and unfamiliarity of the situation, if I calmly rearranged the anagram just as I had done before. The one who saw himself keep walking come here my librarian. I lifted my head. I see, I get it now. Why there was suddenly a rule to gaze at the window. It's telling you to look at your own reflection in the window. The dark window reflects one's face like a mirror. And the user who has reflected their face in the library can become a librarian. Thump. Kindly, the master of this place seems to find a suitable moment from within that user to become a librarian, as if opening a book and finding a page they like. Thump. The sound of the wolf leader's footsteps, and the golden mascot bowing its head deeply to me. I'm sorry, I get it now. What? We're the same thing. Wait a minute. That means, if that mascot was a past version of you that you experienced, then that means. Thud. The wolf leader's footsteps stopped, in front of the security chief. You are my future. The security chief lifts his dry eyes. No. With bright yellow pupils. You are my past, is what I should say. He stared like that. At his own nostalgia. Chapter 282. I kept worrying about what would happen if those two became aware of each other. Especially how the wolf leader would react the moment he came face to face with his own future. So this is why. His eyes turned to me. You spoke cryptically of a future daydream and asked if I wasn't curious about my future. It didn't feel like the whispers of ghost stories. As expected, a rather impressive result of the future has appeared. My future, you say. But there was no despair in his eyes. Instead, a dark gaze, as if deeply calculating something, swept past the security chief and me. Then he opened his mouth to speak to me in a gentle tone. Then, a giant black forepaw descended. Before the wolf leader could finish his sentence, The claws of a beast that had rushed in an instant pinned him down. A sticky, black, tar-like substance covered him. The wolf leader reacted to the unannounced disaster in a split second, trying to slide across the floor to escape. But as if even that had been predicted, another hand blocked his path and seized him. The two claws of corruption. They had captured the wolf leader. It all happened in an instant, without any warning. No one could react, because the sudden movement had no pattern or precursor. Why did you do that? Because it looked like he was about to pull something. Yes, at this rate, the sound of footsteps, the commotion, it wasn't made. This is fine. The security chief, his form melting away to reveal an overwhelming and bizarre contamination, still held his past self in a tight grip as he looked at me. Hey, quickly gag his mouth. You have that thing, the badger, binding device. He'll try to do something else. I took out the device that had been used to restrain the Sprout class teacher, until just a moment ago, and began to bind the wolf leader. Our eyes met from under the wolf mask, cold. I lowered my gaze. Sweat formed in my palms. Is this really the right thing to do? The question and confusion filled my head, but a stronger premonition washed over me. The feeling that if I didn't restrain him now, the security chief would take more drastic measures. He might just cut off his limbs. It felt like he would make such a merciless choice, without a second thought, to his own past. The security chief's bright yellow pupils were watching me, until I finally gagged the wolf leader's mouth. He'll keep trying to find out information, and be a nuisance. Just like he did to the golden mascot in the brief moment they were left alone. His eyes showed he was certain the wolf leader had done the same to me while we were traveling together. Should I just kill him? Please wait a moment. No. This person is your past, Mr. J. We don't know what might happen if you get rid of him carelessly. It's too dangerous. I desperately pulled out a reason to persuade him. Just now our state was compared to a book and its pages. If you suddenly tear out a page, you'll end up damaging the book, ourselves. The security chief was about to press down on his hat, then realized both his hands were gripping his past and stared blankly at me. I don't remember it well, anyway. Still, you remember what we talked about, don't you? We said we'd find out what kind of food you used to like. The security chief lifted his head slightly. Let's save the extreme option of eliminating possibilities for last, and I spoke as calmly as I could. And if the library really did summon our past selves to use as librarians, we don't know how it might retaliate if we kill one. A gaze. A gaze. All right. The clawed black hands that had been gripping the wolf leader vanished. The security chief's arms returned to their human form, gaunt and limp, hanging powerlessly. Who? A cold sweat dripped down my chin. Sorry. Myfult. It's not. The wolf leader's ability to discern truth from lies was almost superhuman. There must have been a limit to what he could get from a mascot costume, which could only use somewhat exaggerated emotional expressions and direct words. Even more so if it wasn't the resort, and if he had a genuine desire to communicate with the mascot. But the golden mascot, as if it kept weighing on its mind, eventually tried to lift the wolf leader itself. Ill. Caryhim. No, give him to me. We'll go down. And the golden mascot pointed to the passage, with the round paw of its cat costume. The place the security chief and I had just come from. The back path of the bookshelf that led to a dark, red, strange road. You'll go that way. It nods. I will be librarian. That way. You guys can leave. A strange guilt and a revulsion toward affirming this choice rose up at the same time. If this mascot becomes a librarian of Hanbit Library, will my contamination disappear? Will the resort be subordinated to the library? I don't know. But is that really okay? To leave it in a library like this, even if it is an entity personifying a contaminated part of me? Is it really right to leave it behind? Think. Not just for emotional reasons, but what is the most logical thing for me to do right now? How about we all go together? Together? Yes, seeing as the button was found over there, the others are probably downstairs. It's easy to get confused because of the unexpected situation of J3's past and future selves recognizing each other. But in truth, nothing about the information or the environment has changed. Our goal hasn't changed either. Check on the state of the other team members and get out safely ourselves. This, judging by how Deputy Manager Falcon's recording cut off unnaturally, something must have happened. And the method of escape hasn't changed either. We can take the medicine if things get dire, but until then, can't we investigate a bit more for traces of our colleagues or their well-being and look for other ways out? All right. Who? And so it was decided again that we would all travel down that bizarre path together, at least until another path appeared. The security chief took charge of the bound wolf leader. Casually lifting the adult male from the elite team, the security chief started walking. And so, once again, as if by a repeating fate, we set foot into the passage. No, I guess I was the only one setting foot in it for the third time. It was a good thing I'd said my goodbyes to Lee Joel beforehand. Just don't use written conversation. I just have to be careful with writing, right? Since I've already explored it, this is a choice I can make. And so I take a step. Inward. There was almost no sound of footsteps. The path of hidden books grew strangely steeper, quiet, and dark. Red light sources sporadically illuminated the bookshelves and books. I realize that at some point, the material of the bookshelves surrounding the passage had changed. Bone clay. What was certain was that it wasn't a modern material. Very old bookshelves, a blackish-brown, gray-black color that made it impossible to tell if it was leather, dirt, or decayed human bones. But the books slotted there were strangely vivid and packed tightly. The wiki updated. Those who are not satisfied with their curiosity can go deeper. Past the place you want to open and come to the shining door to the closed place, meet the master of Handbit Library, the mirror reflecting truth. Bow down. Bow down, 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 bow down. I closed my smartphone, my neck drenched in a cold sweat. And I lift my head. After walking about 100 meters, the dark, downward path came to an end. The end of the passage. The dead end was completely blocked on 5 sides, front, right, left, top, and bottom, by bookshelves. And there was a sign attached. Black, 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 Ryle's room. Black square otta dis black, black, Y. Left arrow, black, 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 black. Up arrow, black, 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 room. All jumbled up. Whether it was because of the darkness, wear and tear, or some other factor, the letters weren't even legible. But I managed to make out one word. Materials room. Libraries of a certain size usually divide and store the materials and books they possess into various sections according to theme. That structure was finally revealing itself inside here, in a complete mess. Just one thing. Down arrow, place of veneration. There were letters there, all too clearly legible. The path leading down. I think this opens. Thud. The bookshelf on the floor shook with the security chief's movement. Like a cellar or perhaps an attic, that bookshelf was clearly serving as a door that opened up and down. I know instinctively. It's down here. The place that called for a librarian. The security chief sets the wolf leader he was carrying down on the floor. I'll open it and put him in. No need. Doing it with my tongue and teeth was a bit difficult. When I turned my head, I saw the wolf leader's face, his mouth stained with blood. The gag around his mouth was slightly loosened, his pronunciation a little slurred, whatever he had done. A chill went down my spine. That thing restrained even the contaminated Supervisor Park Min-seong. How on earth did he do it? Don't tell me he bit off his own tongue, damn it. Calm down. If I were you, I wouldn't be thinking of causing a scene here. The security chief, who had been about to pin the wolf leader down again, slowly withdrew his arm. Between the black silhouettes, the wolf mask looked around at us. I don't want to fight, and I'm not trying to run away. A relaxed and calm voice. Considering the length of the passage and the inability to make footsteps, I'd be caught again before I could. It's just that I realized something, and I just had to say it. It's one of the library's rules of use. What is it? His gaze fixed on me. Employee Yang, You remember this rule, don't you? Leave once you gain one. It's the only conditional rule. What did you think it meant? So if you gain knowledge, you probably thought it meant to leave without regret once you've gained one piece of information from the library, didn't you? Well done, a rational deduction. But now that I see it, this library seems to move according to the will of something with a firm ego. What are you trying to say? Perhaps that conditional sentence has a different subject. A blood-tinged smile spread beneath the wolf mask. The library's ego, that is. What if we fill in the missing subject in the sentence like this? I leave once I gain one. It becomes an arrogant expression, written from the perspective of the library's master. And there's circumstantial evidence that strongly supports this conjecture. The demand for a librarian. The interpretation is that if the library gains one librarian, the other party can leave as a user. And seeing as it wasn't specified, it probably doesn't matter which one it is. So you're saying, leader? I swallowed. You're asking me to let you leave this place instead of Mr. J. No. A clear voice spoke from under the wolf mask. I'm saying that for the sake of both of us, the past and the future, it's more advantageous for me to leave this library. Clever employee Yang, let me go. From within the mask, clear, deep eyes met mine. Now that I know the future, so that I can prepare for it. What? But the one who said a fixed future cannot be changed was. Yes, that was me. He declared it with certainty. And his gaze swept over the security chief. At the contaminated form, its brilliant functions of its prime all used up. His own declined future. I have confirmed what I will look like in several decades, and that may be unchangeable. But you see, the secrets of my future that even you don't know yet, employee Yang, are things I can start creating from now on. It's certainly a troublesome and bothersome task, but now that I know, it means I can use other methods, for example. His gaze turned to the security chief. I can start preparing methods and items to recover for when I become this form. Or I could feign contamination from the start, or find a way in the darkness to awaken from the contamination in a few decades. There will be various ways. For my future self who will become a librarian in the library's darkness decades from now, I could even prepare for his escape. So, the current security chief could become someone who, as it turns out, had unknowingly made complete preparations to recover from this wolf contamination and hidden them somewhere. That he could recover. So, for a better future, for other possibilities, can you let me go? The wolf leader stared at me quietly. I was frozen. This elite team leader from the past had just declared he would prepare uncertain elements that hadn't been confirmed in his future. The best ones. I can do that. A voice full of conviction was heard. The firm confidence of one who knows what abilities he possesses. Then, is this also good for the current Mr. J? In the end, they are one and the same person. I reflexively looked at the security chief. I couldn't help it. The security chief stood without a single movement. Standing atop the bizarre bookshelf in the dark, red passage, gaunt and powerless, shabby and unkempt. One so contaminated that even eating nostalgia candy couldn't help him endure for a moment. The wolf leader's future lifted his head. And looking at his own past, he speaks. No, you can't do that. The wolf leader's mask was hidden by the security chief's long shadow. You have already become me. It's not a possibility. I'm the one who saw this library's window, so you are my past. It's not that I am your predicted future. And what has already happened cannot be changed. The security chief looked at himself. At the past he had already lived through. The persona, the form, the memories that were once him. You were arrogant. That too is something I cannot change. The security chief quietly pressed down his hat and stepped back. The expression under the wolf leader's mask, still hidden by the cast shadow, was unreadable. Anyway, you won't be able to leave, because you're already me. After a long silence, the wolf leader's voice is heard. Will you give my regards to the kids on the team? No, you can't, can you? I couldn't breathe. I turned from the security chief to look at myself. Let's put him below. But I inadvertently recalled something. You are me. And if it didn't matter which of the two it was. Wait a minute. Please wait a moment. I looked back at the golden mascot. What's wrong? I had inadvertently thought wrong. It's true that this mascot could be a scene from my past, but to be precise, it's also one of the forms I possess. Yes, and on the wiki I had closed in fright, the expression that was written. Pass the place you want to open, and come to the shining door to the closed place. Meet the master of Handbit Library, the mirror reflecting truth. That very expression, mirror reflecting truth. Mr. J. Why, we might have been mistaken. The analogy of the book and pages was made by the wolf leader. That's also a guess. But because the wolf leader was such an extraordinary person, we had all been unconsciously treating that analogy as fact in our conversation. All of us but. What we saw in the window of Handbit Library was ourselves, not some scene from the past. So, if we were to use a library-based analogy, we are all the same single book. I pointed at the golden mascot. To be precise, back and forth between myself and the mascot. Aren't we just in a state where different pages are opened? So, the security chief's mouth opened. We were one from the beginning. The next moment, only the security chief and I were standing among the bookshelves of Handbit Library. The dark, red, strange bookshelf passage was gone. We were standing in front of the yarn in the maze of bookshelves. And I realized I was the golden mascot. It rises in my mind, exploring Handbit Library with the security chief, searching for the team members who had vanished in the confusion and the yarn. And probably, after concluding that I was the fake one, suppressing the existential terror and saying in agony that I would become the librarian. All those moments were me. And Noruya, deputy manager. I can see the former D-team members coming around the corner. And my own form, which was with them, also connects. I was Grape. Suddenly, in the form of a naive rookie agent from the Disaster Management Bureau, I had been accompanying the former D-team members, who were meeting their past selves like doppelgangers, and worriedly searching for the security chief's whereabouts. And in a strange passageway, after leaving behind a button, we were seriously discussing what on earth we should do here. Then I suddenly blinked, and the security chief appeared before my eyes. That was also me. You're back, no, the chief is here too. And the most shocking thing of all. Oh, that's how my friend looked when he ran that humble and cozy resort. My goodness, friend, your arm is gone. It was the fact that Bran had been accompanying all three of them. This bastard, really. Anyway, did I return to normal because I got the answer right? What about the librarian? No, more importantly, wait. Then does the security chief have the memories of going around as the wolf leader? I looked back at the security chief. Chapter 283. The quiet hallway of Handbit Library. The security chief was silently bowing his head. His gaze was fixed on his own hands, as if recalling the moment just before, when he had summoned the black, bizarre, four-leg-shaped contamination to subdue the wolf leader. Or as if reflecting on his own state right before being hit by that attack, when he had bitten off his tongue and partially broken free of his restraints. I had become one, accepting everything I had experienced in Handbit Library as golden, grape, and roe deer as my own. If so, then perhaps the security chief also. The security chief's mouth opened. And, so this is what it's like. A quiet voice. I called out without thinking. Wolf leader. The man lifted his head. And looking back at me, he opened his mouth again. I'd rather you didn't call me that. It's confusing. His limp limbs and listless eyes. The security chief was still the same. Haven't the two of you merged back into one? The security chief seemed to be choosing his words. In a book, even if you know that page is there, if you spill ink on it or crumple it, you can't read it like it was at first. The one that restored that page, it was probably the library's power. To J3, who already remembered almost nothing about himself before the contamination, his time as the wolf leader was a kind of damaged page. And a damaged page is still unreadable, but Still, the sensations of being with me today must have carried over. That's why you said, so this is what it's like, because you felt something different from before. About his own past. About before he was contaminated. Because he had merged with the state of knowing without being damaged. And, yeah. Only then did a different emotion appear on the security chief's face. A numb expression. The kind of stillness that comes over a person who, having grown accustomed and dull to failure and pain, and eventually having lost even that, feels that ache anew. I know, again, what it feels like. I don't know. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? What if being reminded of his dulled, forgotten, lost self was, in itself, an overwhelming pain? Perhaps I'll only know after some time has passed. What will remain after he digests that pain? What J3 will regain? I remember the question I had asked him more than half a year ago. Mr. J, for what wish did you join this company? Perhaps I might be able to hear the answer to that. But for now, instead of asking, I approached the security chief and bowed my head. You've worked hard. And thank you. Thanks to you, I was saved several times during today's exploration. Mr. J. No. The security chief adjusted his dental mask. That gesture of his hand was identical to how a certain former elite team member, who had been with me until just a moment ago, would fix his mask. So what is all this about, Noruya? Assistant manager. The other team members, who had been standing by quietly given the atmosphere, began to ask me questions, and only then did I start to share what had happened to us. What I experienced while with the Wolf Leader. Exploring Sekwang Technical High School, and realizing the true nature of this situation just before becoming a librarian. And even how we merged back into one. Quite an eventful time. It was. For reference, in the case of the former D-team that was with Grape, things had unfolded in a completely different way from the sides with Golden or Roe Deer. Everyone be on your guard. Our newbie Badger, be careful here. Yes, sir. The D-team from a time before I existed had appeared in another corridor. The D-team members, who immediately recognized this from the hairstyles and titles, had moved more quickly to uncover the library's truth. All while soothing the me who had become Grape, and desperately trying not to run into their own doppelgangers. I mean, our leader was even exactly the same. I thought I had split into two. Helata. For reference, the lizard section chief had appeared as two lizard heads that were so completely identical, it was impossible to tell them apart. L leader. Yes. Yes. Shit, he heard me from that distance. Run. Come to think of it, didn't they say those alien reptiles are barely affected by contamination? The lizard section chief might really be such a similar person at all times, that he was the same on every page. In any case, I'm glad we all merged safely. And what was even more surprising was, there it is, the entrance. My yarn functioned normally and guided us to the entrance. As if all the bizarre and strange things that had happened while following the yarn until now were a lie, we returned to the platform entrance we had come through. Didn't this library need a librarian? Wasn't that why it was trying to kidnap us like a Venus flytrap? That's what I thought too. Mulling it over, I realized something. The rules of use. Gaze into the window. Do not go down to the basement. Once you have obtained one, leave. Wasn't it a kind of test? A test? Yes, to see if we were qualified to use the library properly. It was a common trope in myths and legends for a place that stored knowledge to check if the visitor is wise enough to possess this knowledge. Meaning it wouldn't be strange for it to be applied in an urban legend or ghost story. When I gazed into the window and was split into multiple forms existing simultaneously, only those who realized the truth without trying to eliminate or sacrifice the others were qualified to be users. There's a reason doppelganger ghost stories exist all over the world. When you face a being identical to yourself, an existential revulsion arises, so it could be seen as a very difficult test. So the guys who weren't mentally disciplined enough and eliminated their other selves get to be librarians. Sounds like a labor reformation sentence. What Roe Deer is saying sounds plausible. Supervisor Park Minseong chimed in. And I recall the last rule of use. Once you have obtained one, leave. Perhaps this didn't mean to leave once you've obtained a librarian. It might mean that once you realize what this situation is and obtain your unified self, you can then leave safely. Thinking of it that way, this handbit library feels a little different from the ghost stories I've experienced so far. It feels almost sacred, in a way. Rather than malice or horror, it makes one feel overwhelmed and fearful due to a grand will that humans cannot comprehend. Could it be a characteristic of the being one must bow to, who made the library its sanctuary? Of course, this was an impression we could only have because we passed the test. Either way, the entrance is in sight, so let's get out. That's okay, right, leader? Yes. We agreed to leave Handbit Library and return to reality. There was a mountain of things we had confirmed during this exploration that needed to be checked back in reality. I also want to check on the train Yeonjun mentioned. My heart was anxious, but thinking about Sekwang Technical High School, I just couldn't postpone it and continue the exploration. But then, should I just stay here? Pardon? Supervisor Park Min-seong stopped in his tracks. Well, since I'm fine here, I was thinking, what if I stay here and provide backup? I have both hands and I'm in my right mind. Lee Yahyan Section Chief's voice declared. Not possible. The probability of surviving alone in this darkness for more than a fortnight is slim, and numerous unconfirmable and uncontrollable variables are presumed. Return. Supervisor Park Min-seong's voice trailed off. Since your treatment would have continued in reality, there's a high chance you've recovered from the contamination more than before. That's true, we have to check after all. Right, let's go, Badger. Yes. And so the situation was settled. The ending at last. It was quite an interesting expedition. Never mind. It's not like this is the first or second time. Today had a good ending, so let's just let it slide for now. We took the euthanasia drug as we left Handbit Library. There'll be a lot to do when we wake up. Thus, this exploration of Segwang Metropolitan City ended for the first time without urgency, and with everyone safe. A moment before, just before everyone took the euthanasia pill. J3, the one who had lost his name, lifted his head and looked back, at the passage filled with books, at the entrance of the bazaar library and the inside. And he remembered the hidden path, himself walking both bound and binding, down a strange passage beyond the bookshelf. At the dead end of the black and red passage, he had descended to make his companion a librarian and worship the master of this library, the words on the sign. Black room. Black square idio black. Left arrow black. Up arrow black room. The others hadn't noticed. But this contaminated being, equipped with non-human vision that could see perfectly through the darkness, had noticed. There wasn't just one sign. On each bookshelf in the direction the sign pointed, there were small, additional explanatory signs attached. And the one attached to the right was this. Black square idio black. Masterpiece black, letter 2171, black square exhibition, black square creening. To re-establish it. Video materials room. Masterpiece Fairy Tales II exhibition screening in progress. He remembers about the entry method for a certain fairy tale ghost story, similarly lost long ago in a daydream. Entry method. Viewing a specific video purchased from a used video shop, located in an alley of the redevelopment district on the outskirts of Black Square City. The viewing method follows a special exhibition screening technique developed by the research team. The video in question is a movie, and its title is He Remembers. World's Best Masterpiece Fairy Tales. Mr. J, let's go. Okay. The exploration was already over, and J3's motivation to act for his own desires and emotions had long since worn away. So he obediently took the euthanasia drug. At least this time. You're awake. I opened my eyes. Before me was the familiar sight of a smiling Ho, Yuan looking down at me. What did you experience this time, and what did you find out? Obsessive questions rained down like a bombardment, but there was something I had to check first. Check Dream Collector. I took out the item I had brought from my pocket. The inside of the item I had brought just in case was rippling with a golden liquid. It had been collected. Suggestion, visual appraisal. Ho Yuan's eyes narrowed. B almost, close to an A. No, it might even be an A. The result was better than expected. Perhaps if I had met the library's master directly, or at least perceived its presence, it would have resulted in a higher grade. But without needing to take such a risk, this alone was a tremendous result. Research on a darkness exploration method that allows entry through a dream to extract a high-grade potion with 0 casualties. This is definitely going to work. What's more, we had brought 4 dream collectors. Even excluding the one I entrusted to the security chief, 3 should be more than enough to submit to the company as an initial result. But what was more surprising was something we found out after everyone had woken up. While everyone was checking their dream collectors, the security chief also took his out. Wait, that's a shimmering golden light. The dream collector that had been given to the security chief was also filled with liquid. Good heavens! The item that had been difficult to entrust to the fully contaminated supervisor Park Min-seong, and was more or less just handed to him, was filled with liquid. But I understood the situation from Ho Yuan's comment as he approached. The purity is a bit lower than the other collectors. It must have been processed as being collected when he was in his wolf leader state. It was surely appraised from when he explored Sekwang Technical High School with me, and when we escaped. However, until Ho Yuan collected it, the security chief stared blankly for a few seconds at the dream collector that had come from his own pocket. He clearly seemed to feel some sort of emotion. I turned my gaze away from it as politely as possible and asked about the well-being of the other members. To be precise, about the team member who wasn't in the same room as us. Question Badger's condition. He has woken up, but it'll be a bit difficult to have a conversation. He's still in a state of contamination. His arms, unfortunately, haven't regenerated either, but he seems to think they're there as he keeps making a manual appear out of nowhere and trying to pick it up. So that's how it is. It seemed Supervisor Park Min-seong only regained his arms and his sanity while inside Segweng Metropolitan City. Still, if he slowly recovers from the contamination in reality, the regeneration potion will eventually work. For now, I had to force myself to think that way. I lowered my black smoke and painstakingly turned my thoughts. So, can you answer me now? Ho Yuan's eyes gleamed again. What did you find out in Segweng Metropolitan City this time? I moved the smoke, forming words. Question. About the Emergency Rescue Squad of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. Those agents are still contacting us aggressively. They're being threatening, saying it's urgent and to let them know as soon as Mr. Noro wakes up. It's rude, but they say it's something I'll have to handle. More importantly, what happened in Segweng Metropolitan City? I added to the question. More specifically, question about the Emergency Rescue Squad of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. Dispatch Rescue Team Blue Dragon. Ho Yuan stopped moving. As if he had been stabbed by a spear, as if he had been crushed by a building, a voice came from his frozen body. Finally, a voice filled with ecstasy. I lifted my head. You found out. A smile filled with elation spread across Ho Yuan's face. Chapter 284. With this many explorations under our belt, it's about time we found out. Ho Yuan's voice was strange. It sounded like joy, but also like sadness or a dark fear or a tremor. It also sounded like he was smoothly concealing all of it. What was certain was the content of his words. About time we found out. It meant that what I had asked about, the traces of the Blue Dragon team I found in Segweng Metropolitan City, was what Ho Yuan had been expecting. Question, what you know about the Dispatch Rescue Team Blue Dragon. Pardon, isn't that something you should be explaining to me, Mr. Noro? It's the reason I planned this project, after all, to find out about a certain extinction-class supernatural disaster. So, Ho Yuan grabs my shoulders and looks into me. What did you find out in Segweng Metropolitan City? That's when I was sure. About the Blue Dragon team. This man knew about the Blue Dragon team from the very beginning. And it is deeply connected to Ho Yuan's purpose for exploring the sealed Segwang City. A grudge. I couldn't be sure, but a cause-and-effect relationship was forming in my mind based on my suspicions. That the deep grudge Ho-Yuan held against the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau was, in some way, tied to the vanished Blue Dragon team. After some thought, I explained the facts as they were. Discovery of Sekwang Technical High School. Traces of the Blue Dragon team confirmed it said high school. He froze. So it was accessible from the subway station after all. After all, the joy of someone whose guess was correct. Would you know about Sekwang Technical High School? Pardon, I enter that high school every last day of the month in Daydream. I just figured it was related to Sekwang Metropolitan City from its name. Verdict lie. Ho-Yuan's eyes darkened to black. He looks at me. Question, what Ho-Yuan did in Sekwang Metropolitan City before it was sealed. Are you curious? Positive. I used to do the same thing I do now. The man's eyes moved to look at the nameplate in front of the waiting room. Fox Counseling Room. Counseling? It's a rewarding job. Because of that, I would periodically visit a certain high school to counsel the students. The Fox Counseling Room seems to distort. I did many things for my clients. And the next moment. But that's all in the past. Everything returned to normal. Ho-Yuan was looking at me with a faint smile. Question, what Ho-Yuan is looking for in Sekwang Metropolitan City? Ho-Yuan's voice lowered. What I'm looking for is in a facility connected to one of the Sekwang Special City subway stations. Please continue exploring in the same direction you are now, Mr. Noro. Explore the subway stations and try to guess the situation outside. Then I think you'll find it, and when you face it. A smile spread across his lips again. At that time, you'll know right away, even without me telling you, what it is that Ho-Yuan is looking for. Question, Ho-Yuan's feelings about the Blue Dragon team. Well, I probably hate them, since I hate the Disaster Management Bureau. But his voice, as he answered, was strangely dry. I was plunged into an even more inscrutable feeling. The Blue Dragon team. Sekwang Metropolitan City. And about Ho-Yuan. That evening, Grapesai, I finally got to meet with the Disaster Management Bureau agents. The other team members had left the Fox Counseling Room for interviews and personal checkups related to the Dream Collector. So I-130,666 was the only one there. But honestly, I had more urgent things to talk about, so I didn't have time to be flustered or whatever and immediately stood up to welcome them, but... First, let's go somewhere else. The agent's expressions were grim. I accepted the cognitive distortion provided by the Will-o'-the-Wisp and followed them into a nearby Disaster Management Bureau container once again. I didn't even have a moment to worry. What if the Disaster Management Bureau finds out where I am? Grapesai, the thing we confirmed. These agents had gone and raided the secret archives on the 33rd basement floor of the Gangwon branch of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau to find data related to Sekwang Metropolitan City. No wonder they backed out of the exploration so readily. Question, concern about disciplinary action if discovered. Agent Grape doesn't need to worry. Yeah, we already got it, a pay cut. Agent Bronze has his hand on his forehead. Anyway, that's not what's important. It's what we found out, isn't it? Agent Choi grinned out of habit. But a cold sweat had beaded on his temple. When we checked the sealing records, there were censored words even in the secret archives. The agents' faces were sunken, as they added that it was not a good sign. But we got the general gist of what happened. Now listen. And Agent Choi explained. The Disaster Management Bureau's response records, written on paper, up to the Extinction-class Supernatural Disaster Metropolitan City deletion. At first, a call came from the branch office, the Disaster Management Bureau branch in that very metropolitan city. Request for support from the Black Square Metropolitan City branch. Exploration of a newly discovered supernatural disaster. Rapidly increasing ripple effect, projected casualty rate severe. Naturally, the Bureau system dictated that we first identify what kind of disaster it was. But get this, 3 veteran agents from Team Biko who entered the metropolitan city went missing in 2 hours. Contact lost, all attempts to locate them failed. Processed as missing. But this was only the beginning. 5 hours later, we lost contact with the branch office in that metropolitan city itself. And it's written that they never saw anyone from that branch again. This was the last contact record. Unidentified call, you can't come, don't come. There's no way we can handle this. Static. Call ended. Identified sounds. The sound of glass shattering, screams, the roar of something heavy collapsing, a music box melody, ecstatic murmuring. After that, all records about what kind of supernatural disaster it was were censored, except for the casualties section. Estimated deaths, 620,000. That all happened in just one day. In one region, hell had descended. The Bureau, having confirmed the situation, hastily and officially banned agents from entering the metropolitan city. They must have been trying to at least prevent additional agent casualties in a situation that was beyond their control. But you know, Agent Choi smiles bitterly. It seems other agents took group leave and infiltrated the area on their own, to save whoever they could. As for the emergency rescue squad, more than half of their entire personnel went. And Agent Choi drops his head slightly. None of them made it out, not until the entire metropolitan city was sealed along with the extinction-class supernatural disaster. The Disaster Management Bureau must have ultimately decided to seal the extinction-class disaster in the face of countless casualties and the fear of a nationwide spread, by deleting it so it would not be perceived. And that's how the emergency rescue squad was left with almost no personnel. So it's written that, to reduce the sense of incongruity, the team was completely dismantled and reorganized with a certain team with similar duties. But all of those team names were censored. Agent Bronze and Agent Choi. The two of them look at me. In that sense, a strained smile spreads across Agent Choi's face. From now on, while you're exploring that metropolitan city, do you think you could also look for traces of Disaster Management Bureau agents? Who? Traces confirmed. Traces of Disaster Management Bureau agents confirmed inside the Hanbit Library facility during this exploration. Items, a broken glass lantern and a letter. What? And? Team name, Dispatch Rescue Team Blue Dragon. Agent Choi's eyes sink into a deep blue. Blue Dragon Team. Right, so that was the original emergency rescue squad. Haha, Yigwin, no wonder our work was so damn hard. We were doing the work of two teams, weren't we? Agent Choi. It makes sense, you know. If you're talking about the four Guardians, the Blue Dragon should be there too. But even though that team was the only one missing, none of us thought it was strange. We never even made a joke about it. They must have made it so we couldn't remember on purpose. Agent Bronze speaks heavily. It was a disaster with over 600,000 casualties in a single day. It must have been a necessary measure, for the sake of more lives. Logically, he was right. The Disaster Management Bureau branch in the metropolitan city lost all contact, and everyone was presumed dead in an instant. The problem is, that's an outsider's perspective. For the people who were sealed off while still alive, it's just being buried alive. And that there is a being who remembers all of it. Ho Yuan. I don't know what method he used, but Ho Yuan clearly knows about Segweng Metropolitan City and the disaster that occurred within it. In that sense, Ho Yuan's animosity toward the Disaster Management Bureau probably began when the Bureau decided to seal Segweng Metropolitan City. Who? I don't know what I'm supposed to feel. Perhaps I'm less disturbed because I'm 130,666, whose body has collapsed to the point where I can't even maintain my form. First, the urgent matters. Let's do what I can. Request for confirmation and judgment. Torn talisman. A talisman. It's the structure related to Sekwang Technical High School. Location of discovery. Inside the Blue Dragon team's glass lantern. I explained the Blue Dragon team's letter and the state of Sekwang Technical High School as quickly, concisely, and intuitively as possible. Tension rises on the faces of the agents as they listen to my explanation. Wait, can you tell me more about that talisman? I immediately drew the talisman as I remembered it. The half-torn shape that was inside the glass lantern. And also the most recognizable lines from the completed form of the talismans that were plastered all over the 5th floor. The character for protection. The pupils of Agent Bronze, who is looking at the shape of the smoke I drew, widen. This is an evil warding talisman, wall demon Pyaksa. It's made to ward off evil and protect a space or a person. Yigwen, have you ever used one in the field? No, sir. These kinds of talismans were hardly ever used once the production of glass hand cannons increased. I learned it was due to stability and cost issues. Agent Bronze raises a finger and traces the lines of smoke I'm drawing. It's powerful, but the price is just as high. It's the kind that puts a strain on the agent, as it requires summoning a supernatural phenomenon. And this isn't a commonly used format to begin with. Beyond the smoke, Agent Bronze's blue eyes look at me. Can you describe what kind of paper or ink was used? A rough color or feel would be fine. Source of paper, scrap paper. A library checkout card from a library, where a certain great being has made its resting place. Based on a supernatural disaster. Wait a moment, that's. And Agent Bronze, stopping his words, quietly looks again at the remaining half of the lines on the torn talisman I drew. When it comes to talismans or scriptures, Yigwen is one of the best in the entire Hyunmu team, because of where he used to work. Where he used to work. But before the thought could continue, just as he said, Agent Bronze soon raised his head. You said this was torn, inside the lantern. Positive. By any chance, was there no will-o'-the-wisp inside? Will-o'-the-wisp absent. Only a trace of the flame remained, guiding the way. Is that so? Agent Bronze's complexion darkened. It seems this evil warding talisman, instead of borrowing the power of another spiritual being, used Goblin's play based on the power of the supernatural phenomenon within the metropolitan city. Goblin's play? The broken glass lantern that Agent Grape found, was it by any chance larger or smaller than the standard lantern Agent Grape received before? Positive. It was definitely smaller and more ornate than mine, that characteristic. It's a lantern consecrated according to one's fate. Yes. Agent Choi clenched his fist. It seems some agent who passed the Goblin trial tried to protect that high school by borrowing the power of their will-o'-the-wisp, and the talisman broke. If that's the case, request the creation of a new one of said talisman. An attempt to restore Sekwang Technical High School to the form its original protector intended. We can try that. The light returns to Agent Choi's eyes, and he looks at me. But we'll have to do it unofficially. Positive. All right, still there's a way, let's go. And the agents rise from their seats. Wait a minute, if we're going to the Disaster Management Bureau's workshop, it's a bit difficult for me to follow. It would be a bit much for a supernatural being candidate who deserted after leaving a single letter to suddenly show up. I can't even walk the streets in this state in the first place. Since there was still no word from the reptilian aliens, it was the moment I suggested I would go get a transport cage. No, it's fine where we're going now. When I turned my head, surprisingly, Agent Bronze was also smiling very slightly instead of sighing. It's Yigwen's old workplace. Ever heard of it? It's a very spiritual bookstore. Lijiang Bookstore. One of the various sources from which the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau obtains divine artifacts. A long-standing cooperative relationship that has continued since the late Joseon dynasty, and sometimes agents even introduce clerks to the bookstore owner who says he needs a hand. And one of those clerks was a young Agent Bronze. My goodness! I raised my head and looked at the bookstore. Under a clear night sky where a bright crescent moon, and unusually a sparse scattering of stars were visible. There is a small, tranquil shop. Li Jiang Book Store. On the glass door, slightly opaque from age but well-maintained and polished, hangs a metal bookmark wind chime. A small space, a contrast to the handbit library I had just explored. CEO Dongai is here. Tinkle. With a light sound, the three of them entered the small bookstore. Into the sparkling and silent mystery of dust. Chapter 285. The inside of Lijiang Bookstore was soft and serene. The familiar, pleasant feeling that comes from well-maintained things that have seen many years. Over this comfortable feeling lay the unique, mysterious, and profound impression of something that had accumulated a long history. The small bookstore, less than 8 pyong, was brightly lit with warm light, and new and old books were arranged in a seemingly irregular yet organized fashion. Excuse me. To think I'd end up entering a mysterious place that cooperates with the Disaster Management Bureau like this. A place I'd never even visited when I was working there as an undercover spy. Who? My body doesn't even know where its heart is, yet I find myself worrying if it's pounding for no reason. As I recall the true nature of this place, a place the Disaster Management Bureau visits when acquiring miraculous items related to type paper. To be precise, it's a kind of brokerage, where special books gather. When the lights of Lijiang bookstore are off, entry must be avoided. It has been confirmed that there is an over 80% probability that a supernatural being is visiting to make a transaction. According to the testimony of an agent who once worked as a clerk, if the lights started to go out from the entrance of the bookstore, one had to hide behind the staff-only counter without fail. But right now, the lights were brightly lit. I saw the light flicker where my smoke touched it, then turn back on and stay that way. Please wait. And uncharacteristically for when we move as a team, it was not Agent Choi but Agent Bronze who stepped forward first and walked to the very back of the bookstore. A counter-style desk. It was an old-fashioned structure, where the owner's living space would normally be on the other side. A beaded curtain hung down, separating it from the inner area, which was obscured by dark shadows. Agent Bronze, standing there, bowed his head deeply. Then, pushing aside the beaded strings of the curtain, the right arm of a white scholar emerged from within. The owner of Lijiang bookstore communicates with visitors only through written conversation with their right hand. Unless one has a history of working as a clerk here, it is recommended not to attempt to find out who is behind the beaded curtain. The rest of the body, submerged in shadow, was not visible. Only the white arm, the sleeve of the indigo handbok covering it, and the hand below the sleeve, writing with a brush. Donga, you've come. Have you been well? Yes, CDO. I hear the sound of familiar footsteps and the sound of a new guest. What kind of book are you looking for? The white hand that had written the neat script gestured politely toward us. Next to Agent Choi, who smiled and bowed his head in greeting. The horned 130,666, standing there while hiding its black smoke as much as possible. Me. HMPH, they know how to create some atmosphere. Of course, that's probably the best they can do in this shabby space. Yeah, I had a feeling you'd say that. They are my companions, Agent Grape. Who? As we had discussed beforehand, I stepped forward. If a vague request is made at Lijiang bookstore, a difference in the owner's interpretation may result in receiving a completely different book. Therefore, it is recommended that the agent who can most clearly describe the required book attempts the purchase. And in this situation, that's me. Let's go. I picked up the ballpoint pen on the counter, and below the owner's neat handwriting, wrote as politely and quickly as I could. Hello, CEO. What I need. Do you happen to have any books related to a great being that makes its sanctuary in a repository of knowledge, such as a library or a bookstore? The torn talisman paper. I was looking for a paper-type item that could replace the Hanbit Library book checkout slip. If I can't mention Hanbit Library directly to a Disaster Management Bureau official because it's inside Segweng Metropolitan City, I can at least do this. Describe it indirectly. And, yes, it is in here. It worked. Lion. And I hurriedly added another sentence. I would prefer it if it's not dangerous to humans. Even if it can't be completely harmless, please give me something for which some sort of precaution can be taken. Because I'm not human. Since this bookstore introduces books that can be read without fatal harm based on the requester, I added that in the hopes that it might introduce something that was safe only for me. But, of course, a human is making the request, so I cannot introduce a book that is indiscriminately dangerous to humans. It judges me as human. At least Lijiang bookstore does. I recalled the bookstore's lights that hadn't gone out even when I entered. As long as a human doesn't read the book's contents out loud, it should be fine. Do not worry. Thank you. I am the one who should be thanking you for finding the book. And the white hand disappeared once more behind the beaded curtain's darkness. After a few seconds of silence, here you are. It reappeared with a book. It was a hardcover. On the clean, old-looking book, the Hangul title was written alongside Hanya, along with two unreadable characters. Black decimal classification. It's a book that records the method of classifying books in a library. In other words, you could see it as a book for books, a librarian for librarians. My God! A chillingly accurate book had appeared. Even though my hand grasping the book was a black glove stuffed with a formless mass of flesh, I felt a shiver run up from it. Thank you, this is the book I was looking for. How should I pay for it? Will you make a suggestion? Right. This is where it gets important. The price. I looked at the owner's white hand that had emerged from the beaded curtain beyond the counter. Lijiang Bookstore accepted a variety of things fitting the value of its books, items, labor, or gold and currency. But that all depends on who is buying. For example, cases where a small amount of currency was accepted were often limited to complete civilians or children. From agents, they often received Disaster Management Bureau-related items or did a direct book-for-book trade. Right now, we're here unofficially, so it's difficult for us to pay that way. So, how about something like this? Do you have any thoughts of spending a dream vacation at a wonderful resort? Pardon? It is a theme park resort that provides top-notch flowers, illuminations, a spa, and VIP services. It's a sweet voucher that includes an amenity gift set, and since it's made in a catalog format, it could be treated as a book. A book, you say? The bookstore owner seemed quite flustered, but in the end, after some persuasion, we exchanged the 7-night suite voucher for the book. The white hand that took the catalog seemed to move in a bit of a flustered hurry. From behind me, I could hear Agent Choi's shoulders shaking as he held back his laughter. It seems like a very losing exchange for Mr. Rodeer. No, it's amazing that I can use something contaminated in such a profitable way. In crude terms, isn't this a jackpot? I feel a mix of complicated emotions, as I find myself being helped more and more by my identity as the Golden Flower mascot. In any case, the important thing is that the book was now in my hands. Black decimal classification. Let me see that for a second. The veteran agent of Team Huma 1 took the book from me and checked, and inspected it in various supernatural ways, to see if it was suitable for what we were about to do. And finally, he gave his confirmation. Yeah, we can use this. Our gazes turned to Agent Bronze. Lijiang Bookstore is not a library. A purchased book is recognized as one's own. Of course, the owner seemed slightly displeased, and not very welcoming of senselessly damaging or throwing away a book in front of him, but recycling is always possible. This was one of the reasons this place was frequently used by the Disaster Management Bureau. And, in the case of certain books, Lijiang Bookstore itself sometimes remodels and sells them for the buyer. Like tearing out single pages to make a calendar, or taking just the book cover to create a new value for that book. And this CDO. Sometimes the clerk takes care of it. Would it be all right if I stepped behind the counter for a moment? There is a tool I would like to borrow. Of course it is fine. It has been a while. Please sit comfortably and work, Dong-I-gun. Yes, it has been a while. Agent Bronze, no, the former clerk Mr. Ryu Yiguan, who had quietly stepped forward, familiarly lifted the counter partition and took a seat inside. And he lifted the beaded curtain, stepping into the darkness within. Soon after, an auspicious light flashes. A white shadow flickers inside the beaded curtain, and the silhouette of a man raising a brush is briefly revealed. The form of Ryu Yiguan. Ryu Yiguan, the one who was a clerk at this bookstore, skillfully took out stationery from a cabinet, neatly opened the book, and separated a single sheet of paper from the front. Probably the table of contents page. He separates it, its back clean and blank, and takes it out as a single sheet. He then places the fluttering sheet on the floor and puts a paperweight on it. He himself kneels and picks up the brush. Flash. Through the dimming light, a form that looks like a white shadow inside the beaded curtain. The figure of Ryu Yiguan, drawing lines, one character at a time, with a brush shimmers in the beaded strings, a meaning taking shape with all his heart and soul. And, thud, the moment he puts the brush away and stores it again. The auspicious light from beyond the beaded curtain vanishes. Returning to the cozy space of the old bookstore counter, Agent Bronze emerged, pushing aside the beaded curtain. In one hand, he held the book and a freshly completed talisman. It is complete, On the stiff paper, the character to help, protect, and straight lines were neatly and chaotically completed in red and blue. An evil warding talisman. I wrote it to be as similar as possible, but it is a somewhat unstable form. Slightly pale, Agent Bronze quietly handed the talisman to his superior, not even wiping the sweat from his temple. If you make a talisman at Lijiang bookstore, the consequential burden on the creator will definitely be lessened due to the nature of the place. You can also receive help from the CEO. And he had successfully created it. You worked hard, Qingdong, no Dongai. Grapesai, you see Bronzy here. The CEO originally called him Dongai as a clerk nickname here, and then he chose Bronze as his agent name too, you know. Agent Bronze sighed, but didn't seem embarrassed or uncomfortable. He just spoke to me, looking a little awkward. I wasn't aiming for it, it just happened to overlap. Yup, understood. Thank you, CEO. In any case, we left a polite farewell and exited the bookstore. With the talisman in hand. Tinkle. All that's left is the will-o'-the-wisp, right? All that remained was the procedure to borrow its power, so this talisman could truly have an effect. Ahem. Just then, Agent Choi's eyes, which had seemed lost in thought, sparkled the moment they saw me. Mischievously. Grapesai, that resort of yours. Should we pull one more job? Pardon. A few days later. 26 Hio 0167 Situation Report, Draft. Document title, Reappearance of the Golden Flower Mascot Entity. Author Sumixi Agent. Incident Summary. Today at approximately 23:15, the reappearance of the so-called Golden Flower Mascot was witnessed at the temporary residence for field agents located on the outskirts of Blackdong. The said supernatural entity, which had disappeared from the main office's supernatural protection zone leaving only a simple letter, provided gifts to the encountered Team Humu 3 agents as a token of gratitude for the last stay. Afterward, it politely proposed to Agent Hejium that it wished to invite the will-o'-the-wisp it had met before to the resort. It guaranteed their safety and said they could bring their friends if they wished. The will-o'-the-wisp accompanying the agent on site joyfully accepted. The Team Humu 3 agents present at the time attempted to restrain it through pleas and temptations such as, "Let's wait just a little longer," but to no avail. Soon after, 5 will-o'-the-wisp entities, having been summoned and arrived rapidly, gathered together while pretending to pack no effect, and then disappeared with the Golden Flower mascot. Noteworthy items. Risk of estimating the whereabouts of the will-o'-the-wisp is low. The gift is currently being analyzed at the Baraigi workshop. Depending on the outcome of this urgent situation, rumors are spreading that the suspended registration of the Golden Flower mascot as a supernatural being may be resumed. Is what I wrote in the draft deleted and then pulled right out of the trash to read Grapesai. Who? I held back a sigh as I saw off the will-o'-the-wisps, who had enjoyed a fantastic vacation at the resort. I'm glad you guys at least had fun. Agent Hejium was looking at me with a dumbfounded expression, and I really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Still, the fortunate thing was that the Flower Golden Resort was a really nice vacation spot for non-human will-o'-the-wisps to stay for a day or two, as long as their routes were well planned. And it's complete. The fact that the talisman in our hands was complete. I looked at the paper torn from the table of contents of the black decimal classification that Agent Bronze was holding. A talisman completed, imbued with miraculous power. The 5 will-o'-the-wisps, who had returned after having a good time at the resort, had generously filled it with power, and it stood blue and stiff. Suggestion, to be kept by 130,666. No can do. This kind of thing is kept in order of seniority, you know. I knew it. He's going to snatch it midway. I gave Agent Choi a nonchalant nod, then checked my thoughts. Let's see. Most of the other Daydream team members are busy with company-related reports right now. Apparently, the dream collector I proposed caused quite a stir within the company due to its performance. Even Ho Yuan wasn't in his seat today, though he did pass on a message before. Mr. Quack Jegging from the research team is dying to get in touch with Mr. Noru. Should I connect you? Come to think of it, I was a bit worried he might have gotten into trouble for telling me Director Cheng's whereabouts. No matter how crazy a researcher he is, it's also beneficial to stay in contact. After some thought, I decided to leave an email address. And then shall we enter that library by ourselves? Negative. No, we will not enter that way. Hanbit Library has too many variables for us to go in by ourselves again. Segwang Metropolitan City itself is like that, to begin with. I don't know how Ho Yuan will react when I inform him of the decision to restore the Disaster Management Bureau agent's talisman. And besides, in the first place, there is a sure way to enter that high school. A method used by both Daydream and the Disaster Management Bureau. Suggestion, use the illegal text file of Under the Black Shadow. The one that is normally used. And so, on the very next new moon, we went asleep with photos from our high school days under our pillows and entered the ghost story. Into the nightmare of the new moon dream, to Sekwang Technical High School. And that one night was enough for all the stories hidden in this school to be revealed. Chapter 286. Ding dong ding dong. I opened my eyes. Where am I? Excuse me, what is this? Familiar murmuring. People suddenly pulled into a ghost story, conversing in confusion and tension. A darkened classroom at night, and then, Allah, you scared me. Is it a doll? A Sekwang Technical High School student sitting motionless in one of the classroom seats. The tragedy about to unfold. Complex emotions rush in, but I can't get lost in them. I look down at my hands. Fortunately, I see human hands. My hands were in the familiar old high school uniform. As expected, since Sekwang Technical High School is also inside the special city, I knew I would be manifested in human form. After days of arduous attempts to make 130,666's sleepless body be judged as asleep, to make it lose consciousness. Finally, I succeeded in waking up in this nightmare school. But I need to move quickly. I immediately opened the front door and ran out into the hallway. Let's go. At the same time, two agents who had rushed out of other classrooms as soon as they came to their senses made eye contact with me. Second floor. We were all on the same floor. Good. This way we can proceed faster. Excuse me, do you know anything? We ran without reacting to people. Agent Choi seemed to be almost gritting his teeth as he ignored them. Agent, when entering, you need to write your name behind the high school foe. I'll take care of that myself. And Agent Choi is really standing here. His neck and hands in the Navy high school uniform are clean without scars, to the point of feeling strangely out of place. But the task is clear. We need to move as much as possible before the students can move, before the game starts. We ran to the stairs. We need to move before the Daydream employees or other agents who entered randomly. To the third floor. And when we were about halfway up the stairs, students, we will now close the automatic curtains and turn on the lights for heating and safety. The lights started to come on. Whoop! Just before darkness rushed in, Agent Bronze took out a flashlight from his chest and secured it to his arm with a cable tie. Agent Choi performs a similar action while watching the third floor. But neither of them turn on their flashlights. Because, thump, I will release the contamination by pressing the heart tattoo. In an instant, the identity of Sekwang Technical High School rushes in, enveloping me. A student wearing an old school uniform. As the transfer student in Class 1-5, who borrowed the uniform from Lee Jiol. At the same time, the agents who were next to me. 1UD3 Ek 1UB3 C4 1UK 57 C1U00 2 C1U0020 1UB4 E4 1UB9 AC 1UK 9 C0 1U003F. Their forms can no longer be found. Now in their place are unpleasant monsters that should not exist, spewing glitches. Only melting pixel errors, things that make an eerie sound like they're tearing your ears out. Intruders. I need to eliminate them right away, reaching out towards those slow and terrible things. Barely. I gently grasp them without attacking. You must not shine the flashlight on me. I grit my teeth. As promised, I grab the errors that are almost as slow as if stopped, and run like crazy to the third floor. Then, flicker. As the lights come on again, the errors look at me. And so I become unable to move. And when I can move again, I was already being carried by the errors. About halfway down the third-floor corridor. That's it. This is it. There's a way to move quickly to the destination without stopping. It's a method of moving without being affected by the lights. The student and the errors need to cooperate. When I stop, the agents move me. When the agents stop, I move them. That way we can move without being attacked. The problem is that whether it's the people who entered or the school students, the moment we're caught, we're definitely suspected. Grapes, it'll be fine. Pardon? From what I hear, it must be chaos there. Us carrying you along won't stand out that much. Anyone would think that much is okay, at least until many citizens die. That was right. And in the same sense, in the beginning, there are too many intruders who appear as errors from the student's perspective, so attention is dispersed. So we have to hurry. Before drawing attention, I dragged the two of them towards the infirmary. While ignoring the dull bursting sounds and shadows of students destroying errors in each classroom lined up along the corridor. And, rattle, I open the infirmary door, then close it. Lee Jiol was not there. The bed in the infirmary, where I had previously transported that classmate, was empty, and the bedding was crumpled as if someone had just gotten up and left. And there was a note left behind. Paper scrap, teacher. As if he had no idea what the memo written in handwriting that looked like it was written by oneself meant. From now on, I have to do this properly. I took a deep breath, then quickly took out an A4 paper from the infirmary and placed it on the floor, starting to write letters. I've arrived. I also checked the window. I can see the backyard. When you're ready, let's go down together. But at the next moment of flickering, grapes, I inhaled at the reply that came back. I can't see anything outside the window. To the eyes of the errors, there is only pitch-black darkness outside the infirmary window. Is it because it's a place not implemented to be visited during game progression? I don't know. What's certain is, it's okay. Wasn't I contaminated, as if prepared for times like this? I can do it alone. The talisman is already complete. I just need to place it in the exact location. Please keep watch. Leaving those words, I reached into Agent Choi's chest pocket 1, who was still looking up, and found the talisman. I was going to sneak it out anyway. I didn't expect to be able to take it out so naturally like this. I quickly opened the window and went down. Rather, it was convenient to move since the errors couldn't come here. The backyard. Unlike just a few days ago, when I came with the wolf leader and the flower bed was withered and dead, it's strangely lush. Like spring or summer. Phew. Without even breathing, I dug up the soil in the backyard and found the glass lantern. But a faint light was coming from the bottom of the broken glass lantern. Is the talisman in an activated state? However, the flickering light looked precarious and seemed about to go out at any moment. A balance that seems to be barely maintained. I sense it. This is almost over. A premonition that this talisman will have exhausted all of its power today. And I don't even want to imagine what might have happened, especially if the state of this school is still somewhat under the talisman's influence. Fortunately, we weren't too late. Relief amidst the tension presses on my chest like pain. Instead of digging it out of the soil, I carefully separated just the bottom to check the torn talisman. Its half-torn shape is still the same, but the pattern was burning blue along each stroke, heating the bottom of the glass lantern, climbing up the lantern and spreading into the soil. The power of the will-o'-the-wisp. Stay calm. With very careful hand movements, I took out the new talisman, and hup, as I pushed the new talisman into the bottom of the lantern and slightly pulled out the torn talisman. Then a blue light flares up from the new talisman. The power of the will-o'-the-wisp flashes as if to drive out all the evil things from this place, as if to hide the place that needs to be protected within itself. Good. I swallowed and flick. The light of the talisman went out. Wait a minute. No. The glass and talisman buried in the soil of the dark backyard are just lying there like trash. A chill runs down my spine. Why? No. I hurriedly tried putting the torn talisman back into the bottom of the lantern, but there was no reaction. As if its effectiveness had already ended. The talisman will activate properly when placed in its original position. Agent Bronze had certainly assured me. But why isn't it working? I frantically dug up more of the soil mound. And after urgently checking the talisman at the bottom of the lantern again, in that moment, my skin crawled. The glass lantern. Scratches. The broken glass lantern had decorations like craftsmanship rising from the bottom, but it was hopelessly scratched and already cracked and broken. If you bring the torn talisman close and look very carefully, you can see. Some of those crack marks connect with the strokes of the talisman. Part of the scratches were deliberately made. Even the scratches on the glass lantern were part of the talisman. Because something was drawn extending from the letters in the paper to the lantern, the talisman was able to exert its power even in a torn state with only half remaining. But as time passed, or someone touched it, the glass lantern also broke and maintained a precarious state. At this moment, all of its power has been exhausted. The protective barrier that had been protecting Sekwang Technical High School from something that the agents would have desperately created. It just disappeared. ITWSRELESED1. The sound from behind. Hide-and-seek is over, the game is over, intruded into the school eat block. Behind, danger, disappear. Die, no, please, no, not a sacrifice, intruded, screams, oh, how sad, eat there, from the darkness it surges, evil things devour. I hurriedly climbed up the window sill. My grip is damp with sweat. Faster, can't block with games anymore, games end. Comes fast, fast. I barely managed to put my foot on the infirmary windowsill and slide inside. With trembling hands, I close the window and immediately try to undo the contamination. I need to undo the contamination and talk to the agents. Why won't it undo? Wait. Why won't it undo? Why can't I escape? Why am I still like this? Trying to escape. Who are you looking for? Who is it? Found you. What? Agent Grapes. I find myself suddenly facing the moving agents. I reflexively looked down at my hands, but I still saw the Sekwang Technical High School uniform. But how can I see the agents normally? How are we facing each other? How is communication posse? No. More importantly, the space is now. The glass lantern. I immediately grabbed the other's shoulders. We need to save the glass lantern. The glass lantern was also part of the talisman. They had carved grooves all the way to there to draw the strokes. Can we save the glass lantern right now? Among the agents who entered, is there anyone who has a lantern? There is. Agent Choi grabbed my shoulders. There is, calm down. Let's go find them right away. They woke up in the same classroom as me. Not much time has passed, so they should still be there. Who? Agent Heejium. Who is Heejium? I froze. Ding dong, dang dong, the graduation ceremony has begun. Teachers are now leaving the auditorium to give penalty points to students who did not attend. We ran out of the infirmary. We run frantically through the blood-soaked corridors. We run down the stairs. And I saw. It's coming down. The lumps of flesh that had covered the 5th floor are undulating and spreading terrifyingly downwards from the upper floors of the staircase. But there is no sign of the talisman. Is there any meaning in us walking now? It feels like everything is already too late, something. Shut up. I gripped my teeth and ran. We eventually ran down to the 2nd floor and followed Agent Choi into a classroom. The classroom where Agent Choi had woken up was. Who? Aya. Students and civilians who had started to recognize each other were screaming and crying, falling into panic in a miserable scene of chaos. And, Agent Choi, the situation is strange, so first call all the agents and create a protection zone. A high school student with a cheerful impression, hair tied tightly. Giving orders right away with blood splattered on her face, I recognized familiar features in that youthful impression. Agent Heejium. And among Agent Heejium's order targets was an unexpected figure. And you try to stop the company people from doing anything rash as much as possible. The black-haired boy in a neat blazer uniform was wearing a lizard mask. Not possible. A section chief. Yes. Why is section chief Lizard here? No, the Daydream field investigation teams would all be attempting to enter, so statistically it's not surprising. But no. Mr. Rowe, dear. Wait, addressing me like that in this situation. Why are you wearing the Sekwang Technical High School uniform? Wait a minute. Wait. That's right. I am a student. But we can communicate normally. That means these intruders are also being recognized as having officially entered the school, not as errors. A chilling realization passes through my body. Originally, the teachers couldn't recognize errors. Now they will be able to see. The period of just having to avoid catching the teacher's eye by attracting too many name tags is over. Anyone can be attacked and die. And I've seen what happens when an outsider who's intruded into the school is killed by a teacher. Namely, deletion. I frantically looked around at the people. Run away. Agent Grapes. No, it would be better to die now. If you die here by a teacher, you'll be deleted from reality. It's not just ending with death, but your existence disappearing. Thud. Thud, 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 thud. Classic 8-bit game music started to descend on my ears in an ominous and steep minor key. But it's unnaturally fast, with something like human giggling mixed in. It's getting closer. It's here. The students, as if by instinct, try to open the lockers to hide or curl up under the desks. The agents ignore my words and take out their equipment to prepare some kind of response while securing their line of sight. I also joined that line of sight looking out the window for now. And I see it. The bizarre thing coming down the stairs. The teacher. The hell I had already seen once before is there. A monster made huge by cramming in all sorts of teacher forms and possessions that were lying on the 5th floor, with limbs and heads, faces that seemed to be screaming protruding all over. But this time, there is an even more horrific difference. The center of that body is split open, with strange light flowing out from inside. As huge ribs split open on both sides, as if to reveal the internal organs, a human upper body with long hair was seated inside. The thing hanging in front of the auditorium door. A battered upper body all crushed down. Congealed paper scraps are exposed in the center flesh of that torso. The other half of the library checkout slip, the other side of the torn talisman. The thing with a chunk of its waist cut out and half its head missing. The already tattered jacket it's wearing is also visible. Even the name written on it. Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. That face. Team leader. I turn to look at Team Huma 1. The faces of the two agents are frozen in shock I've never seen before. And Sister Hong. Agent Hejiam. The last supernatural disaster our team leader went into was like a labyrinth, bizarre, anyway a really strange place. Almost her entire upper body was blown off. I realize what they recognized. The team leader passed the goblin trial, so she had her own customized will-o'-the-wisp lantern. Currently, more than half of the team leader's head and upper body has been replaced by will-o'-the-wisp. Team Huma 1's team leader. Agent Park Honglim, who exists as an elder. Agent Park Honglim's upper body twisted its head to look this way. Originally it was only chest, but I don't think he put his arm inside of Choi's chest, so I added pocket. This was supposed to be in red. For now, bold plus italic is what was supposed to be in red. CRETORS thoughts I love Kim Solium. Hey, since I have been behind on the story because I've been busy fixing up the earlier chapters, for others I decided to catch up at the same time as cleaning up. I'm really sorry that the chapters in between will be unpolished for a while longer, but I really want to catch up with the story. And honestly, I've gotten a bit burned out while fixing chapters. It takes a little less than an hour per chapter, and it can get pretty exhausting. Please understand. Chapter 287. My head, it feels empty. Beyond the classroom's hallway window, there is a monster. That monster is an incarnation of miserable, chilling, gruesome horror, a jumbled mass of all kinds of human bodies, and the gaze of the upper torso lodged in its gaping center is fixed on us. The owner of that gaze. The team leader of Team Huma 1. It is the elder's ruined upper body. Why is he here, 1? As if in answer to that question, I realize. This was Segwang Metropolitan City. The ghost story where the elder lost his upper body was here. Among the agents who had taken leave and unofficially entered Segwang Metropolitan City, team leader Park Hong-rim was one of them, and the one who used his own will-o'-the-wisp to create the talisman. It was the team leader. Perhaps that upper body was intentionally lost. By hastily creating a talisman using Hanbit Library's checkout card and offering his own upper body as the price. The teachers lying on the 5th floor, too. Like some kind of defensive formation, hadn't they performed a ritual to protect the students? But a problem had occurred. The paper talisman and glass lantern buried in the backyard had been damaged. And he had become that. It's a lover no faster. There it is. The shape of corruption. It's getting closer. Students in school uniforms flee down the hallway, only to be crushed to death. An appearance ahead of schedule, not following the game's proper order. As if the form of a horror game could no longer hold back the wicked thing's encroachment. The hallway is covered in flesh and twists. The school loses its form and is devoured. It's coming. It's coming right in. Thwack. I turned my eyes away. In the classroom, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun was killing people. More than half of them were already dead, their necks snapped. Goosebumps rose on my skin reflexively, and then I realized. This was what I had asked for. Before we were killed by that teacher. We have to kill them all to end it. My mind reawakens as if doused with cold water. This is a nightmare. This is a dream. If I die, I wake up. Don't forget. But if I die by that teacher's hand, I'll be erased from reality. No, even the format of that horror game might disappear now. Quickly. Agents. I immediately grabbed the people next to me and whispered. Agent Hee-jeum, I just need the glass lantern. And everyone take a name tag, one each, and quickly commit sway. But at the same time, I realized. These people could never do that. They wouldn't have become agents if they were that kind of people in the first place, and even if they were willing to follow the Disaster Management Bureau's recent policy of prioritizing agents' lives. Grapes-ie. That having seen that, they couldn't possibly do it. Let me ask you a difficult favor. Can you get people out of here? It'll be hard, but please, even just a few. Wait. We'll just watch Bronzy draw the stroke on the glass lantern, and then we'll go. Got it. Elder Sister Hee-jeum. Here. Agent Hee-jeum lifts the glass lantern and places it on the desk. The will-o'-the-wisp that escapes the lantern flickers as if frightened, but soon coils around Agent Hee-jeum's neck and disappears into her embrace. Grapes-ie, hurry, there's no time. I barely managed to hand the broken lantern I'd brought from the backyard to Agent Bronze. How did you get to the backyard? We'll figure that out, just go. And the next moment, there isn't a graduation ceremony. At the hallway window, it's coming at your rates invading gets over the game can stop a teacher. It's pressed right against it, watching us. A human face with half its head blown off. The body of Team Huma One's team leader, just an upper torso, sways as it peers at us through the window. Sister Hong. Who is Sister Hong? Found you. Who is Hee-jeum? Beside me, I could see Agent Hee-jeum's hand tightly gripping her sword. And, whoosh, a will-o'-the-wisp flows out from Agent Hee-jeum's body and envelops the classroom. An acrobatic deception created by shadows and blue light. Why is it still here? Why is it still here? Why isn't it breaking? Why isn't it breaking? Why isn't it breaking? Thump thump. Pacing in front of the classroom, the silhouette of the thing searching for the door in the shadows is visible. Guys, your team leader became an elder and is fine at Pure Hope Hospital. Whatever that thing over there says, it's a supernatural disaster. Got it. I said got it. Yes. And Agent Bronze, gritting his teeth, lowered his gaze to the glass lantern and began to search for a meaningful stroke on the broken glass lantern. But the goblin's play that Agent Hee-jeum had cast was already flickering. It's breaking. It couldn't last long against that thing, which was already accustomed to even more powerful goblin's play. Elder Sister with the Sai sword. The conditions aren't right, I can't use it. Then Agent Hee-jeum urgently speaks to me and Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. It's about to break, wait by the back door, and you two get out and send the people back. The next moment, it broke. Darkness encroaches into the shadows of the goblin's play. Thump thump. Footsteps. Itcha-rachoreno faster faster. The front door opens. Grapesai now. I burst out of the classroom through that door. Thump, the hand of the teacher, with a screaming head attached to it, slams down between the door I had just slipped out of and the monster. You crazy bastard, not that way, the back door. But I shouted as I ran. Teacher, I'm going to proceed with the graduation ceremony. Stop me if you can. Hey, it's certain. They're determined to die. If I leave those agents as they are, they will willingly die, so I have to lure it. I turned and ran. In that time, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun followed me out, tearing off the teacher's hand with unbelievable strength. Crazy. It's not working. The teacher's arm healed as if it had exploded, and in turn, tried to swallow Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun's hand. Like the flesh covering the hallway. That means physical attacks are no longer effective. Damn it. I rummaged through my pocket and threw what my hand found. Something I'd brought just in case. And it's something I got back from the chief in the first place. Something that came out like a reward item when I cleared the graduation ceremony last time. One of the glass beads engraved with helpful ho, like a torn talisman. And the moment the glass bead I threw touched the teacher. Thud. The glass bead bouncing off the teacher glittered faintly blue, casting a shadow from its flesh onto the floor. Through the shadow, the appearance of a normal school hallway seemed to be revealed, but it soon disappeared. But in that gap, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun tore himself free from the teacher's flesh. Runt. Yes. And he followed in the direction I was going. No, don't come this way. But there was no more time to delay, so I just ran upwards like a madman. Thump thump. I have to lure it. I can do it. I've done it once, so I can do it again. Before this school itself is devoured by Segweng Metropolitan City's darkness or Hanbit Library. While it still proceeds in the form of a horror game. The graduation ceremony. If I see the ending, the monster will be temporarily vanquished. Then I can at least buy time to make the talisman. Right, as for setting it up in the backyard, I don't have to do it. I can just ask any other student. I threw a glass bead behind me. Every time it was about to catch up. When it seemed like it wouldn't hit, surprisingly, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun intercepted the bead midair and threw it with unbelievable speed. But in Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun's hand, the bead produced no special effect, merely exerting an insane physical force like an arrow. Why? Because I'm the one who cleared it. But there was no time to dwell on such questions. It's here. The next moment, I barely set foot on the 5th floor. Who? The moment I was about to catch my breath and run in. My body froze in horror. Damn it. The 5th floor. The straight hallway leading to the auditorium already looked like the inside of some creature's intestines. The shape of the talismans that had been on the walls was completely gone. And in each of the empty spots where the talismans had been, densely packed letters were revealed to be engraved. Implementation Day. Found a way to protect the students. One of the supernatural phenomena found at Hanbit Library is set in a school, so let's use it. With this, we should be able to hold out until rescue arrives. The remaining agents in the school were not enough to conduct the ritual, so we received resources from the teachers. We decided to fall asleep. For as long as we can hold out. I barely ran down the hallway. Progress Day 1. It was a success. The problem is, my lower body has disappeared. It seems the rescue protocol from headquarters was activated, and my remaining body was rescued. In the process, the will-o'-the-wisp escaped this place with it. I'm glad it got out. Only a part of my upper body, bound as a price for the ritual protecting the school, remains here. In the end, a crack formed in the center of the talisman. But it should be fine as long as I hold on. Since my upper body is still here. My heart beat unsteadily. Progress Day 12. It's safe, the children are at peace. Progress Day 23. It seems we can hold out for quite a long time. Watching the sleeping people, I find myself falling asleep more often. The words written in a neat hand, continued sporadically like that. Calm and organized language like a management journal was written unfittingly on the contaminated walls, half buried and worn away. But the moment I entered the middle of the fifth-floor hallway, N-O, the letters chain. They found out no. They found the backyard no. Where did they get in? Why a student that kind of thing no in the dark shadow thyrinitsino, the game's progressing the protection is breaking. A messy, jagged scrawl of pain fills one side. All of it remained like a brand, not buried in the flesh. And it suddenly regains its composure. Progress day black. Using in the dark shadow. Until we are all consumed as protective charms. Until the rescue team arrives. Send a signal and hold on. We must. But that was the last of the neat handwriting. Now the letters become more and more twisted, difficult to decipher. The closer I get to the auditorium, the more strange phrases are mixed in. The subject becomes twisted, and it murmurs darkly about how to swallow the school whole, how to release the power of the will-o'-the-wisp that protects the school. Waiting for the right time, the time. And near the entrance of the auditorium, the last wall. EVERYTHINGHSBEDNRESOLVED. A chill ran to the tips of my hair. But I have to move. I have to. Out of breath, I grabbed the auditorium door. What should have been firmly shut was already rusted, its lock crudely torn off, and it hung open limply. I urgently grabbed it and pulled the door open. And I saw. The auditorium had already collapsed. There was no stage, no chairs, no living graduation candidates. Only ruins eroded by bizarre flesh. Mr. Rowe, dear. The graduation ceremony cannot be held. It's already over. Is euthanasia required? I look back at Section Chief Lee Jae-in. At my former superior, who strangely appeared in the form of a boy wearing a lizard mask. Can I escape? Haven't I already missed the timing to escape through death? It arrived at the auditorium. The game's over. I saw what had been called the teacher. The upper body of team leader Park Hong-rim, finally and completely consumed by the wicked thing he had been holding back, mixed with the forms of agents and teachers. Something that could no longer be called contamination. An indescribable supernatural disaster itself. The being from which the framework of the horror game had begun to peel away. Found them all. The piece of torn talisman attached to the upper body's torso was already eroded black, the shape of its strokes unrecognizable. Just then, click, with a sudden cracking sound, a slight recoil occurs in a part of the monster's flesh. A bullet. Grapes. I turned my head. You crazy son of a bitch. Agent Choi, who had chased me all the way to the 5th floor and shot it, with his glass hand cannon, is looking at me. But he doesn't get angry or tell me to run. As if he knows it's already too late. Who are you? The thing that was hit by the bullet didn't even flinch. This isn't my specialty. Agent Choi fired a few more shots, but team leader Park Hong-rim's upper body just turns its head and casually approaches Agent Choi, stomping on the bullets that hit it and fell to the floor. Who is Choi Black? It's not working anymore. I reflexively tried to run toward him, but soon realized my feet wouldn't move. The flesh on the floor had grabbed my feet. No, it hadn't grabbed them. Flesh was growing from my feet, connecting me to the floor. Thump. Something comes out of my eyes and mouth. It pours out. I'm being eaten. In the dark shadow is over. Thump. We won't even become pixel fragments. We'll be completely devoured by that wicked thing that has taken over the school, and it will end. Tinkle. Let's have some fireworks. I raised my head. Once again, from beyond the auditorium, Agent Hee-jeum was using her will-o'-the-wisp. Tinkle. Agent Choi shakes the bell that was attached to the end of his executioner's sword. For a moment, everything stretches out, becoming very long, as if feeling a single instant. Hidden within the shadows of the will-o'-the-wisp and the sound of the bell, we are granted a brief moment of respite. A deception of an instant. Tinkle. Where the will-o'-the-wisp burns. Agent Hee-jeum's empty right sleeve is visible. Agent. Here. The agent who sacrificed her arm for an instant speaks calmly. Bronze is drawing the stroke. Let's think about what we can do, quickly. What we can do. To buy time. The thing that at least worked. I picked up the helpful Ho glass bead that came as a clear reward from my pocket. It only worked for a brief moment, but this. Wait a minute. Using in the dark shadow. Until we are all consumed. Until the rescue team arrives. Send a signal and hold on. If this was a signal for the rescue team. Team leader Park Hong-rim, he believed that rescue was possible. He thought there was a way to reverse the situation. And the fact that he sent a signal. Within that signal, there must be a hint to the rescue method. I looked down at the glass bead again. It definitely had an effect. If this is a hint for the rescue, the proper way to use it is... Agent. I raised my head. This is a glass hand cannon bullet. It was a transparent bead that looked as if it could be loaded into a glass hand cannon. If it were an item for a rescue team agent, there would surely be a most suitable way to use it. A bullet. Agent Choi's expression changed. I immediately threw the remaining glass beads to him, the moment the agent caught the beads and began to load them into the glass hand cannon. The instant was over. A hand with a teacher's face sprouting from it drops down on Agent Choi's head. The agent barely dodges and... Then it's here. He fired the bullet at the auditorium floor. With a crack, the several guardian bullets fired from the hand cannon, as if they were meant to dig into the flesh and embed themselves in the floor, emitting an auspicious light. Lodged in exquisite positions, they connect with each other, changing the space, just as they did in Jisun Village. As per the Hyunwoo team's sealing procedure. First, purification of the ritual space. Drive out the environment where wicked things can easily dwell. The auditorium reveals its form, thanks to the bullets that received the proper purification blessing. The original intact form of this school's auditorium. There are no students, so the graduation ceremony still can't be held, but we can trap that thing as a being within the horror game. In a state where exorcism is effective. But what do we do from now on? The next steps are confinement and sealing. Agent Grapes. I turned my head. A dazzling silver object is given to me in an instant, tracing a parabola. I caught it reflexively. A bladeless sword. Catch. The Sai sword. Agent Heejium's weapon. I'm betting on you being a real agent. Grab it with both hands and hold it as if to write your mind and body. Why? But at the same time, the answer hits me like a blow. The conditions for using the Sai sword. A situation where an evil and wicked thing in the form of a disaster or ghost directly invades. That thing is a wicked thing that has invaded the school. And I am a student of this school right now. Recite the sword chant, repeat after me. Heaven sends down its essence, and earth aids the spirit one. I raise the sword. Unbearable things are being erected. The sun and moon take shape, and the mountains and water form their figures. The thunder and lightning rage on. Endure it. The order of the world. I shall govern within me. My palms feel like they're burning. Something unbearable is scorching both my hands. My index and ring fingers shattered. But I lift it, vanquishing evil as vast as a mountain. I shall cut it down righteously. I shall strike it down. Hit it. Does anyone know the elder's gender? Otherwise, the MTL defaults it to male. Text supposed to come from the right. Chapter 288. I have seen the Sai sword used in an agent's hand only once. It was the sight I witnessed in Agent Heejium's hand when the thing inside the red mascot's mask attacked the resort. The energy of pure yang extending from the sword made the heavens roar, and the demonic power that fell like a thunderbolt pierced and shattered the wicked thing that had invaded. The destruction of the profane. And now that was unfolding within my grasp. A blue thunderbolt. The white power of pure yang, burning with the principles of the world, flared up a vivid blue, soaring as if to pierce the auditorium ceiling, reaching its zenith, and toward the fearsome, profane thing that had invaded the school. It struck down. That divine power. It was so powerful that it burned the corrupt world, and shamefully it burned the corrupt me as well. But I had no time to look at my own hands, now missing 3 fingers. Because the wicked thing was collapsing before my eyes. Thud, 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 thud. They fell one by one. The bodies of the teachers, bizarrely twisted and tangled together into a monstrous form. Those incomplete, partial bodies collapsed onto the auditorium floor, along with Team Leader Park Hong-rim's upper body. Thud. Even the last body part that fell in the center. They all piled up, their eyes gently closed as if peacefully losing consciousness. And then... silence. Thump, I collapsed onto the auditorium floor. White ash from my incinerated fingers and palms stained my hands, which were still gripping the sai sword. My mind and body, overworked by something I couldn't handle, were screaming, but I didn't dare let go of the sword, holding it tight. You did well. Agent Heejium approached. Agent Grapes. A strange, sob-like sound almost bubbled up from my throat, but I held it back. Then, tightening my grip, I offered the sword back to Agent Heejium. No, keep it on you for now. It's not over. It felt like cold water had been thrown on my mind. Right. The auditorium had regained its quiet for a moment. Because the helpful Ho glass bullet was projecting the auditorium's previous appearance, and because I had brought down and neutralized the teacher. But it will probably possess them again. Yes. The sai sword had neutralized the monster in a life-or-death situation, but it hadn't erased the corrupt contamination that was swallowing the school. It was just like at the resort, where the red zone remained even after the red mascot's main body was incinerated by the sai sword. Sekwang Technical High School was still encroached upon by flesh, its atmosphere ominous and bizarre. So we had to proceed quickly. The one remaining procedure. The seal. The atmosphere became urgent again. For Agent Bronze to finish drawing all the strokes on the talisman, Agent Choi. He'll need at least another half-hour. Right, get up, we're going to Agent Bronze. I immediately pushed myself up. My body was off balance as if I'd been hit by a truck. Damn it. Do you require transport? Yes. I'll gladly accept. As I was about to rush after Agent Heejium, carried like a piece of luggage by Section Chief Lizard. I looked back and stopped. Grapes-ai. Just a moment. I asked Section Chief Lizard to take me closer to the pile of the collapsed teachers' bodies. To be precise, to the upper body lying in the center. The torn half of the talisman was still stuck to Team Leader Park Hong-rim's torso. Why? Agent Choi came over to me. After a moment of thought, I took out the other half of the talisman that I had. Is it possible to rejoin this with that talisman? That's the thing that was buried in the backyard, right? Yes. Give it here for a second. Agent Choi performed a simple cleansing motion over the remaining piece of the talisman, then placed it on the team leader's upper body. The torn pieces of the talisman didn't become one, but they were at least positioned to form a single shape. Though the broken glass lantern was gone, the talisman, made using the back of a handbit library book checkout card, had finally taken its complete form. Do you think it will have any effect? Who knows, someone more spiritually gifted than me made it, so I can't say. Agent Choi's eyes, examining the talisman made by Team Leader Park Hong-rim and the bodies on the floor, seemed about to darken in thought, but he soon smiled like his usual self and pushed my back with his hand. Still, it's better to try and regret it. Let's hurry. Yes. And we began to rush out of the auditorium. The school's encroachment was still ongoing. No, it had actually progressed even further. Zahahi. I could see figures in school uniforms writhing, stuck to the walls. Those who had been eaten alive had only their limbs twitching from the floor and walls, like pain sprouting from the school itself. A chill ran down my spine from the horror and misery. Damn it. It was a relief that I was being carried by Section Chief Lee Jahian. It meant my human instincts wouldn't make my feet freeze in place. The agents and I gritted our teeth and moved on. But instead of heading to the classroom on the second floor, the agents made their way down to the first. Agent Bronze is. We left him with the other agents, for now, to a place where we can avoid the contamination as much as possible. Her words stopped. The first floor hallway was already covered in flesh. And on the floor and walls were the traces of humans who seemed to have been swallowed while resisting. Flesh swallowing a glass hand cannon and a snapped rope. And the people who had been swallowed. The protruding limbs of agents. Go Myung-ae. There was no response. The agent's limbs were just stuck in the wall, twitching. For the first time, Agent Hee-jeom stopped in her tracks. Agent, if we use a bullet on the wall, maybe. No, that's not a life sign. They're already dead. Save your bullets, let's move. And Agent Hee-jeom's gaze shifted. Next to the hallway, where the traces of agents being swallowed and killed by the school en masse remained, was the only place on the first floor that hadn't been encroached upon and was still relatively intact. Class 1-4. A sacred rope had been strung up in front of it, delaying the contamination. Even that was half-eaten, but one could at least surmise the desperate struggle the agents had put up. Screech, carefully stepping over the sacred rope in front of the classroom and opening the door, the scene inside came into view. Under a desk in the center, which the flesh had not yet reached, a faint light flickered. Agent Bronze was kneeling on the floor, drawing strokes on the glass lantern. With a utility knife. Sparks flew every time the utility knife added a stroke. Each time, shadows were cast on the artist's face. His temples and the side of his face were wet with what could have been sweat or tears, but his expression was blank with extreme concentration. He didn't even look back at us. His hands were covered in fine, red-lined cuts, perhaps from the strokes slipping due to the unsuitable equipment or from using his own flesh to guide them, but he didn't stop. And standing next to him, a Sekwang High student turned to look at us. Kim Solium. It was Lee Jeol. Hearing the 3 syllables of my name from a ghost story gave me goosebumps for a moment, but that was followed by relief and reassurance. To think he was still alive. Did you get your memory back? Yeah. Check if the teacher has a piece of paper. The classmate held up his hand, showing the words he had written himself, and frowned. I was going to use this to check what the teacher had, but then my memory suddenly came back, and I ran into people. The agents. Yeah, they recognized me, told me to wait a minute, and grabbed me. We stayed in the classroom. They went out into the hallway by themselves, and I haven't heard their voices for a while now. We all knew the reason, so no one mentioned it. We just nodded with grim faces. Lee Jeol gestured toward Agent Bronze with his chin. Anyway, I was asked a favor, that when this person finishes something, there's a place I have to go with him. The backyard. So Agent Bronze recruited him. Because to people who aren't students at this school, the view outside the infirmary window, where the backyard is, appears as just a black void. But wait a minute. You said you recognized the agents. How did you recognize them? On the surface, it would just look like glitches had suddenly turned into students from another school. But if he recognized their title as agents through an item or conversation, it meant he already knew about the status of being an agent of the Disaster Management Bureau. For instance, about team leader Park Hong-rim and the Blue Dragon team agents who stayed behind to protect this school. What you remembered, just how far back does it go? The classmate with dyed hair and piercings answered with a weary expression that didn't suit him. The day the agents came to this school. I remember up to the day this school was ruined. Who? Wait a minute. Agent Choi cut in. He checked on Agent Bronze, who was still drawing strokes. You right, Student Lee Jeol. Can we talk about that time right now? You said the school was ruined. I realized it too. The day the school was ruined. That was the Segwang Metropolitan City Day of Disaster. The day the extinction-class supernatural disaster broke out. A chill ran straight down my spine. When was that? Lee Jeol's mouth slowly opened. It was May, the day right before Children's Day. May 4th. First period was starting when we suddenly got a disaster alert. It said a terror attack happened at City Hall. Segwang Metropolitan City, alert warning issued. Explosion suspected to be a terror attack has occurred near City Hall, presumed to be a biochemical weapon fatal to the human body. Suspected serial explosions. All citizens, please prepare to evacuate according to instructions and do not go outside under any circumstances. Segwang Metropolitan City. Yeah, you think this is Seoul. Agent Hee-jeom, who had reflexively questioned the place name that doesn't exist in the current Republic of Korea, saw her expression pass from confusion to something unusually grim. But my and Agent Choi's expressions must have been even grimmer. The TV channels and WTube were constantly running live emergency bulletins, so no one was paying attention to class. We were all watching that. It showed people running away and buildings collapsing. Then suddenly everything cut off. Soon the internet itself stopped working. Students who had been calling their families found that their calls wouldn't go through at some point. And yet, only the disaster alerts suddenly started coming again. Segweng Metropolitan City. Alert warning canceled, not a terror attack, not a weapon, not an explosion, please be relieved. Come out, 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 come out. He has come. A shiver went down my spine. That's when the first kid started crying in the classroom. The teachers quickly collected all our phones. They cut all the TV cables. The students panicked, but they eventually followed the teacher's instructions, blocked the windows, and gathered near the auditorium. It was because of the story that if it was a biochemical weapon, it would be heavier than air and sink, making the lower floors dangerous. And they told us to close our eyes, cover our ears, and just lie still. Did the teachers do that too? No, they were talking amongst themselves. But they had put on classical music in the fifth-floor hallway, so loud that it was hard for them to talk to each other. And all the high schoolers just listened obediently. They said it was a terror attack. We were getting weird texts, and we thought maybe they could remotely detonate our phones. Of course, there were some bastards who didn't listen. Does that include you by any chance? Lee Jeol, who had been avoiding my gaze, spoke as if confessing. I just didn't cover my ears and tried to listen to what the teachers were talking about. It was suspicious. So what were they talking about? I couldn't hear well, but one of the teachers was trying to leave. He said he had something to check and had to go somewhere else. But he said there was a place to report things like this, and that he had sent a rescue request to the agents to come to the school. I think it was probably the guidance counselor. Some high schools were periodically visited to counsel students. Ho-yuan. That's all, and then. At that moment, tug. We reflexively turned our gazes. Under the desk, Agent Bronze lifted the utility knife blade from the glass lantern. It's complete. All attention was sucked in his direction. The agent carefully lifted the glass lantern. Then he took out the paper talisman made at Lijiang bookstore and fit it properly onto the bottom of the lantern. Blue flames blazed up, following the strokes. Whoosh! The strokes on the paper connected with the strokes on the lantern, and the flames followed. The talisman expanded, connecting. Ahoo! Complete. Following the strokes, the blue light was swallowed into the lantern. Receiving all of our gazes, Agent Bronze stood up from under the desk, holding the lantern with both hands. His face was pale. Are you all right, Agent? Bronze. Agent Bronze's face, as if just noticing us, showed a flash of relief and surprise. The other agents. Let's activate the talisman first, then talk. Agent Bronze registered the state of the Class 1-4 classroom, half covered in flesh, and the silence of the hallway from which no sound could be heard. But he took a deep breath and focused his mind. Yes, where do I need to go? Can we just take this to the backyard and bury it? That's where it was, right? I tried to answer as energetically as possible. Yes, right through the infirmary window. But, found the game over. The backyard has been discovered no. Wait. Grapesai. I don't think we can take it back to the backyard. That location has already been discovered. I added urgently. This seems to be a kind of hide-and-seek. Hide-and-seek? Yes, I saw records that seemed to indicate the talisman was hidden so that the invading wicked thing wouldn't find it. I remembered. The backyard that was invisible to the glitch. The backyard isn't implemented in the game, so maybe that's why they hid it there. My gaze went to Agent Bronze. Agent, theoretically, it's possible. Okay, so we need to find a similar place in this school. A similar place. A place to hide it so the intruder won't find it. If the most suitable place, the backyard, has already been used. I have to think about it differently. If making it completely invisible is impossible, then conversely. What if it could be hidden by the presence of something absurdly powerful? And this school was already a part of it. One of the supernatural phenomena found at Hanbit Library is set in a school, so let's use that. Hanbit Library. Let's go to the library. To the passage that connects to Hanbit Library. Another translation. I visited some high schools regularly to counsel students. Chapter 289. The footsteps heading to the library are fast, frequent, and small. The group, composed of 2 in Sekwang Technical High School uniforms and 4 in the varied uniforms of other high schools, moved with bated breath. Their expressions were desperate and grave, unbelievable for students. They moved, avoiding the flailing limbs and breaths of the victims attached to the walls and floor. And then, the floor. At Agent Bronze's words, everyone's gaze shifted. Look at the floor. The flesh had begun to squirm again. The group's footsteps quickened even more. If there was one fortunate thing, it was that they didn't need to go up. Here, the end of the first floor. Following me, who had stopped in front of the only wooden sliding door, we opened it. The place I had visited with Li Jiol while returning to Hanbit Library. Library. DRRRK. With a short sound, the inside was revealed. It was similar to Hanbit Library in that it was a place filled with books on shelves, but its structure gave it a realistic sense of being inside a school library. And this bookshelf. I immediately found a specific bookshelf. The lone bookshelf next to the window, upon finding the hidden book, would slide back to become a passage leading to another area of Hanbit Library. It's a passage that leads to a supernatural phenomenon where a powerful being exists. However, wait a minute, I don't think it opens on the last day of the month. Transfer student, there's no book. We couldn't open the bookshelf passage. On this day, with the In the Dark Shadow ghost story active, the book that could lead to Hanbit Library was simply not on the shelf. For a moment my heart went cold, but I immediately collected myself. Still, the fact that this school is inside Hanbit Library doesn't change. And neither did the fact that a passage to Hanbit Library existed beyond this bookshelf. It's fine, I answered, hastily drawing an inference in my head. If the passage doesn't appear now, how about this instead? We hide the talisman in the very spot where the passage is supposed to appear. You mean hide it in the part that overlaps with the passage, behind the bookshelf? Yes. That's good. Grapes has great ideas, as expected. All right, agents, let's put some muscle into I. Section Chief, I'd like you to move the bookshelf to the side. Yes. And Section Chief Lee Jahian, without any preparation, immediately lifted the bookshelf and set it aside. Lizard Teacher, still no thoughts of changing jobs. No. What a shame. Though he said it like a joke, the agent's expressions were serious. Agent Bronze urgently looked at the wall revealed by the moved bookshelf. I saw the same thing. A rectangular space with a metallic sheen, identical to the one Ms. Go Young-yoon had hidden me in at Casino Station. That, I think we can put it in the fire hydrant. A fire hydrant, you say? Yes, that would be just rig. But I shut my mouth seeing the agent's expressions. No way. To me, it just looks like a white wall. I do not see a fire hydrant. Damn it. It seems this, too, is an element not implemented in the game, so it's invisible to those who entered in the dark shadow by error. It's fine, just like with the backyard, the person who can see it should do it. I immediately reached out my hand. Give it to me, I'll. Where is it, one? Guys, where are you? I'm back again. The game is over, so why can't I see you? We moved without even breathing. The glass lantern is passed into my hands. I hurriedly clutch it and open the fire hydrant, making a space inside. If there's any dust or soot, you must wipe it away. Dust gets on my hand as I urgently rummage inside the fire hydrant. I could hear the agents moving behind me, seemingly guarding the outside, but I couldn't even think of turning around. I'm coming to find you, it's too late. Quickly, quickly. Now wipe everything on your hands with the cleanest surface you can find, the inside of your sleeve. Hurry, make it clean. The whisper was so quiet it was almost inaudible. I held my breath and brushed the dust from my hands. Thereyoure. An ominously twisted sound. It begins to dominate the school once more. Too late. Agent Bronze places his scarred hand on the glass lantern, consecrating it, and then passes it completely to me. I found you, 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 can't hide again, I'm already inside, the door is already open, I found you. Here you are. I turned around. Outside the library door. There was nothing. The ominous feeling, the flesh covering the school that had begun to pulse again, and the groans of people were all still there. But strangely, the monster isn't there. At that moment, I was tricked, it's not here. Tricked. I untied it, but you tied it again, that's cheating, noits, a new rule, don't push, mellet, go of the door, let go. The voice rings out as if tearing. The school shakes. A vibration echoing from above. Flash. A faint blue light dimly seeps in from outside the window. I can only see the brightness scattering as it comes down from above, but I recognize it. The torn talisman, the light that once came from the symbol guardian character on the back of the library card, where we had attached the other half. Let go. Let go. I let go of the door, it's no. Usai, let go of the door, it's no. Usai, I'm already inside, I am UIAM. Who is Park Honglim? Grape Sai. Team leader Hong is holding it back. A hot hand grips my shoulder. Do it calmly and quickly. I nodded, and after barely wiping the soot from my hand onto my sleeve, I took the consecrated glass lantern and placed it inside the open fire hydrant. I can do this. Hold the talisman and wait for a moment, until there's a reaction. I clench my hand, suppressing my anxiety. Now, the climax, my friend. Braun. Now, once the final procedure is complete, this high school will be preserved, hidden once again within the library. It will become a sort of private collection, you see. As always, the host's unique intonation is pleasantly distinct. But, Braun, wasn't he unable to follow me here? He's been completely silent until now. Suddenly, Mr. Rodeer, oh, Mr. Rodeer, you embarrass this Braun. This isn't the time when I had to rely on a cotton-stuffed body to accompany you on adventures. Much has changed since then. And in such a tense episode, is not the silence of the advisor a necessary element? Haha, you may hold your admiration for the choice of a seasoned host for now. Now. More importantly, my friend. A kind voice. Is there not something you have missed? Something I missed. A chill ran down my spine, and I immediately checked the talisman. It's fine. Then what is it? What did I forget? A hint, excellent. It's hint time. Now shall we recall this bronze words once more? Now, once the final procedure is complete, this high school will be preserved, hidden once again within the library. It will become a sort of private collection, you see. I looked down at my clothes. A Sekwang Technical high school student. This contamination status that, for some reason, won't go away. Wait a minute. In that case, if the ritual with the talisman is completed like this, I will be hidden within Hanbit Library. As a student of this high school. But I stopped myself from opening my mouth. So what am I supposed to do? If I can't remove the contamination anyway, I have to go through with this. It's not like I'm going to die. If I wait until rescue comes. No, even if not, I can look for another way after this is over. I can do it. It's fine. It's fine. And it's lighting up. I saw the strokes of the talisman finally begin to glow inside the fire hydrant. The blue light slowly spreads from the center, completing itself. My heart calms down. Good. If there's no immediate solution, I won't say anything unnecessary. Instead, I spoke to my classmate. With this, the students will be safe, don't worry. Li Jiu looks at me. Are you included in those students? I am. The classmate, who had been looking back and forth between the talisman and me, shook his head. No, you're not. You're not a real transfer student, Kim Solium. My classmate reached out and grabbed the glass lantern inside the fire hydrant. And you're a student from another school who borrowed my uniform. Whoosh. I was abruptly pushed away from the fire hydrant, with his other hand pushing me away at the same time. The light from the glass lantern in the Sekwang Technical High School student's hand continued to glow along the strokes without breaking. Grapes I. Wait, I grabbed my companions and looked back at Lee Jiol. My classmate speaks nonchalantly. I'll consider the uniform returned to me now. It was a lie from the start, after all. He declares. You are not a student of this school. I lowered my head. The Sekwang Technical High School uniform was no longer there. In its place, I saw the familiar uniform of my old school. I hurriedly raised my head again. The fire hydrant on the wall was no longer there. It was now invisible to me, who was no longer a student of this school. And thanks for taking me to the infirmary. Lee Jiol, who had his hand stuck into an invisible part of the wall, grinned at me while wearing his own uniform. See you again. It flared up like a will-o'-the-wisp bursting. Blue flames cover and burn everything. The sound like a twisted game beat disappears, erasing the flesh-covered classrooms and hallways, enveloping the entire school and pulling it into the shadow of the flames. My entire vision is dyed white. I opened my eyes. Light tickles my eyes, and the midday school grounds are reflected in my vision. And I hear an instrumental piece, piano. Chopin's Nocturne. In time with that sweet, slow piano sound, the view of the first-floor hallway appears. Students are lying on the floor, just like the school I visited through Hanbit Library when it wasn't the last day of the month. But there is a crucial difference. They were sound asleep. Daytime. On a day with the warm early May sun shining, quiet greenery casts shadows from outside the windows, illuminating the hallway. Comfortable spots have been prepared. Mattresses used for gym class, blankets, gym clothes, keychain dolls, even slippers. All sorts of soft and nice things can be seen in the spots of the students lying in the hallway. I can see students sleeping, holding hands with friends or wearing comfortable gym clothes. Some are even asleep with earphones in. A nap time enjoyed by all. The spots that had been empty in between are now filled. Students from other schools were lying there. Those who had been devoured by the flesh covering the school, their limbs flailing, those who had become one with the school, had become a part of the high school. But now they were gently accepted into the gaps between the students. My vision moves upward as if someone is showing me. It goes up the stairs, showing the scenery of students sleeping peacefully, and rises to the very top floor, the 5th floor. Students are lying in the hallway in front of the auditorium where the teacher's organ parts had been placed. But I recognize them from their appearances and a few belongings. The metal badges. They're the agents. I recognize Gamyong agent's face, taking a nap in the sunlight in a spot near the auditorium door. My vision goes up. It shows the firmly shut, intact auditorium door. No one is there. Only a broken glass lantern and a talisman with a tear in the middle hang on the doorknob, glittering in the sunlight, as if it has fulfilled its duty. Happy ending 1. The school asleep in the library. Score evaluation. The credits roll. Thank you for playing. The children are once again safely awaiting rescue. Please come find them. Production, Agent Honghwa, Blue Dragon Team. The ghost story of the last day of the month's nightmare. The end of In the Dark Shadow. Read. CR8TRS Thoughts. I love Kim Solium. I wanted to catch up on the story, so I decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and fix it up while I was reading. So some of the coming chapters might already polished when I upload them. Chapter 290. When I next opened my eyes, I was in reality. Mr. Roe dear. My body was no longer that of a student in a school uniform. Its human form was now nothing more than a silhouette outlined by a security team uniform. But my mind still seemed to be at Sekwang Technical High School. Amidst the napping students, in a sunlit hallway, immersed in an indescribably poignant afterglow. But I couldn't remain lost in that sentiment for long. What did you see? Right next to my bed, a pair of menacingly glinting eyes that had been staring at me for who knows how long came into view. Ho Yuan. This was because, in order to fall asleep in the sleepless body of 130,666, I had been placed under a restriction by Ho Yuan at the Fox counseling room to lose consciousness. Didn't you go to Sekwang Technical High School, Mr. Roe dear? My goodness, it seems this fellow waited all night for the news Mr. Roe dear would bring, like a viewer waiting for a rerun of their favorite show. I heard Director Ho's voice, feigning politeness as usual. I'm so very curious. Just what did you intend to do, going to such lengths to get in there? I provided the plain truth. Protecting the school's students from a supernatural disaster. Ho Yuan froze. Result: success. Conclusion of In the Dark Shadow. Contributors: Disaster Management Bureau agents. And Grapes was one of those agents too. Hey. Agent Choi sat up in the adjacent bed. With a wry smile, he took the high school photo he had tucked under his pillow, glanced at the back, and slipped it into his pocket before looking back at us. His hostility toward the other party had subsided. Ho Yuan SSI, I have something I want to ask you. Is your grudge against the Management Bureau because of Segweng Metropolitan City? Because the Management Bureau sealed it off without rescuing people? Agent Bronze, who was sitting up beside him, stiffened. The fact that you're looking for something in Segweng Metropolitan City, isn't it because you used to live there before the lockdown and left something behind? That's what I think. What about you? To be honest, I had made a similar deduction. But more clearly because I had a hint. Confirming the whereabouts of the guidance counselor, presumed, Ho Yuan at the time. Requested student rescue from the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. If the guidance counselor really was him, it meant that Ho Yuan had known about the Disaster Management Bureau from the beginning and had established a considerable relationship of trust with them. Ordinary citizens don't even know the Disaster Management Bureau exists. And Ho Yuan isn't even an ordinary citizen, being something from a ghost story. It became even more certain that he had built a friendly relationship with them well in advance. So if he had a relationship close enough to request a rescue from the Disaster Management Bureau. Question Ho Yuan's past identity. Could it be this? Inference. A cooperative spirit beast of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. The agent's eyes immediately shot to Ho Yuan's face, and... that might be it. Ho Yuan smiled. But all of that has now become something that never happened in the first place, because when Segweng Metropolitan City was sealed, everything there became meaningless. Nothing from that place has any meaning in reality. No. Denial. Pardon. The true nature of the In the Dark Shadow ghost story. A request for student rescue from agents who entered Segweng Metropolitan City to save citizens. So in the end, Ho Yuan's request for rescue had indeed been answered. And the rescue request sent by those agents was also answered. Result of the conclusion. Successful transmission of the rescue request. Students kept safe until rescue becomes possible. Now the students, though trapped within Segweng Metropolitan City, would be napping peacefully, free from the threat of contamination or death. Thanks to the agents of the Disaster Management Bureau. And if they are just rescued. But that rescue will never happen. Because the Disaster Management Bureau decided so, isn't that right? Clap. Ho Yuan's face, as he clapped and exclaimed, was smiling so wide it looked like it would tear. At the hair-raising danger signal, I reflexively sat up in bed and... We'll do it. Pardon. We'll rescue them. Agent Choi, having tossed out the words, began to stretch. We already know, so we have no choice. We have to do it, right, Bronze? We can't just leave the kids there. Agent Bronze just sighed. It was a tacit agreement. When I had asked Ho Yuan if it was irrational to hold individuals in a group responsible, he had said that emotions were inherently irrational. In that case, what did he think about this outcome? Something that could move those very emotions. Result of this exploration. Numerous agents died or went missing after throwing themselves into stopping the catastrophe at Segweng Technical High School. Is that so? Positive. Because of the lockdown, those agents will be treated as if they never existed, I suppose. Was there perhaps a better way? Pardon? I mean another way to stop the extinction-class supernatural disaster in Segweng Metropolitan City. If there had been another way to handle a ghost story that produced hundreds of thousands of presumed deaths in a single day. Agent Bronze. I was momentarily shocked, but then I realized. If there had been, they wouldn't have resorted to such an extreme method as cognitive impairment. He wasn't trying to pick a fight, but was genuinely pondering a topic he had seriously considered. The Management Bureau is not a perfect organization. The best decisions they could make at the time to prevent loss of life couldn't have been absolutely perfect for everyone. But Ho Yuan didn't even blink. So there was no other way, it couldn't be helped. It seems you want to say that the Disaster Management Bureau made a very rational and correct judgment. At the very least, it means that judgment was motivated by the purpose of saving more citizens, not by self-interest. Agent Bronze's eyes darkened. But you... Yes. Bronze. No, I'd very much like to hear what you have to say. So what about this Ho Yuan? Agent Bronze's eyes looked at me, then he clenched his jaw. Aren't you pushing an employee you want to use for your own personal gain into the danger of a supernatural disaster, luring them in without even giving them accurate information? Then his gaze shifted to Agent Choi. You also tried to murder an agent who had nothing to do with your grudge. I suspect this was not your first murder attempt. Do you believe your actions can be justified by the cause of a grudge? Pardon, why should I? There's no such thing as a justified action in this world. It seems you just have to know that choices come with responsibilities, and you have to bear them. Ho Yuan smiled faintly. Likewise, how the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau treated Segweng Metropolitan City. That choice, too, has a price. If it couldn't be helped for the sake of more people, then it's only natural that they should have to bear the grudges of the few who were selected. But the strange glint that used to appear in Ho Yuan's eyes whenever he saw a Disaster Management Bureau agent had largely vanished. And he finished his words softly. I'm grateful to you too, because you made a promise to me, to save the students from Segweng Metropolitan City. Ho Yuan turned to me and smiled. And please do take good care of what I'm looking for as well, Mr. Roe dear. Who? I thought they would hit rock bottom and start throwing punches at each other. It was quite interesting, but this is as far as it goes. So, how about we go find another interesting story now? An interesting story? I'm talking about that small item you entrusted to that public servant. Oh, that? I had been thinking about it anyway. While Ho Yuan left and Agent Bronze checked his belongings, I approached Agent Choi and made a request. Request, check the item. Agent Choi, who had a complicated expression, let out a chuckle and took the item out from his breast pocket. You mean this? The Dream Collector. It was the elite team collector that had come from the merchandise box I had. It was fine in Segweng Metropolitan City, but I didn't know what kind of judgment it would receive while I was in my 130,666 state, so I had entrusted it to someone reliable. And its condition was... A strange hologram-like light swirled around it. The brightness of the liquid, which surpassed even a golden hue, shimmered with a light so brilliant it could almost rival a wish ticket. No score was displayed at the end, but the result was clear. How is it? Estimation, Darkness A, Abyss S. Comparable to the highest grade. It was the most concentrated dream essence I had seen since I joined the Bureau. This is insane. And the reason for this, it seemed to be due to the nature of Segweng Technical High School. The extinction class disaster of Segweng Metropolitan City was the wicked thing that invaded Segweng High, part of the culprit that brought about the day of disaster in Segweng Metropolitan City. I had a feeling they were at least related. Amazing. Agent Choi looked at me. You need this right here. And he willingly handed over the dream solution he had, even though he must have guessed it was no ordinary item at a glance. 130,666's state, grateful. What for, Grapeside, there's no need to thank me. Then he whispered ominously. From now on, if you find out or get anything with that, we're splitting it 50-50. Got it. We're partners in fate, huh? Haha, hey, you think I'm joking. I'm serious. Yes. And now an important task remains. Agent Choi removed the hand that was patting my back. We have to go see the team leader, Grapeside. I briefly looked down at my state within the security team uniform, but eventually nodded. Pure Hope Hospital was still a comfortable and quiet place. Team leader Park Hong-rim's granddaughter wasn't there, but the Guardian's spot looked lived in, as if she visited often. Looks like Yeji went to school, here. We stood quietly around the bed. Suddenly, as I was watching the curtains flutter as the wind blew in from the window. It's Grapes. The warm presence sitting on the bed took my hand and had me sit down. Elder. I could suddenly speak like a person. The powerful force of the will-o'-the-wisp had guided me, who could not sleep, into its dream in a way different from Ho-Yuan. And now I knew another name for this being. Team Leader Honghua. Did Bronzy tell you? You're calling me by a nostalgic nickname. As I thought. That agent who had desperately tried to protect Sekwang Technical High School. The shattered upper body, clutching a torn talisman, belonged to this team leader Park Hong-rim, agent name Honghua. And I had to ask this question. Team leader, do you remember what you did at Sekwang Technical High School? And I do. But I only remember it now because you've spoken of it. Normally, I cannot recall it, even though this is a dream, not reality. That is what it means to be erased from cognition. It is a dreadful ritual. But seeing as you're saying that, Grapes, it seems our method was a success in the end. Did you find the sleeping children? Yes. That's a relief, a true relief. Hearing those joyful words, I knew. She doesn't know. This team leader Park Hong-rim didn't remember everything. She doesn't know what her own upper body, left behind in Sekwang Metropolitan City, went through. About the students dying over and over in the horror game that appeared in their new moon nightmares, and how she, her agents, and the teachers were corrupted by the warding ritual and became one with the monsters. It was a relief. But at the same time, my heart ached for some reason. That Agent Honghua and the Blue Dragon team agents who experienced all of that no longer existed. I remembered how the In the Dark Shadow ghost story I had originally read in the Darkness Exploration record had concluded. Bad Ending 5, the end of the school, confirmed. This ending could only be seen by witnessing the teacher carry out the entire horrific sacrificial graduation ceremony to the very end. Anomalies confirmed, a strange phenomenon where the auditorium melts and swallows the students, glitches appearing on the teacher, confirmation of black which should not have appeared. And a kick-out phenomenon. From the next new moon, all attempts to enter the said supernatural disaster failed. This continued for 6 months, case closed. I had just thought that because too many errors occurred, and because I kept seeing the ending with the error pretending to be a student, the horror game eventually broke down. I thought that was the entirety of this ghost story's hidden truth. A school consumed by a horror game. But that wasn't it. If it had ended as written in the Darkness Exploration record, there could have been no greater tragedy. Because it would mean that the students and agents were all devoured by the supernatural phenomenon, without any truth ever coming to light, with all the effort and sacrifice made by the agent before me turning to nothing. All of it made my heart heavy and cold, but I tried my best not to show it. But your hand has grown cold, Grapesai. It seems it's difficult to rescue the students right now. Yes, the Management Bureau probably can't handle what would happen if they undid the lockdown ritual. But there are many stories in the world, and you never know how things will turn out. Isn't that the way of the world? I feel the elder's hand stroking my head. You've worked so hard, Grapes. You've done your best until now, trying not to take the wrong path, trying to return to the right one. How do you know that? Because you are pondering and doubting on your own. And I also heard that you used the Psi Sword, Grapes. My goodness, you could even take the Goblin trial now. Pardon. Just a joke. Now when you wake up there will be a friend who can help. Keep your spirits up. The next moment, I came to my senses. Back to being the strange being, 130,666, who emits black smoke, standing in the hospital room. I watched as Agent Choi and Agent Bronze, who had come with me, woke up from where they had fallen asleep by the window and near the bed. And I realized they weren't the only agents in the hospital room. You guys, elder sister Heejim. Agent Hegum was looking down at us. She was dressed in a way that showed she had moved in a hurry, likely having visited for the same purpose, but her eyes narrowed pointedly as she looked at us. Your Grapes, right? Well, never mind, your body's reaction is saying it all. Good grief. elder sister, Gamyong, and the others. They haven't woken up, they're sleeping peacefully. I had no idea what to think. Whether I should call it a relief that their existence hadn't been forgotten, because they hadn't been killed by the teacher. Thanks to this, looks like I'll be calling up the people on leave soon. The ones who are hospitalized will have to come in as soon as they're discharged to supplement our manpower, too. Agent Hegum's expression was calm, as if she were used to this, but a hint of bitterness was subtly mixed in. Then she looked at us with sharp eyes. I saw that whole game-like credit roll. Where on earth are they sleeping? You guys look like you know. About that metropolitan city. It seems we have a lot to talk about. It was the appearance of a new exploration member. Chapter 291. An extinction-class supernatural disaster. Segweng Metropolitan City. And a seal that erases it from reality. Agent Hejium listened to our explanation quite calmly. Given the nature of Director Ho's project, I had been deeply conflicted about whether I should tell a management bureau agent the truth, but in the end, I decided it was for the best. It's better to build trust than to get caught in a lie. To a veteran team leader who already had a rough idea of the whole story from the incident at Segweng Technical High School, trying to be evasive would likely lead to a bad outcome. And, if worst comes to worst, we might even be able to get help. In any case, after hearing the whole story, Agent Hejium's eyebrows twitched and she sighed. I see. The Management Bureau made a tremendous decision. Noonim, are you going to report this to the higher-ups? I won't for now. Agent Hejium's expression was complicated, but she stated it firmly. In the first place, it's probably better not to increase the number of people who know about that metropolitan city, if the cognitive erasure is real. Agent. No. Agent Hejium cut him off. For now, just keep that in mind. Contact me when you go to explore that metropolitan city. In case of an emergency, it's better to have at least one place to ask for help. You reckless brats. Noonim. You're their Sionbi, and you're causing trouble with just the kids, you brat. After smacking Agent Choi on the head, Agent Hejium's eyes met Agent Bronze's, who steeled himself as if bracing for impact. She patted him on the head instead. You've been through a lot. And finally, she looked back at me. Agent Grapes. Are you trying to become a person, or were you a person to begin with? Multiple correct answers. At least that's what I hope. Is that so? Agent Hejium grinned. If you have reason, can communicate, and feel compassion, well, you're no different from a person. Above all, you use this thing. Agent Hejium tapped the sword hanging at her waist. Having used it once, the Sai sword no longer looked like just a long, silver sword. It was as if that immense and unbearable demonic power had been etched into my mind, though I can't be sure where my brain is. Come to think of it. Question the state of the hand lost at Segweng High. Well, the Will-o'-the-Wisp is just putting in a little more effort. It seemed that one of Agent Hejium's currently moving hands was being replaced by a Will-o'-the-Wisp. Just like I had been one day. Let's leave it at that, I have a lot to do. The ever-busy Agent Hejium finally stood up from her seat. Call me if you need me. And with that, Agent Hejium left her contact information and departed. It feels like a new team member has been unlocked. It seemed Agent Hejium would likely join us during our exploration of Segweng Metropolitan City. Though it wasn't the time for it, I calmed my slightly fluttering heart. And upon returning to the Fox counseling room, I met the original exploration team member. Mr. Rowe, dear. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun had arrived and was waiting. Since he had accompanied us and provided significant physical help in closing the Segweng High case, I thought he had probably come to talk about that. Section Chief Lizard's purpose for visiting Inference. To share the exploration results. That is not it. The snout of the reptilian alien, which again looked like a white lizard's head, drew a slight arc. Our reward has arrived. If he means our reward. I want to regain a human body. It is possible. That's it. My human form. A short while later, following the ominous instruction, can be influenced. I left the Fox counseling room and went to Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun's company residence. And onto the dining table, Manager Lee Jae-hyun placed an object. This is the item requested as a reward. It was a rectangular packaged box. Egg mood lamp. The product name was written as such, and the image on the front showed the design of a cute, beige, egg-shaped mood lamp. It looked like one of those mid-to-low-priced mood lamps, commonly exchanged, as birthday presents through the Kakao Talk gift page. The kind made of a soft, squishy material in the shape of a cute character or object. But the fact that this was the reward meant it wasn't an ordinary object. An item. A supernatural phenomenon classified as a ghost story, which would return a human form to me. And if it's from the cosmic shopping mall, it's guaranteed not to be fatally dangerous. 130,666's status, grateful. Yes. Question how to use it. You can learn how through the enclosed instruction manual. Do you wish to be informed of the instructions verbally? I'll hold off for now. Yes. I immediately opened the box, took out the manual, placed on top, and read it. Thank you for purchasing the Sunshine Edit Shop's Egg, Successor Egg Mood Lamp series. This series is a mystical product that allows you to watch the growth and birth of life inside the egg through the mood lamp's gentle light and shadow. The resulting creation can also be used independently. Try using the nerves and muscles of the observed life form yourself, and enjoy the cool special effects. Warning, do not, under any circumstances, wake the final product. This. It was a ghost story that wasn't on the wiki. It's the kind I like to read, though. It was the perfect kind of object-based ghost story for killing time at the office. And after reading it, I could grasp what kind of cliché ghost story it was. It's not an egg-shaped mood lamp, but an actual egg from which something is born. And the life that will grow inside this mood lamp egg. The resulting creation can also be used independently. Try using the nerves and muscles of the observed life form yourself. It seems I can use it as my body. The description seems a bit gruesome. But my current state is probably more gruesome. Having survived in this ghost story worldview, I think I can handle this much now. Cough. And as I turned the page to read the next part, I saw a sticker blocking the page's content. It was a kind of quality assurance certificate. Guaranteed authentic by Delusion Home Shopping. The sticker, with its flashy colors and font, contrasted with the manual and stood out immediately. It was a product from that place. Then the effect will surely be dramatic. The products introduced there are often advertised with a focus on dramatic changes or very attractive features. Like the blood bath I bought for Braun, for example. Oh, of course I remember, Mr. Roe dear. It was a friend's first gift, a memorable item indeed. However, yes, for another item introduced on that home shopping program to fall into your hands, Mr. Roe dear. For some reason, I sense a hint of displeasure in Braun's tone. Weren't the two of them on pretty good terms? Aren't they both broadcast-related ghost stories? He even invited a teddy bear from that home shopping channel to the late-night talk show. I'm starting to remember that I, completely contaminated by the talk show, was even involved in casting that teddy bear. Oh, of course, TV shows and advertisements have a mutually beneficial relationship. Of course, even within that, there is a clear hierarchy. Just as a background prop cannot replace the lead actor. So the late-night talk show is the lead, and the commercials are mere background props. Haha, Mir, you have a somewhat rough but witty way with words, my friend. Yes, you are not wrong. Making the viewers anxious for the TV show's next segment, and providing the budget for the show's production. Is that not the essential role of an advertisement? This Braun, as the humble host of the show, is sufficiently grateful for such advertisements with a sincere heart. But recently, that home shopping program has been somewhat forgetting its place. I see. It seems Delusion, home shopping did something to get on the legendary host's bad side. Let's move on for now. If I listen any further, it might lead to something like, would you like to visit the talk show to find out the detailed circumstances? I should probably refrain from buying from that home shopping channel, but for now I'll keep reading this manual. I've been waiting a long time for this. Of course, Mr. Roe dear, I'm looking forward to it as well. Phew. I carefully peeled off the sticker and placed it in an empty space, then read the rest of the hidden manual. Now, the part that actually looked like an instruction manual was beginning. Required items. 2 ml of blood from the life form to be cultured. 3 cm of body hair from the life form to be cultured. 100 ml of saline solution. A body fragment of the life form to be cultured. Question, are there limits on designating the life form? There are not. Do you require the blood and body hair of a life form with specific physical conditions? Well, about that. It feels a bit wrong to arbitrarily culture and use someone else's body, whether they're living or dead. I glanced at the lizard section chief. Come to think of it, why did he look human at Sekwang High? And why did he have black hair? Such questions momentarily crossed my mind, but since I was preoccupied with other concerns, they just passed by. For now, my blood and hair are a bit problematic, aren't they? I wasn't even sure if this stuff would be considered blood and hair. Isn't it more like bodily fluids and byproducts? It's not like I can go find the blood and hair from when I had the body of Kim Solium. When I was human, the thought of storing my blood and hair separately never even occurred to me. Even in a ghost story worldview. No, especially because it's a ghost story worldview, I don't know what would happen if I lost them. Of course, the kind of person who would do such a thing to a perfectly normal person in the first place. There might be one. Quack Jegging. It seems the time has come to pay a visit to the company. Employee. Teb. Inside the transport cage, I made a sign so he would notice. Late at night, in the research team's office, which I visited as inconspicuously as possible with Section Chief Lee Jahian, only Quack Jegging was present, his face flushed red. Haha, how long has it been? Isn't this the first time since you went into the annex last time? That's right. I met Director Cheng there and almost got royally fucked. Come to think of it, it was Quack Jegging who told me Director Cheng was coming. Question. Any retaliatory measures from Director Cheng? You mean me? Ha, I don't know what to do with myself, you worrying about me like this. Well, nothing much has happened. Even if she knew, she'd just let a researcher as dedicated to his work as I am continue working. She's that kind of superior. On Quack Jegging's smiling face was the unique madness of a scientist who was so absorbed in his research that nothing else mattered. If that research hadn't been ghost stories, he might have truly contributed to society, but the problem was that it was, in fact, ghost stories. But the irony of life is that this time, I might get help from that very disposition. Request. Blood and hair of former Field Investigation Team D Assistant Manager Kim Solium. What do you mean? Quack Jegging was about to react nonchalantly, but paused. Poke, because my smoke had poked his own missing pinky finger. Well, we do collect them lightly during the physical examination in the hiring process, strictly for research purposes, you see. In the end, Quack Jegging brought the items from somewhere. Here, these are the samples from Team D. I checked the screwcap vials Quack Jegging held out. Stored in a sample box, they were labeled with dates and names, and contained not only hair and blood, but sometimes even flesh and fingernails. Forget the flesh, where the hell did he get the fingernails? Looking at a piece of Section Chief Lee Jahian's fingernail, I briefly wondered if it was a lizard's nail or not, but in the end, I quickly picked up only what I needed. Team D Kim Solium / hair. Team D Kim Solium blood. All right, now to go back and use the mood lamp. You're going to use it, right? Where, how? Are you going to use it on the darkness for replication, examination, qualification, verification, a curse? I'm really curious. Please let me observe, please. This is burdensome. But Quack Jegging has already made a pinky promise with me, so he can't pull any funny business. In that case, it might be better to proceed with an expert present. Instruction. Until completion. No noise or interruptions. Yes. Condition, permission from Section Chief Lizard. Do you need anything? Yes. I have no idea how he did it, but Quack Jegging somehow reached an agreement with the lizard and ended up following us all the way to the company residence. Instruction, wait without making noise. After telling him to be quiet, I gently took the mood lamp completely out of the box. The soft, squishy, white egg-shaped mood lamp had a slot at the bottom that opened to the inside, and I opened it to fill the mood lamp with the blood and hair. And then, connect the power cord and turn it on. This process must be carried out in darkness or shadow, with no lighting. As instructed, a light flickered on in the mood lamp in the darkness, Just like candling an egg to check if it's fertilized by seeing the blood vessels inside. I could see blood vessels and cells through the lamp's orange glow. And they grew. It was like the growth of a chick, like culturing cells in a lab, and like the birth of an alien life form from an SF movie. The important thing was that the shadow grew larger, intricately displaying nerves, blood vessels, and organs, forming a silhouette inside the mood lamp. Oh, Mr. Roe dear, that appears to be a hand. Look at it clenching and unclenching. It was certainly mystical. Like a biology education video from 100 years in the future played at 10,000x speed, the life inside grew and took shape. A small bipedal life formed the size of the mood lamp. Into an adult. Soon, with a short recorded sound, the mood lamp's light turned green. The completion mark. It's done. I reached out, opened the mood lamp, and poured its contents onto a prepared towel. And then, the mood lamp's opening widened bizarrely, and it spat out a life-sized human. Kim Solium. A body with the same height as my previous self. It really is Kim Solium. My, to think there was a method like this. I managed to take a breath in and out. That thing. Question, evaluation of facial features. Well, he's handsomely featured. Ha ha ha. Surely you weren't unsure of what Kim Solium looked like. No, that's not the problem. So to Quack Jegging, that looks like Kim Solium's head. But you see, what I'm seeing is a little different. It's a lizard head. What was before my eyes was the body of Kim Solium, with the head of a reptilian alien. Lizard. What is going on? Chapter 292. Looking again changes nothing. A human body, to be precise, a body that appears to have the same conditions as when I was originally human, on top of it. Is a lizard head. I creaked my head around to look at the lizard. Arg. Question, reason for the similarity between the mood lamp cultured body and the section chief lizard body. Unknown. I feel like I'm going to explode. Request speculation. Yes, referring to the product's user manual, there is a possibility that a special effect has manifested. Try using the nerves and muscles of the observed life form yourself, and enjoy the cool special effect too. A special effect. Considering the uniqueness of a product made as a gift, it can be speculated that some of the gift giver's characteristics were mixed in to enhance its function as a gift. So, are you saying the biological traits of the gift givers, the alien reptiles, manifested and were gifted along with it? Since gifts are usually part of social exchange, like in a sci-fi movie where they give Earth's creatures as a gift upon contacting aliens. No, even if it's not such a precise metaphor for the situation, it's like how countries exchange local specialties during diplomatic visits. This is truly like a ghost story. In that it gives you something you don't want. Wait, could the genetic information have been mixed? In your senses, what characteristics of this body and section Chief Lee Jahian seem meaningfully similar? That. You get out. I sent Quack Jegging away. Quack Jegging was quite clingy, saying, at least a short interview, no, just a Q&A. But he was eventually kicked out when he realized he couldn't change the situation. He stared at the packaging and manual of the egg mood lamp I had used, as if trying to memorize them. I'm tired. I've only used the mood lamp, but I feel completely drained. With a troubled gaze, I looked at the mood lamp's body, which I had wrapped in a towel. Do you require speculation from other fields? On hold. First, let's get things straight. Right, if I think about it calmly. The conditions aren't wrong. What I wanted was a body that could communicate smoothly with others, be socially active, and live like a human. It has a lizard head, but to other people it will look human, just like Section Chief Lee Jahian. Who? All right. I approached and looked at the body again. Warning, do not, under any circumstances, wake the resulting product. Indeed, it was asleep. A body that was breathing, exuding the overwhelming feeling of a living creature. I realized. It might have been a relief that it was a lizard head. If a person who looked exactly like my old self, Kim Solium, had been lying here like this, I don't know how I would have felt. How to use it. To use the resulting product's nerves and muscles independently. Open the adhesive part of the egg mood lamp. I carefully closed the mood lamp's groove and put it away again. My blood, hair, and saline solution had melted inside it into a strange mucus, but I wasn't supposed to wipe it out. Instead, I peeled off the packaging on the bottom of the mood lamp, revealing a slightly sticky, adhesive surface. Attach the opened mood lamp near the user's spinal cord, where it connects to the brain. Where is that? The brain, based on the melting sensation from last time, it was near my ribs around here, so placing it in this vicinity should work. Even if my organs are all jumbled up, the things that need to be connected should still be connected. The spinal cord must be connected to the brain. Lying down, I opened the security team zipper in that area and attached the mood lamp. Then, after zipping up all the remaining gaps as much as possible. Once the attachment is complete, you may activate the mood lamp. We hope you have a pleasant time using it. I activated the mood lamp. Shaking. My senses are in a daze, a feeling of being sucked through a hose and completely removed. Becoming something flimsy, my consciousness and self are going somewhere. A feeling of moving. Hupe. I made a sound and sat up. I reflexively grabbed the towel that had been covering my body as it was about to fall, and looked around with dizzying vision. Hands. A pair of human hands. My hands. I had woken up in the mood lamp's body. I turned to look. 130,666's body was lying on its side, stiff as if it were taxidermied. The sight of black smoke flowing in and out with its breaths was chillingly bizarre, yet somehow peaceful. And on the flesh near its ribs, a round, egg-like something, the shape of the mood lamp, was attached and blinking. As if reflecting my consciousness. Body swap. I had just experienced a cliché straight out of a horror movie. For a moment, I thought I was about to faint and raised my hands to my eyes, but I'm more okay than I thought. My head is cool. The fear and dread are there, but I don't feel a hot, pounding sensation. As if it's filtering out what doesn't need to be expressed. And that reminded me of a certain being who had been in the same team as me before, and who was watching me in this very space right now. Section Chief. Yes. This body I'm currently using, is it us? The answer came through the silence. Yes. Good heavens. I have now truly become an alien reptile. A part of some intelligent collective that runs the cosmic shopping mall. But you are not connected. Connection could it be? You mean becoming a part of us? Yes. When do we connect? Section Chief Lee Yahyan's pupils look at me. Individuals born from the same colony become us at the moment of hatching. Colony? It's a word that usually means a settlement or a community, but somehow it seems to have a different meaning here. It seems closer to a biological meaning. Like how microorganisms such as mold or bacteria grow to form a single cluster, where the cluster itself is defined as one and spreads, rather than the individuals that make up the group. From the perspective of a primate like a human, it was a bizarre ecology. Then this mood lamp, was it made by us? No. Let me rephrase. Was it, at the very least, made to implement an environment similar to our ecology? Yes. The reptile's eyes scan the mood lamp. The cultivation process of this product matches the method by which we create a new individual's body in a colony. It was likely created with inspiration from a cluster with a similar ecological environment. And a smile touched Section Chief Lee Yahyan's lips. As a reward, we decided to deliver to you an item of a method verified through us. And it becomes certain. These aliens gave me a body that could become a part of them as a reward. If they had anticipated this, it was a chilling favor. A new individual's body, Does that mean Section Chief Lee Yahyan's body was also created through a similar process to be able to blend in among humans? I clenched and unclenched my hand. It did, in fact, meet my demands. I'm the only one who sees a lizard head, right? If so, there should be no problem at all with fitting in naturally among people and communicating. Oh my goodness. Show business, my god, friend, to be of the same kind as that humorless, witless, classless blade grunt. What a terrible choice. How eloquent. If words had form, Section Chief Lee Yahyan would have already been sliced to ribbons. Mr. Rodeer, you've had your fun and seen the result, so how about we head back now? Hold on. Friend, I found the money in 130,666's pocket. I took out a coin and bent it. It bent as if it were a lie. Terrifying physical strength. This is Lee Yahyun Section Chief's physical power. No, that guy can probably bend steel rebar like it's TD Akbaki, so maybe it's not quite that much, but the important thing is that I can use strength comparable to his. Mr. Roe dear, please put on some clothes. Ah, yes. And strangely, I think I can read the lizard's expression better. Come to think of it, I naturally picked up on his friendly expression earlier, too. I think I can even read a strange sense of pride. Then in this state, can I also connect with us? Yes, is it necessary? No, it's fine, but what's the method? I'd appreciate it if you could just explain it in words. Yes. And so I received a detailed explanation on how to connect with us. I can't afford to make a mistake. No matter what, I didn't want to start a new life as an alien reptile, but... Thank you. Yes. I caught my breath as I put on the clothes I borrowed from Section Chief Lee Yahyun. Yes, I can breathe, and I can make a sound with my voice. I can do it. I can eat and I can talk to people. So, Braun, Mr. Roe dear calls for me. There are a few things I'd like to try in this form. I hear the sound of the MC tapping his fingers on a desk and sighing. All right, I shall watch to see if my friend can make a witty judgment even as a part of that blade grunt. I don't know why it turned into me asking for permission, but well. Let's make good use of this body. I thoroughly read the recommendations on the back of the user manual. Resulting product usage recommendations. 1. If used continuously for more than a week, stop use and recharge. 2. Do not forcibly detach the adhered mood lamp. 3. Discontinue use if the mood lamp's adhesion weakens. 4. Be careful not to let the resulting product die during use. Recommended usage period, the life form's lifespan. And, do you require advice? I would be grateful if you would give it. Yes, rest. A living organism must secure rest time for survival and production efficiency. There are a few days of leeway until the next exploration. Be sure to use them for rest. I nodded for now, though I can't just rest unconditionally. But if I could enjoy things I couldn't feel as 130,666, and rest even a little, unrelated to Segwang Metropolitan City. I want to meet people. Yes. That evening, Daydream Headquarters Building. You familiarized yourself with the entire manual, right? Of course. You think I wouldn't have? Instead of glaring at the researcher for stating the obvious, Baek Deoksu smiled and sat down meekly. It wasn't just because of office politics. It was because of the deputy manager sitting across from him, whose eyes were unnaturally clear and sparkling. Lee Seong-hee, the elite team member wearing a dolphin mask, just as she had declared in the Fox counseling room, had been watching him like a hawk for the past few days. Not in the amateurish way of just tailing him. Supervisor Goat, we got another call from Team B. She was specifically requesting him and taking him along. Thanks to her, Baek Deoksu had only heard second-hand rumors that Director Ho's project had brought in an incredibly high-grade dream essence and was unable to subtly leak related information to gain an advantage. Instead, he was tagging along with the elite team, collecting more high-grade dreams with relative ease and racking up points. This is definitely not a favor. He knew. So what? What did it matter? What was important was that he could profit from collecting dream essence anyway. And today was no different. Well then, I'll be in your care. Yep. The research team, having finished their explanation of the darkness they were entering today, left the room, leaving only him and Lee Seong-hee at the table. Deputy manager, is there something you need? Nah. Fuck. Baek Deoksu barely managed to overcome the strange pressure from Lee Seong-hee's eyes with a smile. Though he did break out in a bit of a cold sweat. It was then... Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Thinking that maybe Team A, who was supposed to enter with them, had come here instead of the darkness entry point, Baek Deoksu turned his gaze that way, feeling a little pleased. Yep, come on in. At Lee Seong-hee's permission, the one who opened the door and entered was... Hello. a man wearing the mask of a black feline. The field investigation team has a variety of people in a variety of masks. So, including the branch offices, it wouldn't be that strange if there was still an employee with a mask Baek Deoksu didn't know. He feels familiar somehow. Baek Deoksu reflexively lifted his eye patch to check the silhouette of his halo ever so slightly. Wait a minute. The moment a chill ran down his spine, he heard Lee Seong-hee's voice from beside him. Mascot. The man turned his head to the deputy manager Dolphin and smiled. Hello, Ms. Dolphin. And he greets him as well, looking his way. Hello. You look like you're living the good life, Supervisor Goat. Fuck. It was Kim Solium. What is this? Where did he put his own mask and what was with this one? And he was in the security team until a few days ago. Why did he show up again looking perfectly human? In the midst of that creepy and maddening situation, Deputy Manager Dolphin's eyes lit up with a happy expression as she moved closer to Kim Solium. You can eat now. That's right. Is that what's important? Then should we go get something to eat? I know a really good place, Abalone Bibimbap. Sounds good. Why are you looking at me? It'd be nice if other people came along to eat too. Ooh, sounds great. And Deputy Manager Lee Seong-hee beams. As long as they're nice people. Deputy Manager, we have to leave to enter the darkness now. At Baek Deoksu's words, Deputy Manager Lee Seong-hee clapped her hands as if she'd come to her senses. Then would you like to come with us? What? This darkness is totally safe with the mascot here, and we can go get lunch right after it's over. Shall I? Don't come. Wow, yep. Baek Deoksu screamed internally. From a serial killer to a cat, had there ever been a being who could mess with his mind like this? And here, the source of Baek Deoksu's internal scream. As for Kim Solium's state of mind, I can have a conversation. He was simply satisfied. Having sought out acquaintances who were free at the moment, he had even obtained and put on an item similar to a field investigation team mask through Director Ho. It's essential to enter the company. He couldn't risk walking around with Kim Solium's face, after all. Besides, for information-gathering purposes, I needed an identity that could naturally blend in at Daydream anyway. And so he was going to places he couldn't go in 130,666's body, grasping the situation and feeling a small sense of satisfaction. On top of that, Lee Seong-hee's suggestion had led Kim Solium to form a rather efficient plan. Darkness exploration. I have to see if Dream Weave can be extracted from this body, too. And if it could be extracted, he planned to exchange that Dream Weave for a bonus through Ho Yuan. Even if not, can't I clear darknesses pretty easily now? Since he could use incredible physical strength in this body. Kim Solium felt he had every reason to gladly accept Lee Seong-hee's proposal. Then shall we get going? Sounds good. And so he came to join this darkness exploration team. A safe darkness experience with Deputy Manager Dolphin. A strange sense of déjà vu seemed to flash by, but Kim Solium brushed it aside. And he would come to bear the karma for it. We're here, this is it. A mountain road after sunset. There a pitch-black, cave-like tunnel cut through the mountain. Red background with black text that says, "Stop tunnel accident, no entry." I guess they blocked it off completely because so many people said they saw ghosts and went missing. It's famous among civilians too because there are so many ghost sightings. But it's okay. It's a darkness where all we have to do is walk through there all night telling scary stories. Flashing through his mind was the scene from when he first met Supervisor Dolphin. The crazy ghost story about clapping with the back of one's hands. You just have to ignore whatever comes out, here. Chapter 293. My legs are trembling. I'm looking at a tunnel at the foot of a mountain in the dead of night, a place where entry is forbidden due to numerous disappearances, a place that haunts the internet and people's conversations as a strange rumor. The end of a desolate road. A single streetlight eerily illuminates the meaningless shadows in the pitch-black tunnel where nothing can be seen. Go in there, tell scary stories, and walk all night. Ignore whatever happens and just keep going. No, this is. My senses, which had been dulled to fear while in the state of 130,666, or perhaps numbed from experiencing only large-scale disaster-type ghost stories with backstories in Segweng metropolitan city, spring back to life as if I've been punched in the gut. That's right. I'm a fucking coward. Well, let's head in. Yes. It's been a really long time. This feeling of being dragged to a slaughterhouse. But it was a small mercy that I didn't have to struggle to keep this agitation from showing by breaking into a cold sweat or backing away. The reptilian alien's body was not easily swayed by emotions. Manager Lee Jae-hyun, thank you. It feels like a lie that I was so creeped out by body-switching horror. No, honestly, it probably wouldn't be a huge problem if Deputy Manager Lee Seong-hee found out I was a coward. I don't think she'd despise me and say I should have been shoved into the cleanup team. But the problem is that the other person selected. What is it? You're really lucky. You never miss out on anything fun. I patted Baek Deoksu's shoulder with a grin. Entering a darkness where you get to hear scary stories from the two of us, isn't it fun? Shouldn't you be thanking Deputy Manager Dolphin? You're not going to. Thank you. Yep, not that I did it for your sake or anything. Baek Deoksu's face turned red and blue, but he kept his mouth shut. Good. Let's push him like this so he can't have any other suspicions. That way, even if I happen to collapse or step back, he'll misunderstand and think, that's just another one of his crazy acts to pressure me. Huh? To think I have to do this again. Then let's go in now. Only one person in the group should have a flashlight. I have one, so I'll turn it on. Yes. Trudge, trudge. The three of us walked into the abandoned tunnel. It smells damp and musty. Moss-covered stone and cement, and traces of where electricity was once supplied. The beam from Deputy Manager Lee Seong-hee's flashlight illuminates the inside of the tunnel. Even the ventilation fans are rusted. It seems to have been abandoned for quite some time. It's a ruin, plain and simple. Right. And I'm getting a real-life experience of being one of those people who come to a deserted house or facility for a test of courage, tells scary stories, and then goes missing. Ugh. Deputy Manager Lee Seong-hee with the flashlight is on the left, Baek Deoksu is in the middle, and I'm walking on the far right. I want to beg her to let me hold the flashlight, but I'm holding it in. To make matters worse, I ended up in the spot farthest from the flashlight. Hey, I'd have no other wish if I could just walk in the middle. The right side, where no one was, felt empty. But since I had no good reason to ask to switch places, I endured it and walked on. Well, shall we start with the scary stories? Act natural, act natural. What are the criteria for the scary stories? It seems to be about the level of a ghost story you'd find online, chilling or gruesome. Who? The important thing is to do it all night so we can take our time telling them. They say as long as you don't fall asleep, it's fine to stop and rest while walking. I don't think I have to worry about falling asleep, fainting on the other hand. Then I'll go first. Yes. Trudge, trudge. It's a story about the people who went missing in this tunnel. Oh, yes. Of all the things. According to the rumors, this tunnel was a place with frequent traffic accidents. Our footsteps echo. There's another, newer tunnel nearby. A two-way tunnel with lanes for traffic in both directions, but it seems there were quite a few cars that mistook this place for that tunnel on the mountain road at night and drove the wrong way. The pale light of the flashlight illuminating the dark tunnel. And Deputy Manager Lee Seong-hee's voice, booming and echoing in the tunnel. Isn't it strange? Usually people look at their navigation, so that kind of thing is rare. But strangely, this tunnel in particular had frequent accidents where people mistakenly took the wrong turn. And then one night. Deputy Manager Lee Seong-hee's flashlight moves. A car driving the wrong way by mistake in the mountain fog hit a compact car. Screed crash. It feels like I can hear that sound. Strangely enough, on the road ahead, illuminated by the flashlight, some marks look like they were left by skidding tires. The accident scene was discovered and cleaned up the next morning. It was a hit and run, but the strange thing was only the car was left. There was no one in the car. As if tracing the image in her mind, the flashlight draws a circle on the tunnel road. Not just the driver's seat of the crashed compact car, but all the seats were empty. All that was left was the airbag, the shattered windows, and bloodstains and handprints. A chill runs down my spine. The license plate was also gone, so the identities of the compact car's occupants were only identified much later. It was a family returning from a trip, and after that accident, people started to go missing. Trudge, trudge. My own footsteps, trying to keep up with their unhesitating pace, sound excessively loud. Day or night, if someone entered this road when it was deserted, they would disappear, and the missing people sometimes left a final text message or call record. It was always the same words. Trudge. They'd always say that there was a crashed compact car up ahead, and an occupant was waving their hand from outside the glass window. And that they grab your shoulder. Tab. I almost fell over right then and there. Like this. When I barely managed to turn my head, Deputy Manager Lee Seong-hee, who had reached out and tapped my shoulder, met my eyes and smiled brightly. Of course, it's all just a rumor. Huh? How was it? That was a very situationally appropriate scary story. I almost cried. It was so appropriate that it felt chilling, as if a ghost was following me from behind. I was glad I wasn't holding the flashlight. If I had been, I would have been providing a vibrating lighting effect. I only survived because I already knew the story. Gangneung Tunnel. A ghost story appearing in the Darkness Exploration Record, Daydream Inc. Identification code QTurwD 2076. A 2076m long one-way tunnel located on the mountainside of Black Square City. The word Gangneung is not an official administrative name, but a nickname that stuck as ghost story rumors spread on the internet. Its official name was Black Square Hill Tunnel, but it was closed after a wrong-way hit-and-run accident, and the name is no longer in use. For the accident in the ghost story, refer to the relevant document. Upon entry, an exit will only appear after walking through the tunnel while telling scary stories all night. During this process, one must never turn back and run or act alone. How is this safe in any way, Deputy Manager? Well, of course, for the field investigation team folks for whom nerves of steel are the average, they probably would have thought this was a piece of cake. So the plan is to pull an all-nighter here and then go get food. My mind felt dizzy, but in the end, I listened as Baek Sahyun took the next turn and continued the scary stories. Does it just have to be moderately scary? Well then, it's a story I heard when I was young. And Baek Sahyun's story wasn't as situationally terrifying as Deputy Manager Lee Seong-hee's. It was about a girl who found a cassette player in a country house that strangely played songs with advice that was perfectly suited to her needs. They said it was perfect for knowing when to pick a birthday present for her younger sibling, or when to hide to avoid adults she disliked. The problem was, obviously, that the content started getting weirder. At some point, the song lyrics became more and more chilling or aggressive, and the scared child finally decided to open the player to throw away the tape. The inside of that player had been empty from the start. The end. Oh, but what's so scary about that? It was scary, though. I barely managed to defend it. It's a sufficiently creepy supernatural story, so I think it should be fine. Is that so? I understand. Well then, now it's Lord Cat's turn. Wait a minute. Lord Cat. Yep, your mask is a black cat, isn't it? Yes. No matter how I look at it, the shape of this mask feels more like a larger feline species than a simple cat. But well, it doesn't really matter. As long as it doesn't overlap. I don't even know what mechanism makes this mask show this form in the first place. It's similar to the field investigation team masks. It's a cognitive impairment function, haha. Just like the security team uniform I'm wearing, I suspect it's equipment that Ho Yuwon had been siphoning off and modifying. Anyway, so it's my turn now, who? Oh, let's tell the most thrilling story of anyone here, my friend. Rather than that, let's moderate it so I don't get scared while telling it. Then the story I'll tell is... What the... We stopped walking. In the distance, on the road illuminated by Deputy Manager Lee Seong-hee's flashlight, other figures in suits could be seen. Another field investigation team. 2 people, and one of them was a familiar silhouette. A slender, tall woman with a ponytail. Deputy Manager. It was Deputy Manager Jin Nassal of Elite Team A. I heard you went in first. I didn't expect to run into you like this. Is that so? Deputy Manager Jin Nassal frowned. Join us since you're here. As you can see, we have a problem. And the way she didn't even glance at her companion standing next to her, it seemed she was not pleased with that employee's performance. Familiar? That sharp cutoff was typical of a field investigation elite team. I gave a brief, pitying look to the insect-masked employee who had been accompanying Deputy Manager Jin Nassal. Then the gaze from under the butterfly mask narrowed and looked at me. Who are you? Ah, this person is also an employee from our company, but not from the main office's field investigation team. They're really kind and competent. Is that so? And sharp eyes scan me. Rank? Higher than me. So what is it exactly? I guess something like a team leader. Excuse me. It's true, isn't it? You're in a leader-like role in the project team. The look in her eyes under the mask changed. Director Ho's project team. Yep. I answered as calmly as possible. Team leader is a bit much. Please just call me Kat. I probably haven't been at this company as long as you have, Deputy Manager. Is that so? Yes. Then I'll do that. And Deputy Manager Jin Nassal's gaze left me. I secretly swallowed. It's been a while. I'm getting nervous for no reason. Is it because I remember Deputy Manager Yoon Hage imitating Deputy Manager Jin Nassal to get into the annex? Did she find out about that? No, I don't need to worry about that for now. For the moment, she's met me in a ghost story while I'm wearing a mask, so she doesn't recognize me. Let's just be glad. The number of people has increased. And not just by one but two, this is the best. No, in the first place, why are the employees of this damn company not scared at all, splitting into teams to go in and causing a ruckus? How nice would it have been if we had all filled the maximum capacity and held hands while going in together? Let's go for now. Yep. Jin Nassal stood next to Lee Seong-hee, and the insect-masked employee stood next to me. Thank you, you probably did it because you wanted to get away from Deputy Manager Nabai, but thanks to you, I can finally enjoy being sandwiched. And the scary stories started again. This time, let's start with the Deputy Manager who just joined us. What a pain. But Jin Nassal proceeded without hesitation on matters that were already decided. Some idiot bought a used wooden wardrobe, and anyone who slept near it would get sleep paralysis. Ooh. He called a carpenter to open it up, and there was a strange talisman stuck to the bottom panel of the wardrobe. But the next day, the carpenter was found hanging inside that wardrobe. Alorg. As expected of a field investigation team elite, a gruesome, traditional shamanistic ghost story followed, as if she had experienced it herself. And then the disaster bureau came and made a mess and took the wardrobe. Annoying. Wait, did she actually experience this? End of story. Who? Anyway, the story was finally over. All right, now for the last one, Lord Cat. Yes. And just as I was about to open my mouth to tell the less scary, but probably scary enough to pass story I had finally thought of. Ah, come to think of it. It's not the last one. There's one more person left. What? The person to my right. Lord Cat. There's no one there right now. Huh? You're standing at the far right end of our group, Lord Cat. What about Deputy Manager Nabai's companion? He ran off a while ago. The idiot who came in with me saw something earlier and turned around and fled. That's why I joined you guys. It's a pain in the ass to tell scary stories alone. I couldn't turn my head. But to my right, where it should be empty, I could clearly feel the presence of a person. The sound of someone walking next to me. A shadow. Click. From behind, a headlight shines on me. I can hear the engine sound of a broken-down compact car. Excuse me. Tab tab. The person on my right taped my shoulder and whispered in my ear. There's someone trapped in here. Chapter 294. I walked. There was an accident in the tunnel. I kept walking. It's a white Matex compact car. Someone's waving from inside the driver's side door. Hey, right behind you. Tab tab. A sensation of something continuously tapping my right shoulder. Turn around. A voice whispering in my ear. The presence of something sticking right next to me as I walk through the dark tunnel, matching my steps exactly. Very close. I think it was a hit and run. I kept looking forward. The broken headlights of a white Madex compact car shine from behind. Because of it, a shadow is cast in front of me. Inside that car, whoosh whoosh, the shadow of someone waving. You saw it right, one. Goosebumps rose from my shoulders and my heart pounded. There's something next to me. There's something. Lord Cat, please start a scary story. My heart nearly dropped. Wasn't that just a scary story? They're saying someone's suddenly next to you when there's no one there. Aha, is that so? I barely managed to open my dry mouth and answer. That's right, a scary story. Right. I must never turn around and run or act alone. It's unlikely with this many people, but honestly admitting there's someone next to me and begging for help would be a foolish thing to do. Ignore it. I have to suppress my agitation. I have to ignore it as naturally as possible. To do that, I have to pretend it's a scary story. Then continue the story, there's someone next to you. Huh? Perhaps one of the people who went missing or died in this tunnel is walking on the far right, pretending to be one of us. Next to me. Why'd you say that? Why'd you say that? Why'd you say that? Why'd you say that? Why? The strange presence, the breathing, the voice, the cold breath, the weird smell right next to my face. Ms. Dolphin told us, didn't she, that there was an accident in this tunnel? Oh, she did. What was it? A hit and run where a car driving the wrong way hit a compact car with a family inside. The whole family went missing. Oh, so is one of those family members walking next to you right now, Lord Cat. I wonder. For now, what's certain is, it seems to have attached itself, pretending to be Deputy Manager Nabai's missing companion. He. I barely managed to stop myself from clenching my fists. Cold sweat seemed to be breaking out on my hands and feet, but the cold heart of a reptile suppressed my sweat glands. So what's the end of that story already? When he turned his head, there was no one there. I deliberately turned to look sharply at Baek Deoksu. He flinched. Thank you, thanks to you, I got a little farther from the ghost. Wouldn't that be scary enough? That's lame. Ha, my apologies. If there wasn't something that's been identified as a real ghost attached to my side right now, I could have told a more plausible story. Seriously, why is it doing this to me of all people? If it was going to blend in by pretending to be Deputy Manager Jin Nassal's companion, it would have been so much better if it had just done it to the Deputy Manager herself. That person wouldn't have even batted an eye. Don't tell me even ghosts pick and choose their targets. Did it notice I was a coward and is doing this on purpose? It didn't even go for the person who was left alone, but specifically me. All right, now that we've gone around once, let's start again with me. Just a moment. Yep. I slowly turned my head a little more, and I glanced at the person walking on the complete opposite side of me. The person standing at the far left. Deputy Manager Nabai. What? Earlier you said your companion got scared, ran back and disappeared. So what? Did just the two of you come in? Otherwise, why would I be waiting there for you guys? What a pain. So just the two of you came in, and one person ran away and disappeared. And, as far as I know, you're not supposed to be left alone here. Never turn around and run or act alone. But you were left alone. Not only did you allow that situation, but you didn't use any other methods. You just stood there, waiting for the next people to come in. Yes, because I was waiting for the white Madex compact car. I froze. Because there's definitely a person in the driver's seat over there. They're waving. Hey, look behind you, you can still see it. The white Madex compact car was in an accident. There's a person inside. I hurriedly turned my head to face forward, to avoid looking left or right. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I'd rather not have known. Why did I have to ask? This is just like in a horror movie when someone figures out the serial killer's identity and asks them to their face. No, of course, I had to confirm it to be able to deal with it, but still. Oh, they were both ghosts. Huh? I hear a tusk from the side and the sound of cheerful footsteps. From the spot where assistant manager Jin Na-sol, no, the thing that was imitating the assistant manager had been. I hear the sound of it tapping Deputy Lee Seong-hee's shoulder. A sound that alternates with the someone on my right, tapping my own shoulder. Tap tap. Ta tap. The crashed car is behind us. If you look back, you can see the accident scene. You can learn the tunnel's secret. Can't be helped. Shall the three of us start the stories again then? You can just brush it off like this. Right now, ghosts are attached to both sides of our group, whispering at us to look back, and that's the only reaction. Just how much nerve do these crazy field investigation team people have? You think you can escape like this? No. Let's keep walking. At that moment, the lights in the tunnel came on. Tang ta ta tang. I nearly jumped into the air at the sound, but the others' pace didn't change. Oh, our views cleared up. It's easier to walk. Yeah, well. And they just keep walking. No. Then I'll start the story again. Why did the lights turn on? And in the next moment I realized. You can see the crashed car. At the time of that wrong-way accident, the tunnel would have been in operation, so the lights would have been on. Screech. I hear an engine starting from behind. There was an accident. The broken engine starts, and with a strange roar, the screeching sound of a ruined tire grinds against the asphalt floor. The light from the headlights. It follows me. The light from the broken car casts a shadow in front of us. A strange silhouette to my right. A human-like shape is walking as if it's clapping bizarrely and dancing excitedly. The strange form, reminiscent of an inflatable tube man or a doll with incorrectly assembled joints, moves like crazy. Thump. An arm touches me. Clap, clap. I hear the sound of clapping by my ear. It's scary, it's scar no, endure it. Ah, shall I tell one more tunnel story? It's a rumor about the car that hit the compact car and fled. Oh, please. Come to think of it, there's a story that's strange too. The cars hit head-on, so no matter if the other was a compact car, would the other car really be unscathed? Drrrrrrr screech. Actually, it would be normal for that side to be badly hurt or for the vehicle to be wrecked. But how could there be no trace at all? Maybe. It didn't hit a car, but something else. I swallowed. Looks like there was an accident. The wrecked car is following us, driving slowly down the tunnel road. It seems like it's about to speed up, then hits the brakes. As if it's about to hit us. Screech, a screech. As if it will speed up and run us over at any moment. I'm going crazy. I'm really going crazy. No. But this is all fake. I just have to ignore it and keep telling scary stories. I just have to endure. Drrrrrr screech. So the speculation is that it wasn't a car-on-car traffic accident. In fact, that compact car, maybe it encountered some kind of shamanistic or occult, ominous something inside this tunnel, and something happened to the people in the car. And the disappearances that happened afterward, maybe it's because that ominous something learned the fun of harming people. The compact car's headlights are now right behind us. The back of my neck, my ears, feel like they're stiffening with fear. And, well, that's the speculation anyway. I realized that the presence that had been on my right was gone. The strange weight, sensation, and sound had all vanished. Silence. I looked forward. The bizarre shadow that had been to my right was also gone. Huo. I got through it by not reacting. K-Huff, for the first time I was grateful for my current body, which doesn't show much agitation, and I held back a sigh of relief. I endured that. After that, I was able to react to Deputy Lee Seong-hee's ghost story. Huo. I find that quite persuasive. Right. Yes, there's a superstition that ghosts do the opposite after all. Maybe it wasn't a car driving the wrong way, but something that was going the wrong way in the tunnel in the middle of the night. Correct. Something rushes before my eyes. That thing, full of malice, with limbs attached so bizarrely it seemed to be mimicking a human, moved its abnormally large head and breathed out. It's right in front of my nose. Fuck. I reflexively threw a punch with all my might. KWANG. And a sound that shouldn't have come from a human fist rang out. Clatter, clatter. I turned my head. An old, rusty license plate sent flying by my fist was embedded in the right tunnel wall. Immediately after, the dented license plate fell away, taking a chunk of the wall's concrete with it, revealing what was inside the wall. A stone wrapped in old prayer beads. Looking like a spirit tablet, it was covered in unreadable but sinister Chinese characters, and it boasted an ominous and menacing dignity, as if it had been thoroughly soaked in the blood of some unknown beast and left to dry, a foreboding reddish-brown color. It made one imagine all sorts of gruesome things the moment you saw it, as if someone had secretly put it there during the tunnel's construction to create a seal. Crumble, crumble. It was now stone dust. To be precise, it had been shattered by the impact of the license plate and fell to the floor. The stone, struck by a license plate of immense physical force, had become a handful of stone debris. And thump. It's the exit. A light is visible in the distance. The exit of the tunnel, where the light of dawn is loosely filtering in. An escape route that shouldn't be visible yet. Oh, it's over before the sun's even up. Well, and I finally understood this situation. Physical exorcism. Manager Lee Jae-hyun, just what kind of life have you been living? So you escaped by breaking the tunnel. Yep. Deputy Manager Jin Nassau looks at us with an expression that says, "What is this crazy talk?" For reference, she also spotted the exit around the time we did and was coming out, so we joined up and exited together. In her hand was her unconscious companion. Looks like that employee really did try to run away. As expected, an elite team deputy doesn't just let them go. Who? And my excuse was, I didn't break the tunnel. An anomalous situation occurred where I was suddenly attacked. I suppose my hand was a bit heavy in my response. What kind of crazy line is this? I can't believe it even after saying it myself. I'm saying something a Chunabu author of the Darkness Exploration record would write as dialogue for a security team employee. Maybe I should have just said, yes, like Manager Lee Jae-hyun. But even while receiving Deputy Manager Jin Nassau's suspicious gaze, a fortunate result came out. It's not a completion. It seems it's just an escape. The team that went in after us still hadn't come out. Who? With this, I've avoided being reported for having a suspicious person come in and destroy a darkness supply source. But if this is the case, it means the tunnel really got scared by the spirit tablet being shattered and let us go. Is this what happens when you have enough physical power? It was truly amazing to experience it firsthand. I clenched and unclenched my fist, and for a moment I looked at Baek Deoksu. To be precise, at my face reflected on the surface of the smartphone he was holding. The sleek snout of a black lizard. Who? What is it? Nothing. It's certainly a convenient body. Is this what they meant by it not just being a reward? Our body was powerful. But to put it another way, it also meant I could better gauge the level of power Lee Jae-hyun possessed. He's even stronger than this. If Lee Jae-hyun had hit the wall with all his might like I just did, wouldn't we have been faced with reddish-brown powder without even being able to recognize its shape? No, the tunnel might have collapsed. It seems to be a more specialized entity. Meaning that lizard doesn't exert such powerful strength just because it's one of us. If I'm at this level, what role does Lee Jae-hyun play among us to be that powerful? A sudden question flashed through my mind. And along with it, the thought that I should learn how to properly use my physical strength. I should ask him. Of course, there's a more pressing schedule before that. Then let's go eat now. Then. It was at that moment. Biririk. Assistant Manager Jin Nassau looked at her smartphone, then frowned and looked at us. Stop. Yep. Dolphin Goat Lord Cat. The eyes under the butterfly mask looked at us, as if counting us one by one. It's a summons from Director Ho. He said to bring all three of you. Huh? Why? Huh? The sound of an annoyed Jin Nassau speaking through her irritation is heard. He says it's a project dinner. Read. Chapter 295. Jin Nassau frowned, looking inside from the restaurant door. It was the type of place where you had to take off your shoes to enter. As is common for barbecue restaurants equipped with large private rooms, it was moderately bustling with office workers. In other words, a typical company dinner spot. Director Ho had summoned the employees who had come out of the darkness with chillingly precise timing, but he had at least given them time to rest. Thanks to that, they had caught up on much-needed sleep until lunchtime, before heading to the dinner location designated by Director Ho. And, I can't believe a place like this is open for lunch. They probably focus on selling meal sets. Oh, that guy. Jin Nasal stared at the masked employee conversing with Lee Seong-hee, as if trying to see right through him. Shall we go in? A man wearing a black feline mask. Please make sure to wear your masks at this company dinner. Normally, it would be natural for everyone to take off their masks at a company dinner. But this time, due to a strange rule, everyone was wearing one, so his bare face couldn't be seen. And although this man was consistently using polite, formal language, he spoke in a strangely friendly and gentle manner. Assistant Manager, are the other members of Team A coming as well? Why are you curious about that? It's just that I've never seen the members of Team A during the project. I guess I got curious. I apologize. Even to her. He even bowed his head gently, without getting on her nerves. He was a type of person rarely seen in this company, and what was more surprising was that he didn't seem like a pushover. What kind of person is he? Jin Nasal's sharp instinct, which judged rank and distinguished the strong from the weak, assessed her opponent as if slicing through him. Strong, even without knowing the fact that he had unconventionally cleared a darkness with a fixed escape time. She could feel it from his attitude and presence. And her painfully sensitive senses detected it. Stare 1. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. But before her senses could properly articulate it, they were guided to the reserved room. This is the room. Thank you. And the moment the door opened, several people, upon seeing the man in the cat mask, shot up from their seats or flinched. Their attitude was one of blatant joy and surprise. What the? Isn't that the kind of attitude one should have when seeing the company chairman? What is he doing in this project? Jin Nasal frowned, raising her assessment of the cat-masked man's position even higher. I'm here. The cat-masked man smiled and bowed his head, then naturally approached that table to sit down. Since the two members of Team A happened to be nearby, Jin Nasal also sat at that table. But the majority of the people at the table were faces she'd never seen before. She could clearly recognize about 2 of them. A falcon mask and a lizard mask. It's Lord Cat. Lord Cat, right. Falcon grinned upon seeing the cat mask. Eat a lot and rest well today. I heard from the section chief. Yes. The cat-masked man nodded amicably and took a seat next to section chief Lizard. She felt like those two had a somewhat similar vibe. Assistant Manager Butterfly, you just came from an all-night darkness run, right? Yes. But what did it matter? Jin Nasal joined her team at the table and tried to tune everything out. She was tired and annoyed. Hello, everyone. Only when Director Ho, who had suddenly appeared, began to say something like a toast, did she finally listen attentively, as one ought to for a superior. You've all worked so very hard, everyone. This company dinner was probably arranged after the project team's unbelievable performance was officially reported to the company. Is it true that they can collect B rank or higher Dream Weave without any casualties? It's true, I heard there haven't been any deaths so far. Does anyone have more details? What do I need to prepare if I want to get into Director Ho's project? I'll reward you if you send me a private message. For those in the project, is the point accumulation part still undecided? It was truly a hot potato. Assistant Manager Jin Nasal frowned, recalling the company group chat she had long since muted. Now that the project is on track, I thought it was only right to celebrate. There may be some of you seeing each other for the first time, but you have all been working on the project. Most of the participants were already aware that Director Ho had obsessively prevented the project members from recognizing each other by department. Jin Nasal, too, was seeing the faces of the other members for the first time. In the first place, Ho Yuwon had only used a team as a sort of standby unit. Team of members, you just need to enter the designated darkness when I call for you. Thus, the people sitting diagonally across the table from her now were also people she was seeing for the first time. 2 men. They were in suits, same as the field investigation team, but their masks were different. It would be good for you to greet one another. What's that? A Haho mask one. Feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, Jin Nasal stared at it with a cold gaze. The men in the perpetually smiling masks had been looking at the cat-masked man on the other side. But then, as if sensing her gaze, they looked at Jin Nasal. And a strange aura emanated from them. A sharp hostility, as if looking at prey. But it was soon reined in, and a cheerful voice was heard. Hello, you're the elite team, right? I look forward to working with you, ha ha ha. Instead of accepting the handshake the man offered, Jin Nasal simply gave a curt nod and turned her gaze away. How annoying. She hated encounters where the hierarchy was unclear. But where she turned her gaze, she saw an equally annoying sight. Dolphin, you don't look too happy. Nope, I was gonna go to a great restaurant with Lord Cat, but the director called, so I couldn't and had to come here. Is that so? What kind of restaurant? I don't want to tell you. She's still at it. Is she crazy? She had no idea why that dolphin girl provoked her superiors every single time. We can just go together next time, Dolphin. I'll treat you then. Or it's okay, Lord Cat, I'll treat you. But what was more surprising was the cat-masked man's attitude, placating. Her as if he were used to it. You're really too much. Yep. He treats the director like that. No, it was too natural to be insubordination, and so she instinctively understood. That's no ordinary employee. The strange reactions of the project members, his nonchalant and odd attitude. An equal relationship with Director Ho, someone scouted for the project. A director from another department. In the midst of that, she saw someone else butt into the conversation. Wait a minute, did you say Lord Cat? It was a person wearing a pony mask. Jin Nasal didn't know it, but this money-worshipping employee who had barely recovered from the golden canopic jar contamination at the Fox counseling room, had overheard talk of the company dinner, and with gleaming eyes, had somehow managed to wrangle an invitation. It was a waste to miss out on a free meal. And now, he had met an employee who gave him a good feeling for some reason. Strangely, one who truly reminded him of Lord Cat. Lord Cat, that's a very nice title you're using, isn't it? Ha ha ha, throughout all ages and cultures, cats have a strong connection to elements like gold and wealth. Yes, I see. The man in the cat mask responded gently, conversing with sincerity. But Jin Nasal then saw the water cup in the man's hand get crushed. And then, taking advantage of a moment when no one was looking, she saw him slowly smooth the cup back into shape and returned it to its place. That confirmed it. He's a superior. And he's merely patient, but not a very nice person. Jin Nasal judged coldly. For the record, the truth was, you were he just can't control his strength. Oh, for crying out loud. I silently screamed as I put down the water cup. So far, I'd almost accidentally chewed and swallowed my chopsticks 3 times, and my hair had stood on end about 5 times after almost breaking the table while fixing my leg. No, this is driving me crazy. But, that's right, Lord Cat, try this too, the galbi just melts in your mouth. Thank you. I carefully picked up the piece of galbi that Deputy Manager Yoon Hage placed on my plate and put it in my mouth. Is it good? Yes. It's delicious. The savory and crisp texture of the meat, well cooked over charcoal, and the juices that burst from within, filling my mouth with umami. This is what it means to be human. Though I'm actually a lizard, not a human. Even though there was the unfortunate incident where I almost chewed up my chopsticks. It's hard. It feels like just yesterday that I was marveling at a lizard mukbang of it eating Korean beef, and now I'm the one wearing that lizard's head. You really never know how life will turn out. I gave the water cup I'd accidentally crumpled a quick glance to check if its shape was back to normal, then placed it back on the table. While trying not to break the table, that is. Gulp. Manager Lee Jae-hyun was watching the entire process intently. Wait, come to think of it. Section Chief Lizard. Yes. Could I possibly get some advice on strength control? Yes, think of every object you encounter in daily life as soft tofu. I almost choked. As soft tofu, you say? Yes. Where did he get a metaphor like that? No, never mind. It was very intuitive and easy to understand. Thank you. Yes. And the white lizard head smiled. He seems slightly less scary now. Maybe it's because I see a similar face in the mirror now. In any case, just from what I experienced today in the darkness and at the barbecue restaurant, I had a realization. You must have had a lot of difficulties when you first came here. Yes. Why did you come? Unable to answer. If I were to connect with us, could I get an answer? The lizard's bright red vertical pupils looked at me. In that case, an answer will not be necessary. Let's just eat the meat. Be careful not to eat your chopsticks. Yes. I realize that the chopsticks don't taste bad either. The salty and stimulating iron taste is somehow similar to meat. Is this Manager Lee Jae-hyun's world? I never thought I wanted to know, but let's just think of it as an experience. And I looked around the large room. I could occasionally see the Haho masked agents, who kept looking back at me, and the employees who had entered Sekwang City with me, sitting and eating. But the security team members aren't here. Neither J3 nor Deputy Manager Min Seong, who was in quarantine due to contamination, were here. And instead, unfamiliar people filled more of the seats. They were probably the personnel Ho Yuan used for parts of the project, other than directly entering Sekwang Special City. Like this person, for instance. I haven't seen you before. Are you from the field investigation team? Team A's leader, Mr. Baek Deoksu, 1. He spoke to me from the table diagonally across from mine. The elite team leader in the mallard mask, whom I hadn't seen in a while, still exuded the air of a superior. You seem to be close with Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. We're relatives. Oh my, I see. And it seems he still detests Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. I'd appreciate it if you spoke comfortably to me. Although I'm not in the field investigation team right now, I haven't been working at this company for very long either. If you say so. It really feels like a company dinner. Let's grab a meal together once we get out of here. But the feeling that the meal he mentioned in Sekwang Special City wasn't supposed to be like this left a strange sense of disappointment. The people, too. It even felt like the agents were attending almost solely to dig up information. Oh, my friend, isn't the host what's important for any gathering? A dinner party hosted by a plague, it sounds dreadful just hearing about it. If it's your boss, it's even worse. It's not that bad. I looked at Director Ho, who was sitting at a table far away. It felt like an oblivious boss on a day off, forcing a meal on his employees and then just sitting there. Eat a lot. Thank you. No, that's exactly what it is. I somewhat agree. A wise judgment, my friend. Let's just eat more meat. I enjoyed this reality as much as I could, talking with people, eating food, and fitting in with my newly acquired human body. And after lunch was over, I realized why Ho Yuan had done something like this. You've acquired a convenient body. In commemoration, could you take a look at this? Ho Yuan, who had remained behind with me, handed me a file. It's a list of the employees who were participating in my project. Why are you showing this to me? It's simple. Ho Yuan smiled brightly. I was thinking, when you go on explorations from now on, you could requisition them if needed. You just need to retrieve the dream potion and erase their memories as soon as the exploration is over. This is insane. You could call them a type of day laborer. What do you think? Useful, right? I realized. This is why he held the company dinner today. It was to introduce the candidates for the exploration team, to show who was there and what kind of people they were. So that's why he gathered the people who continuously explore Sekwang Special City. I also realized why he went so far as to call the agents. To make discussions easier. I don't need them for now. I held back a sigh and closed the file. I'll just keep it in mind as an option for now. I don't need it right now. Because my goal for the next entry is clear. First, I'm going back into Midnight Night Station. I kept trying not to forget. Whenever I had a spare moment, I thought about it and replayed it in my head. It's that train G1572, if I just get on that, Right. I'm going to take the train there again. I will find the train Yeonjun mentioned. But at that station in Sekwang Special City, which I re-entered, I encountered a sight I had not expected at all. Originally, if you went up the stairs from the subway platform of Sekwang Special City, a strange phenomenon would appear. Whether it was the Noose Forest, the Body Casino, or the Bizarre Library. The station, devoured by a ghost story, would reveal its form. It was like that at every station in Sekwang Special City. And at this station, Midnight Night Station, the passage to Hanbit Library, originally made of bookshelves, should have been visible at the top of the stairs. The place that held Sekwang Technical High School. But, wait a minute. There was nothing at the top of the stairs. The place where the library should have been had vanished, as if by a lie. Instead, there was just a single note stuck to the wall to the right of the stairs. Closed. Undergoing corner renovation. Renovation. And what was more surprising, Mr. Rodeer, look over there. As my eyes adjusted to the pitch-black darkness that had taken the place of the vanished passage, I realized that its identity was not a simple absence. A whitish form, and a discernible sign. Station office. At the top of the stairs. The complete subway station of Midnight Night Station was spread out before me. From the MTL tool I use it was a gaze, but another MTL said stare, and I thought it fit better. Haho mask, hahodal, is a traditional Korean wooden mask used in the Haho Byolsingut Talnori, a shamanistic ritual dance drama dating from the 12th century. The masks are national treasures, known for their expressive, often hinged jaws, and are used in satirical dramas that comment on social hierarchies. Does anyone know their gender? CRETORS thoughts I love Kim Solium. Not gonna lie, I had a hard time making this somewhat readable. I checked, and the conversation between Solium and Lee Jahian was in the same font and color as the other text, so they spoke it out loud at the table. What more to do to this chapter to make it easier to understand? Oh, and the tool I used to convert the translation from EPUB to PDF was apparently a free trial. I'm fuming, so the text right get a bit choppy, where sentences don't end with a dot and continue on the next passage. I am trying my best to fix it, but it's hard to see while I'm editing, and is only clear when I upload the chapter. Chapter 296. The personnel to re-enter Sekwang Metropolitan City were assembled very easily. I wanna go. This was because everyone from Daydream, having finished their reports on the project, said they were ready to re-enter Sekwang Metropolitan City. It was surprising that Baek Sahian was among them, though. You said you'd give us more points. Earning high-grade points without the risk of dying is certainly attractive. He also finished all those tedious project reports. We can go with you. Yes. Manager Lee Jahian and Deputy Manager Yoon Hage also affirmed. However, let's leave Minseong to recover a bit more. Oh yes. Of course, we would be happy to see Deputy Manager Minseong looking well in Sekwang Metropolitan City. But he himself would probably be afraid of returning to a state where he couldn't regain his consciousness in reality. It also seemed better for the security chief's peace of mind to enter after we had passed the Hanbit Library section. Finally, the agents will probably have a hard time for a while because of work. That's what I thought. Grapesai tilde just a moment. I want to check the state of Sekwang Technical High School. I received a strong expression of intent to participate, even if it was just for half a day on their day off. You're going in right away, But it seemed Agent Choi had other plans. I guessed it was because of the incident where several agents fell into a complete sleep during the Sekwang Technical High School affair. It seems like he has to go around meeting the agents on leave, like Agent Hejiam. In any case, his own intention was firm. Yigwin will go, got it. I'm counting on you, Yigwin. And so the personnel present here are as follows. Manager Lee Jahian. Deputy Manager Yoon Hage. Deputy Manager Lee Seong-hee. Supervisor Baek Sahian. Agent Bronze. And me. 6 people. The same number of people as when we first entered Sekwang Metropolitan City. Anyway, before waiting for the train, we were planning to briefly enter Hanbit Library to check on the state of Sekwang Technical High School. However, it's gone. Where Hanbit Library had been, a subway station now continued on as normal. In a state of complete darkness, without a single light source. What is this now? What's the reason for? Closed for renovations. Corner under reorganization. Corner under reorganization. Don't tell me. Did Sekwang Technical High School become a private corner and go under reorganization? I reflexively looked back at Agent Bronze. The agent nodded his head. It seems that as the library suspended its operations, the original station revealed itself in its place. Then shall we check it out? Everyone agreed. And so we first shone our flashlights ahead. It's a real station facility. There were no bizarre structures or items there. It was truly a subway station with the lights off. Walls made of tile, thick pillars, a gray floor, safety signs, and ticket gates. Well, there are no particular danger signals. Baek Sahian, who had lifted his eye patch, muttered sullenly. This feels just like a state where the darkness has ended. It was just as the deputy manager said. Even when we shone our flashlights, there was no reaction, and the inside of the station was very quiet. Then I'll proceed slowly. Yes. Slowly, without a sound, we entered. Drip. The sound of water dripping came from somewhere. It seems to be damp. The person in charge of this place must not have managed the space properly. Or they're in a situation where they can no longer manage it. The more we went in and confirmed the state of the station's interior, the more we realized. It was a ruin. It's been abandoned for years. Rust and black mold bloomed on the floors and in the corners, and the tiles and mirrors on the walls were broken or cracked. And the trash? Traces that people had lived inside here for a while. Cans, blankets, plastic bags, used tissues. Was this used by people who evacuated? I think so. The station was brutally realistic, as if its supernatural aspects had vanished, revealing the appearance of a station abandoned after a disaster. Do other stations also become like this when the ghost stories occupying them are concluded? I couldn't be sure. For one, Hanbit Library wasn't concluded, just closed. But just seeing the raw, non-ghost story side of this Sekwang metropolitan city felt strange. And, look over there. We checked the nearest exit, exit 1. The shutter was down. And that shutter, Lahi. It was blocked with dried blood, filth, and all sorts of junk and heavy objects. Traces of people desperately trying to block the outside. It's a trace I also saw at Sekwang Station. The state of the station on the opposite side of the tracks. I think we could get outside if we cleared it. Don't. Yes, sir, team leader. We looked around the place like that. The convenience store had already been completely looted, and the few remaining fresh products were rotting with an unpleasant smell. The decorative exhibits in the station were black, covered in a layer of dust. All the machines were already dark, heavy dead space with not even a bug or a mouse. There, that's exit 4. The only thing that felt out of place was this. Sekwang Tech graduation ceremony. To exit 4, right arrow. The exit on the sign that had been attached to the platform. Exit 4, which originally seemed to lead to Sekwang Technical High School, was blocked with a wooden board, as if that place alone was being isolated and protected. Doesn't this look just like the back of that library bookshelf? Yes. What was more surprising was that the wooden board was filled with colorful sticky notes. First year class 7 fighting. Friends who just sleep whenever they're sleepy. I don't usually like classical music, but this is nice to listen to. It's calming. Sleeping soundly. Gotta go smash some TDOC Twisun when I wake up. Memos that seem to have been left by students. The playful words were like yearbook quotes or a rolling paper. Agent Bronze's eyes, which had been looking them over, stopped at one neat memo. Thank goodness everyone is safe. It's Agent Gamyong's handwriting. It really was a relief. And my eyes, too, stopped in a corner. Let's see each other when you wake up. A memo made from a torn piece of A4 paper taped up. On it was a handwriting I knew well. The handwriting I had seen when I borrowed the school uniform from the infirmary. Ro, should we collect the sticky notes? I think it would be better to leave them, just in case. All right. We left the singularly colorful and clean exit 4 behind us and continued our search. Not even a single rat. Oh, it feels like a ghost is about to pop out. But we couldn't find anything else out of the ordinary. and the flashlight beams eventually headed back to the platform stairs where we had started. Is that the last place? The sign that was there. Station office. The station office's translucent reinforced glass door was locked with a padlock. Of course, our current party included a lizard who could rip off not just the padlock, but the entire door. I'm breaking it. Snap. Manager Lee Jae-hyun tore the shackle of the padlock in half. And the moment the station office door was finally opened. Whipping her body back, Deputy Manager Yoon Hage whispered. There's a person. To be precise, it was a person's corpse. Inside the dark station office. A station employee's corpse was frozen stiff on the desk. My body nearly jumped. The glass on the desk is completely covered in blood. It seems whoever made this mess had no intention of cleaning up. This is crazy. I suppressed the goosebumps crawling up my body, entered the station office, and approached the corpse. Why is there a dead person only here? The station office was cleaner and more intact than the outside, which made the corpse's grotesqueness stand out even more. The corpse's slumped body, revealed in the flashlight beam, was completely covered in dried bloodstains on its lower half. It seemed there had been massive bleeding from the neck. In the dead person's left hand was a shard of a mirror. Did he slit his own throat? But why? There was only one way to find out. I gritted my teeth, reached out and grabbed the corpse. Be careful. Then, together with Agent Bronze, I flipped it over. The blood-soaked corpse, its eyes wide open, stared at the ceiling. It seems he did slit his throat. But it's strange. I don't know how the padlock could have remained perfectly intact. She had a point. The people who evacuated here just happened to leave the padlock station office untouched. And this person went to the trouble of padlocking it, only to slit his own throat. It's strange. And in this world, strange things are usually related to ghost stories. I looked at the corpse's blood-soaked upper body, especially the neck that had been slit with the mirror shard. There might be something in the part covered by blood. Seriously? Fortunately or unfortunately, the corpse was more dried out than rotten, so there were no maggots or anything of the sort. And there was something. A single line not stained with blood was revealed. This is a string. Are you trying to check the wound? No, there's something there. It looks like a string. One moment. Agent Bronze muttered something, as if to ward off any potential impurity, then grabbed the line near the neck wound. Caked blood powder fell off, and something dropped down along the string. The thing that had been hanging on its chest. ID card. Name Black. Segwang Transit Corporation. It was a station employee's ID card. The name in the center was stuck with blood and wasn't clearly visible, but it was certain. This might be useful. An employee ID card is usually a pass. We're constantly moving through stations, so a station employee's ID has a high probability of being used as a gimmick. I'm taking it out. Yes. I carefully reached out and pulled the ID card off the corpse's body. In the process, a chunk of dried blood on the ID card fell off into the air with a thump. ID card. Name Black. Segwang Transit Corporation. Wait. I held up the ID card and scraped the name part. Through a piece of tissue, dark red blood powder pattered down. A single, undamaged letter of the name revealed itself. ID card. Named Hyowon. Segwang Transit Corporation. The name of my colleague. And the name of a cheerful research institute employee. Wait a minute. Oh, what an unexpected encounter. Agent Grapes. Please wait a moment. I searched the desk where the corpse had been lying. It looked like an ordinary station office, and the office supplies and documents that came out were all things you would expect to find in a subway station. But just one thing. A map. It was a drawing placed under the desk glass, a 3D blueprint showing the entire station. On that blueprint, a stamp-like mark in red was placed on one location. The head of a rabbit doll. A toy. Cheerful Research Institute. I lifted my head. I think I know this mark. An escape hint. Perhaps. And I checked the location of the mark on the blueprint. It's the platform opposite to where we woke up. It might be dangerous, so for now, just I will. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. Yes, sir. After looking around the station office one more time, I left with the others. The ID card in my hand. However, wait a minute. Yes. Just before leaving the station office, I grabbed Baek Sahian's shoulder. What did you take? When the others had swarmed around the corpse, Baek Sahian had gone alone to the side of the sofa in the station office. And, there's something in your pocket. So what, you took the ID card too? Right, and I showed it to everyone. What did you take? Baek Sahian rolled his eyes, and then took something out of his pocket. A round pouch. It was a cat-shaped coin purse. It was in the lost and found box. Person who lost a cat coin purse, please go to the station office. The lost and found note that had been stuck to the platform wall. This bastard had remembered that, and tried to find it as soon as he saw the station office. No. Then at least share the information. If some strange phenomenon happens because you took that, we'll all have to deal with it. Of course, he probably didn't because he didn't want to give it to others. I looked at Baek Sahian with an incredulous expression, and for a moment he flinched and pulled back. No matter how I look at it, this is the reaction of someone who thinks he's about to get his ass kicked by me. Right, this bastard saw me performing physical exorcism. You're free to take things, but if it becomes like the casino incident, I think it would be really difficult and sad. You understand, right? Pat. I walked over, patted his back, and said, from now on, whatever you take, don't hide it. Baek Sahian nodded. Agent Grapes, he's not the type to listen just because you say that. No, it's fine. Goat will understand too. He's my colleague. I said with a smile. Right, Goat. Right. Baek Sahian forces a smile. Thank you, reptilian aliens. To think a conversation could go this smoothly. Now I can apply pressure while still talking nicely. Thank you. Yes. I gave a nod to manager Lee Jahian, and then came out of the station office again. The surging tension seems to have subsided a bit, thanks to that. Let's go. We crossed the gloomy, abandoned station again, and headed to the opposite side. To get to the platform on the other side. As we went down to the platform, the bright light of the lamps, as if operating normally again, coldly illuminated the tracks and passageway. And across the tracks, we could see the platform where we had woken up. The feeling is similar. But it looks like trains don't come to this side. That was true. Unlike the opposite platform, where announcements of approaching trains could be heard intermittently, this side was filled with an unnaturally deep silence. At Segwang Station, the area above the stairs had completely collapsed. I had a bad feeling. Feeling as if we had entered a place we shouldn't have, we kept walking. Searching for the place marked on the map. And soon we arrived. Black. A steel door with a wiped-out nameplate. It seems to be a communication or machine room for the subway station. Right, I think I've seen employees going in and out of the doors like this on the platform. In that case, this should open it. I held the station employee's ID I had acquired up to the number pad next to the steel door. Then, beep boop bip. The lock was released. I carefully grabbed the door and opened it. The smell of something burnt stung my nose. What is it? A pitch-black interior revealed itself. Beyond the steel door was almost immediately a wall. But if you stepped in slightly and looked to the side. A hallway. That's right. Black water pooled on the completely burnt walls and floor, and offices were visible on both sides, along with soot-stained, illegible door plates. What is this? But this structure was extremely familiar to me. Cheerful Research Institute. The Cheerful Research Institute projected into the ghost story in the Daydream Underground Annex. Goosebumps rose on my back. It was here, the subway station of Segwang Metropolitan City. The Cheerful Research Institute was originally here. Chapter 297. I remember. The basement of Daydream Inc.'s main building where the past of the Cheerful Research Institute was stacked layer by layer. The shadows and corpses of the researchers who died in the burning institute I saw there. The moment Ho Yuan and I escaped from the institute's office, engulfed in flames dozens of floors underground, as I shuddered wondering what on earth had happened to cause the fire. So it was true that the Cheerful Research Institute was underground, though I never imagined that basement would be part of the subway facilities. I looked again at the Cheerful Research Institute office, spread out inside the machine room on the outer line platform of Midnight Station. Could this also be a projected ghost story? Agent, do you happen to feel any sort of corrupt energy? As of now, no. I looked back at Baek Deoksu, but he, who had been furtively lifting his blindfold to look inside, also shook his head in a hurry. It's not a ghost story, but a real place. And it seemed no one else in the group recognized where this was. But I realized, no one here has been to the Daydream basement, since it was a place mainly entered by the security team. Noruya, do you want to go in and look around? I slowly nodded my head. I think I know this place. But this place was completely burned down in a fire, so it would be dangerous for too many people to enter at once. Me and... Can I go? Deputy Lee Seong-hee shot her hand up. I would be grateful. And so Deputy Manager Lee Seong-hee and I entered the burnt-out hallway. Splash! The black water pooled below clung to the soles of my dress shoes before dripping off. Mr. Roe dear, how do you happen to know this place? I hesitated slightly, but in the end I told her the truth. Since I was now a member of Ho Yuan's project, not sharing seemed like a deception. It was in the Daydream basement, and I explained as concisely and quickly as possible that the Cheerful Research Institute seemed to be the origin of Daydream's dream essence technology, and that the past, from some kind of accident that caused the institute to burn down and disappear, had been made into a darkness and bound in the Daydream basement. Oh, Deputy Lee Seong-hee, who seemed to be lost in thought, had this as her first reaction. So you're saying the wish ticket was originally developed at the Cheerful Research Institute? That I'm not sure. I recalled the prototype device in the dream incubation room I had discovered. The potion manufacturing buttons marked with emoticons, and the empty spot where the bottom-most button was missing. I confirmed the original versions of the other potions, but I couldn't find one for the wish ticket. After walking down the burnt-out corridor in silence for a moment, Deputy Lee Seong-hee spoke again. To be honest, there are times when the wish ticket feels a bit strange. In what way? If something like that exists, why don't the company executives take it? From what I've heard in the case of employees, only full-time staff can take it. I recalled Ho Yuan, his eyes gleaming. If he could have entered Sekwang's special city with a wish ticket, he would have done so long ago. If he could have secretly drunk it and seen its effects, he would have already. Deputy Lee Seong-hee shook her head. That's strange, too. It doesn't seem to be for sale, either. Then there's no reason to produce it, is there? She's right. Something doesn't add up. The wish ticket clearly requires an incredibly high concentration of dream essence, and to anyone, it's the quintessence of the Daydream potion series. The core of Daydream. It's emphasized when you join the company and internally as well. It's structured to feel like a sort of final goal for any company affiliate. Of course, this is the world of the Darkness Exploration Record Wiki, and in that world, the employees' ghost story explorations are the most important thing, so the wish ticket was made the driving force for that exploration. A potion that grants any wish. Isn't it perfect for appearing in a ghost story? But if you think about it realistically, why does the company produce wish tickets? Why produce something that requires so much dream essence? Something that even the executives and high-ranking officials can't take themselves, and sell it in the employee welfare mall. To say it's produced only as bait and for employee productivity, it seems too much like a core item. Who's buying it? Come to think of it, regarding sales routes for the wish ticket outside of the employee point-based welfare mall, nothing is known. Perhaps. Could it be that someone, a suitable person using the wish ticket is the goal of this company itself? For example, what if they're screening for people suitable to use the wish ticket through the hiring exam? Oh, Deputy Lee Seong-hee clapped her hands together. I hadn't thought that far, but that seems plausible. Who? Could it be for a bad reason? Pardon? Like if this kind of person uses a wish ticket, it actually accelerates environmental pollution, something like that. I don't think it would be environmental pollution, but I also don't think our company would pursue such an ethically righteous goal. I realize as I speak. It would probably be in a direction that benefits the higher-ups who run this company. Someone using a wish ticket. That someone has a wish they desperately want to grant, is friendly enough with ghost stories to survive numerous darkness explorations, and... With those words, Deputy Lee Seong-hee concluded the conversation. Her green pupils glint briefly in the flashlight beam, before being buried in the darkness. A new idea, Mr. Rowe, dear. Let's make a good note of it. It might come in handy someday. Right. With a complicated feeling, I took another step down the corridor. I looked around, checking the doors. Kriek. Some opened and some didn't. But for the ones that didn't open, I could peer inside through the windows shattered by the heat. The flashlight beam once again illuminated a place with no light source, and I suppressed a groan. It was all completely charred black. Where was the place with the dream incubators? Recalling the cheerful Research Institute corridor in the basement I had come to with Ho-Yuan in the past, I headed for that office. But the moment I opened the door, there were no dream incubators there. The only shapes left in the completely burnt-out office were, strangely, a single desk and a single chair placed in the center, and one computer. It's a completely different layout. And so I realize. What is it that you realize, my friend? This is a different place. The cheerful Research Institute I saw in the basement of the Daydream main building was arranged in stacks according to the time period. Basement floors 1019, the office during lunchtime. Basement floors 2029, the office at midnight. I was seeing different time periods of a certain floor of the cheerful Research Institute. The further down I went, the more dynamic the time period became. Until finally, dozens of floors below, I faced the cheerful Research Institute on a certain day when it was engulfed in flames. But the office itself here is different from the one in the main building's basement. This isn't a difference in time. But the structure of the corridor and the offices is exactly the same. Oh, in that case, do you have a good deduction as to what kind of place this might be, Mr. Rowe, dear? I'm going to step out for a moment. I stepped out of the office door and headed for the end of the corridor, and I faced it. It's there. The door of a burnt-out elevator. It doesn't seem to work. Of course, the charred black elevator didn't work, but I can check other things. The markings around the elevator. For example, things like the safety guide on the blueprint, even just a trace would be good. I wiped the soot off a spot near the elevator door at the top, where my eyes could just about reach. Then something revealed itself. Image. It was an engraved plate made of the same material as the wall next to the elevator. It seemed it hadn't burned because it wasn't paper. The red paint that had been applied over it seemed to have burned away, with only a few specks remaining at the edges. And I had seen a similar form of guide before. The format was a bit different, but it was right here inside the subway train. The Segwang Special City subway map. A subway map in front of an elevator. Of course, this place is also inside the subway, so it's not entirely out of place, but usually these things are inside the train cars. It's to show you where you currently are while on the subway, moving between stations. But for this to be in front of an elevator means they use the elevator like a train. Everything connected, as if a bolt of lightning had struck my head. It seems that, with this elevator, they were able to go to similar facilities in other stations. Each floor of the cheerful Research Institute is hidden in each station of the subway. Right. The facility here, at Midnight Station, couldn't possibly be the one I visited in the basement of the Daydream main building. Because it's a different station, what I saw is probably hidden in another station. And no matter how supernaturally they use the elevator to move fundamentally, as it's an elevator, the structure here would all be the same. An elevator moves between floors. In the end, each different floor of the building called the Cheerful Research Institute is located at each subway station of Sekwang's special city, and they were originally accessible via the elevator. It was a structure befitting a research institute that was a supernatural ghost story in itself. Then the cheerful research institute was hidden under Sekwang's special city. Oh wait, then could the fire I saw back then also be related to the disaster in Sekwang's special city? And, Ho-Yuan, what I'm looking for is in a facility connected to one of the Sekwang special city subway stations. The place Director Ho was looking for was, could it be, a cheerful research institute at a different station? Mr. Rowe. I came to my senses with a start. I had been so lost in thought that for a moment, I'd forgotten I was inside a burnt-out underground facility. That looks like an emergency exit over there, but it's all collapsed. Yes, it seemed impossible to move in that direction. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun could come in and try to clear it, but if the structure itself collapsed in the process, it would be meaningless. Who? Agent Grapes, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. They started to check on our status from the entrance, but we couldn't leave just yet. We look around a little more before we go. I began to search the corridor more thoroughly. If it's a different floor, there might be something else here. I started checking under the furniture and objects in the burnt-out offices. What are you doing? These spots that are seamlessly flush with the floor might not have been touched by the fire at all. Indeed, when we moved the furniture, a clean patch of floor would sometimes be revealed. Because there was no oxygen, the inferno couldn't spread, and the heat hadn't reached it directly. And seeing that, Deputy Lee Seong-hee also started to move. Then, would you like to take a look at this? The first room we had checked. No matter how I look at it, this place feels a bit suspicious. In the room where there was only a desk, a chair, and a single computer monitor in the center, Deputy Lee Seong-hee lifted the monitor with a heave. Then a piece of paper fell out from underneath it. A document. The folded paper looked like it was meant to be remembered and taken out from time to time, or like it had been hastily jotted down and pushed aside. The reverse side of the double-sided paper was some document that had been completely blacked out and was about to be shredded, and on the other side, there were letters someone had briefly printed out. For this invitation research, use Children's Paradise Syrup. My opinion. The name Children's Syrup. It's the original version of the Daydream Potion, the name of the potion from the Cheerful Research Institute. But I've never heard of Paradise Syrup. Even recalling the emoticon buttons, nothing particularly gives off a paradise-like feeling. But one similar Daydream Potion comes to mind. The Wish Ticket. It might be a wild guess, but a tingling sensation runs down my spine. And Invitation Research. Lord name Invitation Research. I froze. Research purpose. Confirmation of the targeted advent of a hostile being into the present world and the progression of a contract. The subtitle for this research was taken from the name of a god worshipped by a certain cult group that has recently become popular, derived from preceding research. This will be the final research of the Cheerful Research Institute. Those unforgettable words. The research that had summoned me here. The names overlap. Then could it be? Derived from preceding research. There are traces of that preceding research left in this Cheerful Research Institute. Wait a minute. Could it be that the disaster in Sekwang Special City itself was caused by that research? While they were researching a way to summon me here. Why? My heart feels like it's boiling. I had to find out what kind of being I am, why I came here. Am I perhaps able to go back? Mr. Rowe, dear. The respiratory problems may occur. Please come out. Oh, yes. I hurriedly pocketed the note. Then with Deputy Lee Seong-hee, I slowly walked down the corridor and out of the Cheerful Research Institute. For now, this seems to be all I can find at this midnight station facility. The other offices were burned beyond recognition, so this clue was also found quickly thanks to Deputy Lee Seong-hee. But in the facilities at other stations, there might be more important clues. And at some other station, I might be able to see for myself that floor which is trapped as a ghost story in the Daydream basement. Sparks fly in my head. What if, as soon as I arrive at any station, I cross the tracks to the opposite platform and explore? Is it possible? It's a method I've never tried before. If it works, it would be the best. But if it doesn't, then I have to end the station's ghost story to be able to explore. Didn't the station only return to its proper form because Hanbit Library was closed? Then similarly, the Noose Forest, the Body Casino. Good heavens! Can I do it? Can I pull it off? In that moment, as my mind spun complicatedly and fiercely, the train is now approaching. Looks like a train is coming in on the other side. I reflexively lifted my head and looked across the tracks. On the information screen on the opposite side of the tracks, an image of an approaching train was displayed, along with the train number, G1572. That's the train G1572. Wait, that number. Yes, the number Yeonjun mentioned. We ask all passengers to please board safely and mind your etiquette. What are you waiting for? Go. We ran like mad toward the other side. It sounded like Baek Sahian was swallowing a curse behind us, but not a single person fell behind. And just as we set foot on the stairs of the opposite platform, the platform screen doors are opening. Wait. Ms. Gorel, I shouted, just in case we missed each other. Are you there? In an instant, I ran down the stairs and dashed toward the open door. And, Mr. Rodeer, in front of train car door 13. There beyond the open platform screen door is Ms. Go Young-yoon, panting for breath, looking at me and the people behind me with trembling eyes. Thank God. We meet again. In that moment, as a crazy sense of relief surged through me, I noticed the figures behind Yeonjun, one after another. Oh, new extras. A padded jacket, a dress, a school uniform, a cardigan. People in everyday clothes. And, who are you? A suit. They speak normally. The survivors of Sekwang Special City were standing on the train, looking at us. CRETORS thoughts. I love Kim Solium. I'm so glad I decided on a whim to get the latest chapters done, because OMG, I am freaking TF out. Chapter 298. There are people inside the train. Not just Ms. Go Young-yoon, but people who look like ordinary citizens. Musical. But there was no time to get lost in sentiment. Get on quickly. Yes. At Yeonjun's urgent words, my party and I pushed ourselves into the subway car. No. Something shot out from behind Yeonjun and shoved my shoulder, as if stabbing it. It was a mop handle wrapped in duct tape. And then all sorts of things came rushing out, starting to push me away. Get off. Don't let them on. Who knows who they are? No. The people inside the train were jabbing at our party with rods fashioned from various household items, trying to push us out the door. The rejection on their faces. The hostility toward outsiders. The fear. Don't get on. Please wait. They're people I know. They won't cause any trouble. How the hell are we supposed to know that? A middle-aged man in a padded jacket yelled at Ms. Go Young-yoon. Hey, then why don't you just get off? Yeah, get off. Sir, please calm down. Damn it. They looked ready to kick out Ms. Go Young-yoon as well. They're getting overheated. Even if we forced our way in with strength, it would still have a negative impact on Yeonjun. I quickly racked my brain. Something to negotiate with. These were people who had likely been trapped in Segwang Metropolitan City for years. It had to be direct, something that would definitely resonate with them. We'll share our food. We have things to eat, packaged food. I hurriedly pretended to pull something from my pocket, taking out a combat ration and shaking it in my hand. A hunger akin to greed flashed across the people's faces. We have more. Hand it over first. We'll give it to you if you let us on. I pulled the food back. The people looked at each other, flustered. Hurry, the doors are closing. And the platform screen doors are closing. The moment the people in the train, who had been exchanging glances, slightly backed away, we quickly stepped inside. Who? We were on. Jiyang. The train started to move. But inside, we stood as if separated from the others, facing off against the people who appeared to be citizens. About 20 people. The experience of meeting a large number of civilians in a ghost story. The agent who was most accustomed to this situation was the first to speak. Are you citizens of Segweng Metropolitan City? Well, you ask that as if you're not. The middle-aged man in the padded jacket, who had been mumbling, suddenly realized the implication. You're not, you came from somewhere else, you're from the outside. Recently. Is there a breach somewhere you came through there, right? That's right, otherwise there's no way you'd look so unscathed. The people murmured and crowded around. Can we get out? How did you get in? There's a way out. They got in. These people seem to know how to get out of here. Their reaction was close to madness, like mayflies swarming a streetlight. But Agent Bronze was the type to bluntly say, no. I can't let that happen. Please wait a moment. I raised my hand and interjected. A few days ago, we woke up on the platform of Casino Station. Has anyone here woken up in a similar way? What on earth happened in this special city? Ayish. The middle-aged man in the padded jacket who had been confronting us clicked his tongue, his expression changing. He then frowned, looking back and forth between Ms. Go Young-yoon and us. Just like her nothing special, tusk. Still, well, let's see if you're carrying anything useful. The madness subsided, but in its place their eyes changed. Greed and avarice, a primal desire for good supplies. We let you on, so show us all the food you have. I refuse. Manager. What? You have no authority to privatize public transportation and charge passengers a fare. This. The middle-aged man in a padded jacket tried to poke Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun's chest with the mop handle, but his arm was caught. Thud. The handle rolled on the floor. The middle-aged man struggled frantically to pull his arm free, but no matter how much he struggled, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun remained perfectly still, unfazed. Stop it. Alyag. A commotion spread through the train car. A few people ran to the back, trying to call someone. Damn it. Manager, it's all right. Given the special circumstances, it seems better to share the food. Oh my, that's right. Our manager is so strong. He just grabbed him and the mood turned sour. How about you let go and we talk some more, manager? Yes. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun released his arm. The middle-aged man stumbled back, picked up the mop handle again, and squeezed into the crowd. His eyes were filled with terror and a rekindled hostility. Ro, this is better. This way we won't be taken for pushovers. Deputy Manager Yoon Hage whispered in a low voice. I know what you mean. It's difficult for a small, closed-off group like this to accept 6 healthy adult men and women all at once. It's better to be in a negotiating position than to be treated like a pushover and get cleaned out. The problem was that this was Ms. Go Young-yoon's shelter. But the way Yeonjun is being treated is bothering me. I had a bad feeling. Chief, who did you let in? DRRRK. A man in a cap came out of the front car, the motorman's cab. He seemed to be the someone the people had gone to call. He was a man who looked to be the same age as the middle-aged man, with thin lips that made him look rather malicious, and he was wearing a motorman's cap. He was probably the president of this train shelter. Hello. But without answering my greeting, the man looked the 6 of us up and down and said, Who do you think you are, causing a ruckus here? Huh. You come into a safe place someone else made, you should be bowing down and saying, Thank you, Tilda, not hitting people. What is this? We didn't hit any. Enough, get off. At that, a few of the people who had backed off regained their nerve and chimed in. Yeah, make them get off. The nerve of them, really. The world's in this state, and they're here to take the shelter we built, I tell you. Amidst the voices of fear and rejection, the man who was called Chief waved his hand dismissively. Either you all get off, or well beg for forgiveness or something. Chief, just a moment. Yeonjun, why are you so stupid? Ms. Go Young-yoon froze. Your aunt said you were a med student, so we took you in, but it turns out you're not even a real doctor, just some kid who took a leave of absence. You think this is a place to show off because you know how to disinfect a few things. Ms. Go Young-yoon's face flushed red, then turned pale again. You can't even do anything right, and you go and drag in outsiders. What? This was going too far. Wait. Let's stop. My words and another's overlapped. The voice belonged to someone who had come from the opposite connecting passage, panting as if they had rushed to the first car. A woman in her 40s, wearing a navy vest with Segwang Transit Corporation written on it. No station attendant, that's. It's been so long since we've seen a healthy person in here. They're people Yeonjun knows. We can hear news from the outside, isn't that great? Why, yes, well. The man called Chief suddenly lost his momentum. So did the people who had been shouting behind him. I'll deal with these people, so everyone, please return to your seats. The crowd hesitated, then dispersed. I could also see people who had been quiet, worried a commotion would break out, letting out sighs of relief. Tug. The chief brushed past my shoulder as he left. I heard him mutter, showing off just because it's her niece. I suddenly stuck out my leg. The chief yelped, and almost fell flat on his face, but he barely regained his balance and turned to me, fuming. What? I just stared at him as if to say, weren't you the one who accidentally hit my foot? He flinched and went on his way. Who? I massaged my neck. Feeling a gaze, I turned my head. Baek Sahian, who had met my eyes, flinched and quickly looked away. He acts the same. There was a hint in that. Strong against the weak, weak against the strong. It seemed this train was extremely exclusive to outsiders, and at the same time, filled with people who had nothing left but their survival instincts. Is it unavoidable if they've been trapped for years? Thank you for your help. Don't mention it. Listening to the station attendant, who was exchanging greetings with Deputy Manager Yoon Hage as our representative, I took a look around the train. It looks like a camper van occupied by the homeless, not a very pleasant sight. It was a blunt description, but it looked rather cozy. The inside of the train, with its blankets, bowls, and daily necessities, clearly looked like a living space. Each seat had bedding or living utensils, and the floor by the door was covered with a rather good quality outer coat and half a mattress brought from somewhere. Moreover, all the windows were covered with newspapers, as if to isolate it so no one could see in from the outside or out from the inside. Wary gazes. There seemed to be about 25 people in 2 cars, so if we estimate the total number, it would be better to get off and talk. Just gesturing that we were assessing their numbers could be taken as a threat. However, it seemed someone else had latched onto a different part of this conversation. Don't get off, wait, you need a safe place to sleep anyway. It was Ms. Go Young-yoon. So I'll try talking to my aunt. Ms. Gorel. I bowed my head first. Thank you so much for letting us on even in a situation like this. She had definitely witnessed me die with my body mangled and bleeding, so seeing me appear perfectly fine, it was a situation where she had every right to suspect it was a ghost story phenomenon. And she herself probably wasn't in a very welcome position here. Still, as promised, I came back unharmed. It looked like Ms. Go Young-yoon was holding back tears. As Ms. Go Young-yoon's hands trembled, trying to suppress the surge of emotion, Deputy Lee Seong-hee hugged her tightly and began to pat her back. The atmosphere calmed down a little later. Instead of the car where the commotion had occurred, we followed the station attendant's guidance and moved to a car in the back. The atmosphere in the front car is a bit much, isn't it? Follow me slowly. And so, we finally got to hear the proper story of how Ms. Go Young-yoon came to be in this shelter. I heard a rumor that an agent named Chagi had created a safe shelter in one of the subway trains. An agent from the Disaster Management Bureau. I think so. I'll guess based on the expression of Agent Bronze, who heard the answer. An agent he doesn't remember. So it's probably an agent from the Blue Dragon team. The moment I thought that, my smartphone buzzed. Train shelter. One of the few survivor groups in the sealed Segwang metropolitan city. A shelter created by the remaining survivors of the Blue Dragon team, who entered the subway to find survivors by modifying a train. Safety was secured by processing the doors so they wouldn't open automatically upon arriving at a station. Thanks to the characteristic of returning to the appearance of the morning of the day of disaster upon entering the train, all members maintain the same exterior as when they went missing. You may be able to purchase special items that exist only in the Segwang Special City Subway in Car 7. So this was the Blue Dragon team's last known location. By any chance is Agent Chagi on the train? No, he went out to afternoon station saying he would get some food, and never came back. I nodded grimly, and Agent Bronze fell silent. Just then, the station attendant's voice was heard. We've arrived. DRRRK. The door to the 7th car of the train opened, and what was revealed inside was the market. Canned goods exchange. We buy gold. I could see paper signs with letters pressed firmly in marker on torn-open delivery boxes. People were sitting on the floor, and the seats had shabby mats laid out on them, as if preparing to display something. The priority seats were a bit more formal, with a board laid on top. Car 8 accommodation ticket purchase counter. They look like street vendors. It's crude, but they've done a decent job of imitating it. A sort of commercial district. The members in this car looked at us with surprise and wariness in their eyes, but it wasn't as excessive as in the front car. Car 7 is where we trade with people from outside the train, a sort of neutral zone, you could say. On Tuesday mornings, at a set time, we open the doors and let people in. You may be able to purchase special items that exist only in the Segwang Special City Subway in Car 7. So that's what it meant. Is this how they gather survival supplies? I frowned inwardly, looking at the Car 8 accommodation ticket. I could see why that padded jacket middle-aged man in Car 1 tried to rip us off and take our food for free. Did he overreact on purpose? If you had come to this car, there wouldn't have been such a big commotion. It was probably worse because you happened to enter Car 1. That's, the area the chief is in charge of. Were there no people who came to trade and then insisted on staying here? There were, but outsiders can never spend a night on the train without permission. Only people who both the chief and I agree on are accepted as members. Her tone wasn't simply that of chasing them away. It seems the agent who made this place put some measures in place. Anyway, the station attendant, who had been talking with the people in Car 7, saw me and extended her hand again for a handshake. My introduction is late. I'm in charge of the back cars. I'm Yeonjun's aunt, and everyone calls me station attendant. I was originally a station employee, but this is how things turned out. Wait, a station attendant for this subway. By any chance, were you acquainted with an employee named Hyo-eun at Midnight Station? Hyo-eun? Though bewildered by the sudden question, the station attendant answered faithfully. I remember. You mean Lee Hyeon, right? The 3 characters of the name perfectly matched the one on the Cheerful Research Institute ID. It was him after all. But he's not a station employee. Pardon? He's an external technical staff, the kind of person who comes to the machine room to work when there's a problem. The station attendant, stroking her chin, continued. Come to think of it, this city railway did have a lot of external personnel coming and going from the machine rooms at each station. Well, they were probably doing something like a smart farm. A smart farm? Was that the thing where they grow vegetables and such underground in the subway? Of course, it wasn't a real smart farm, but a business that researched some new material that could only be processed underground. Anyway, people from the head office kept coming out. Meaning it was a special side business, that's when I was certain. The Cheerful Research Institute was here, that's right. The new material must be the Dream Essence liquid. The Segwang City subway was a facility that the Cheerful Research Institute had infiltrated for research from the very beginning. But why do you ask about this? We found his body at Midnight Station. I briefly explained about Hanbit Library's closure and the station office that was revealed as a result. Is that so? He's someone who rarely had a reason to enter the station office. Anyway, I understand, so that's what happened. The station attendant's response was that of someone who had seen too many deaths and become desensitized. If anything, she reacted more to the news of the library's closure. Who? She must have experienced an incident where hundreds of thousands died in a world-ending class disaster. In that sense, what exactly happened in Segwang Metropolitan City? Yeonjun didn't know either, so you all really don't know. The station attendant's face darkened. What on earth happened on the outside? Yeonjun said that Segwang Metropolitan City became a ghost story, as if it's a place that doesn't exist. That was also the correct answer. And for now, it would be better for them to know only that much. Rather than telling them that the government organization, the agent who created this shelter, belonged to had not just postponed the rescue, but had chosen to abandon and seal off the entire area. That's right. Who? And I silently waited for her answer. Then what happened here? What happened on the day of disaster in Segweng Metropolitan City? To put it simply, it was like a horror movie. I was working at Segweng Station at the time, and suddenly, people started screaming and running down into the station. I saw some people fall and get crushed to death on the stairs, but still, they didn't stop. Aleg. The scenes replayed in my mind, images drawn from various disaster movies, horror films, and found footage videos I had seen. The feet of people rushing down in a shaky frame, someone falling. Blood, panic, screams, chaos. I was wondering what was going on when a radio call came from above, saying it was some kind of terror attack. I made an announcement and ran to respond somehow. As I did, I looked outside the exit end. The station attendant's voice trembled. Strange shapes were chasing the people from behind. I heard footsteps. Thud. They were like giant, swollen lumps of flesh, like 2 or 3 people all mashed together. Thud. It felt so unreal, even more like a movie, and then I realized. Real people were clumping together and becoming like that. The people outside the exit were muttering, then they suddenly covered their ears and stopped, and their bodies swelled up and they started clumping together, like a mucus blob. I couldn't help but imagine it. And I heard strange words, to heaven, to paradise. I think it meant something like that. After that, I came to my senses and quickly lowered the fire shutter at the exit to block those flesh lumps from getting in. Bang, 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 bang. I still remember the sound of the people who were still alive outside, banging on the shutter, and how the sound gradually faded. The station attendant, his face pale, stopped talking. That's all I know. It would be difficult for me to explain it again. Bad things have happened from just recalling it like this. Oh yes, it must be a contamination issue. Anyway, for that reason, it would be in your best interest not to think about going outside the subway. Although this place isn't exactly normal either. The station attendant gave a nod, and then went over to the shelter residents who had set up street stalls. That's an interesting description. What do you think, my friend? What do I think? It really sounds like a biochemical terror ghost story. A biological hazard. People muttering strange words, then clumping together to become lumps of flesh. It was the kind of thing that sent a chill down my spine, feeling part occult, part viral infection. So it was an infection-type ghost story. Yes, the ghost story that had erupted in Segweng Metropolitan City was a supernatural hell of the sort that spread at a terrifying speed, using people as hosts to infect them, much like a zombie virus. I was naturally reminded of the teacher at Segweng Technical High School, the bizarre mucus and pulsating flesh that had spread there. As I thought, the wicked thing that invaded the school was the disaster of Segweng Metropolitan City. The thought brought a surge of instinctual tension. I wiped away the cold sweat that had formed under my chin. One last thing bothered me. Paradise, heaven. He said people were muttering those words, and just before, I had seen a related document containing that very word. For this invitational research, use of children's paradise syrup. My opinion. Children's paradise syrup. As I thought. No matter how I looked at it, what the Cheerful Research Institute was researching was the cause of the disaster. And if I were to infer from the words, was the Cheerful Research Institute experimenting with using a wish ticket to turn this Segweng metropolitan city into a place like heaven? And it failed in a ghost story-like fashion, resulting in this mess. But why did inviting me to this world become the follow-up research to this insane result? A strange chill made me lift my head. And another thing. Segweng Metropolitan City, Extinction Class Supernatural Disaster. Didn't I originally remember this in more detail? A chill ran through my chest. Right. I clearly remembered what the ghost story of Segweng Metropolitan City was. Because I read it on the wiki. That's why I noticed it right away during the spy mission. If there was a clue that might be related to the Cheerful Research Institute, I should be remembering it in enough detail to connect the dots by now. At some point I forgot. That was probably after I became 130,666. No way. Is this also a side effect of the wiki editing ability? No. It's pointless to feel this kind of distant terror right now. I have to quickly shake off these useless thoughts. Because I've found a clue now. Find a cheerful research institute facility that can be visited, among those at each station. And I already have more than enough ways to use the darkness exploration record in Segweng Metropolitan City. I grip my smartphone tightly. When I check a station, the wiki updates, so I can find hints there and make my move. In that case, I lifted my head. The train, a circle line, was already passing Segweng Station. It's already made a full loop. Oh, you can see outside from here. The door of car 7 didn't have newspaper taped over its glass window. Hey, station attendant, would it be all right if we check to see if there's anything worth trading here? Of course, it's before Tuesday, so we might not be fully stocked, though. Leaving my companions who had started to browse the stalls, I went and stood alone by the door. The station attendant advised from behind me. The door only opens on Tuesdays, so it won't open automatically right now. Yes. It hit me anew that the door to cars 1-3 had opened in front of us because Ms. Go Young-yoon had pushed herself. Who? And it's fine that car 7 isn't opening right now. What's important is that I can check. The next station is Midnight Station. I watched the scenery outside the train as it passed the platforms of the stations I knew. Midnight Station, where the casino was, and Hanbit Station, where the library was. And musical. The next station is Twilight Station. I checked through the glass window. That platform, it looked as if it had been bleached white. You can't get off here at all. You could in the past, but now the temperature is unbearable for humans. A wave of intense heat radiated from the window. Listening to the explanation, I did my best to scan the inside of the platform. And then, Segweng subway map. Segweng Station, Forest Path of Demise, Midnight Station, Body Casino. Hanbit Station, Hanbit Library. Twilight Station, Conscience Vending Machine. Unregistered. It updated. Twilight Station, Conscience Vending Machine. A subway station in Segweng Metropolitan City, where a nearby flea market mutated into an unmanned one. All items in the flea market, where no living person remains, were left on display stands with no one watching, and the station grows hotter by the amount of conscience sold off when one takes an item without paying. It has now become a burning hell. Good. Like that, I circled Segweng Metropolitan City and updated every single station on the wiki. Segweng subway map. Segweng Station, Forest Path of Demise, Midnight Station, Body Casino. Hanbit Station, Hanbit Library. Twilight Station, Conscience Vending Machine. Afternoon Station, Blood Broadcasting Station. Midday Station, Nap Shelter. Morning Station, Scales Tribunal. I absorbed all the text as if licking it clean. Though there were some extremely shocking stations. It's fine. The important thing is that I now know which stations to skip. For now, I don't need to visit Twilight Station directly. If we get off, we'll all burn to death, and the gimmick to clear it is probably something like returning all the items to their original places, which is practically impossible. I won't waste time. Let's end the exploration of that station here. Pass. And since the remaining 3 stations are all about equally dangerous, let's go to a place where I can acquire an item. Good. The path is now clear, and I can feel it in my skin. A sense of anticipation that if I keep this up, I'll soon be able to find the answers I need in this bizarre, labyrinthine subway ghost story. Whether they're Horrorstories ones or my own. Are you done with your trading? Yeah, pretty much. You want to take a look? Following the advice of my companions who had looked around the stalls first, I checked a few items. And for food, I bought a few unique items that others hadn't purchased. You're buying that? You got a problem with it? No. I packed away everything I bought. And open the door. If it's that station, I suppose I can open it for a moment. After finishing my talk with the station attendant about letting us off at one station, we took half of the food supplies left over from our trades and handed them to Ms. Go Young-yoon. We'll bring more. Ms. Go Young-yoon's breathing calmed as she looked down at it silently, Then she spoke in a low voice so others couldn't hear. It seems, from the circumstances, that you all know how to go back and forth between the outside and this special city. If you die here, are you okay on the outside? Yes, something like that. Ms. Go Young-yoon's head shot up. A faint light flickered in her eyes. Then can other people get out if they die here too? No. Good heavens. That's not it. It's only possible for us because we entered through a special method. I explained Ho Yuan's project. Enough. The light in Ms. Go Young-yoon's eyes died completely. And how convenient, that's really something. I'm sorry, it's just a bit overwhelming. As I stood frozen, Ms. Go Young-yoon sighed and rubbed her weary face. The frustration, shame, and despair dwelling within her seeped out. For now, I'm truly glad you're safe. I'll also, in my own way, try to find a way out of here. Living as an outsider in a small society is a nerve-wracking affair, even more so if it's a shelter in the middle of a disaster. The smarter and more competent one was, the greater the mental exhaustion would be. A Yeonjun. It was then. Agent Peppermint, Agent Bronze spoke. Next time we come in, I will bring your agent gear. You'll be able to move more effectively. Go Yeonjun flinched for a moment. But as if she realized something, a flash of insight seemed to cross her eyes, and she quickly swallowed. Oh yes. And thank you, Agent Bronze said, hesitating. For letting us on the train, we learned that there are still survivors here. Ms. Goral, I added. Director Ho definitely knows how to get something out of here. That's why he started the project in the first place. There is definitely a way out. That's what I was saying indirectly. So, if possible, could you share all the rumors you've heard about this subway, or Segwang metropolitan city? Of course. We talked for quite a while, collecting Yeonjun's rumors. And musical. We've arrived. Having reached our destination again, we stepped out through the door the station attendant had opened. Be careful. The color had returned to Yeonjun's face. When you finish your exploration and come to car 7, I'll open it as soon as I see your signal. I've already gotten permission from my aunt, the station attendant. Thank you. Having a strong goal is a great way to get out of a slump. Congratulations, Mr. Roe dear. You've gained a local collaborator. Right. However, I don't know what you'll think about this next station. Friend, I was the last of the group to step onto the platform. This is the place we chose. Segwang Transit Corporation. Afternoon Station. This place, bearing the ominous name Blood Broadcasting Station, was. Lights. Gaudy and psychedelic lights spun and flashed, fireworks went off, and confetti littered the floor. And on the stairs covered by a red carpet there was a giant font sign. Chapter 299. Fortunately, Braun didn't suddenly throw a fit and demand we bury the entire station. It seemed he considered it beneath the dignity of a talk show host. Phew. Taking advantage of the opening, I quickly recalled the contents of the wiki. Of this station, where Delusion Home Shopping was located. Afternoon Station, Blood Broadcasting Station. A subway station that was once connected to the Segwang Metropolitan City Local Broadcasting Station. In conjunction with the broadcasting station, a temporary stage was set up in the concourse of this station, where citizen choirs and orchestras would perform. Now that was all in the past, and a certain home shopping ghost story, finding the station's infrastructure appetizing, had occupied it. Let's all enjoy shopping. And when I clicked on Home Shopping Ghost Story, it connected directly to the Delusion Home Shopping page. Oh, so you'd already guessed that the channel of some merchant who doesn't even know his place was here, but you were concerned about this Braun's reaction, so you didn't click on it until after you got off the platform, is that it? No, it's more like, Braun, still aren't you curious? About what Delusion Home Shopping is doing here. According to the station's description, what happens at this station is as follows. But if you don't feel like shopping, it's also fine to help someone else with their shopping. As one of the few ways to obtain food through labor in the Segwang Special City subway, those who visit this station are treated as having come for the Home Shopping channel's job advertisement and are hired on a short-term basis. The most frequent work is as a day laborer, but depending on the broadcasting station's situation, you may seize the unlucky, unprecedented opportunity to work as a home shopping assistant or model. If you are excessively good at your job, you may receive an offer for a contract position. Welcome to the eternal paradise of shopping. If we work as day laborers here, we'll be able to see what kind of work they do at Delusion Home Shopping. And in the end, it comes down to this. Either we make a decent haul and return to the train, or we die quickly and escape before getting hit with contamination from an irregular situation. It would most likely be the former. Given its nature as a home shopping ghost story, it must be deeply connected to items and information. We might even find an easy way into the cheerful research institute in the machine room. Besides, it should be easier for me. After all, I have experience working in a similar place. A similar place, you say? Oh, don't tell me you chose that expression while putting this messy swindler's latrine in the same comparative class as my talk show. I've experienced a complex variety of occupations in all sorts of places. That's what I meant. You remember, right? Ah, of course I remember. My friend steadfastly endured even physiologically difficult occupations. The variety of places he held various jobs. They were truly fascinating episodes. Phew. Anyway, I shared what I had learned from the wiki with the rest of the party. Oh, then we can get items or information here. Yes, however, I looked at Deputy Manager Lee Seong-hee with some concern. Dolphin, will you be okay with the contamination? Would it be okay for someone who was contaminated enough to work as a dealer at the body casino to seek a job here? I looked at the snap-on pin in Deputy Manager Lee Seong-hee's hair. It seemed she was suppressing the contamination with her own equipment, but it might become a bad trigger. However, Deputy Lee Seong-hee nodded readily. Ah, it's fine. Anyway, since I died there, it seems the casino's surveillance on me has been lifted. Then, clenching and unclenching her fist, she suppressed the urge to shuffle and shrugged. I think it'll be fine as long as I don't go back to the casino. Yes. Just in case, I should get the euthanasia pill ready to be used at any time. In any case, since we had already agreed, we went up the stairs and stood before the back door of the Delusion Home Shopping Studio. After knocking, we carefully opened the door. Creak. The hallway of a modern, clean broadcasting station was revealed. And colorful posters. A record-breaking sellout. Cumulative sales surpass black billion. Soaring ratings, is this entertainment or an advertisement? A home shopping experience created by the entertainer of the era. Your Tuesday night shopping mate. At a glance, they appeared to be typical self-praising posters for a home shopping channel. However, upon closer inspection, the items being sold gave off a bizarre and gruesome feeling. A smiling show host was cutting off his own arm with a kitchen knife. Meanwhile, a person demonstrating eye drops had bloody tears and eyeballs pouring out of their eyes. The feeling of having entered the wrong space sent a shiver down my spine. And then another thought occurred to me. The taglines. They seem somehow familiar. Oh, right. You've witnessed it, Mr. Roe dear. It seems to be blatantly copying Braun's late-night talk show. In fact, there's even a tagline that seems to have been copied from the Tuesday quiz show. Braun. Even though it was a thought, not a sound, I asked cautiously. Was it because Delusion Home Shopping has been copying you lately that you were displeased? Wouldn't anyone in mass media want to emulate a legendary role model? That is only natural. The problem is their attitude. I could almost hear the sound of fingers impatiently tapping on an expensive wooden table. How dare a cheap imitation of a merchant, trying to use the fame of my talk show, spout slogans like the new era of entertainment, or a show. Their purpose is not entertainment. Their only goal is to hold the audience's attention for even a moment to sell off their cheap goods. Ah, how can something be so vulgar and disgusting? I feel a gaze on me. That's why I'm so looking forward to this. I can't wait to see what you'll do here, Mr. Roe dear. From far away, high above, or perhaps right beside me, as if watching me. The gaze of the show media. Of course, I can already picture my friend being horrified by the vulgarity of this place. I swallowed and quietly walked further down the hallway. It won't even get to that point. We'll probably be working as day laborers. And before long, as expected, we stood before a door with a sign on it. If you came for the job ad, come here. Inside the door, which looked almost like a warehouse, there was no one, only contracts placed haphazardly on a shelf, and the contents of the contract. Day laborer contract. Phew. Fortunately, it was within my expectations. Do we just sign here? It seems so. Well, it doesn't say anything about mortgaging our souls. We each signed the contract, which read, term of employment, 1 day. Duties, various unspecified support tasks, compensation, differential pay based on performance. The cautionary notes below were censored, evoking a sense of meaningful foreboding, but our hands, able to escape through death, were unhesitant. And the moment we finished signing, by now, today's unbelievable special price, which will never come again, 4,999,981. An impossible package, the lowest price in human history relative to inflation. A sound began to be heard. The sound of the Delusion home shopping broadcast. Noruya, this way. To survive in the darkness, gathering information is essential. After leaving the warehouse, we quietly walked down the hallway as we got used to it, carefully heading toward the source of the sound. And as we peeked around the corner, a huge space finally revealed itself. A home shopping filming set. Who could possibly achieve a perfect diet for only 4 million won? It's absolutely impossible. But today, the opportunity has come to you. Bright lights. A voice that sticks in your ears. All sorts of effects that seem determined to dazzle your eyes, fast tempo music. Sound effects that seem to incite purchase and intensely colored text. It's like a home shopping show from its heyday, around the 2000s. But, look, isn't it amazing? Only the fat has been peeled away. Right in the center, a person is visible, a layer of their skin being peeled off. An image so clean it looks artificial. The person, smiling with wide-open eyes, is motionless, but their skin, rising like dead cells as if molting, splits open and fat flows out. It is truly a diet supplement made by the devil, a bug that eats fat, the aesthetic caterpillar egg cluster. Its simple use is like a gift from the gods. Just take it with water after a meal and that's it. While those words are spoken, the camera briefly shows the show host. During that time, the demonstrator who had been on display was thrown out as if they were trash. Thud. And their spot is filled by an identical-looking demonstrator. Reappearing with stylishly done hair and an outfit that seems to show off muscle and slimness, they strike a pose for the camera. A miraculous supplement. If you buy now, at this record-breaking special price, we'll even send you a single Happy Maker as a free gift. This package is an opportunity that will never come again. Well, amidst the inserted cheers of a crowd. Outside the studio, where the camera doesn't reach, fat pools flow from the body of the demonstrator, carelessly thrown on the floor. Through the split-open gaps, worm-like bugs reveal their teeth like leeches. Dozens of them. They are melting and eating the fat all over the body, coming out and going back in, wriggling. Someone in our group made a sound like they were holding back a short retch. But then, shall we show you one more time? Excellent. We will show you properly one more time with another person. And the show host beckoned with a finger precisely in our direction. What? In that moment, the body of Agent Bronze from our group began to be moved at once into the home shopping set, as if being dragged. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun and I reflexively grabbed the agent, and Agent Bronze also seemed to be resisting, gritting his teeth as his muscles tensed. But I knew. Force is meaningless, It would only injure Agent Bronze's body. He wasn't just being dragged, it was an effect occurring due to the employment contract. Of all the day laborers, he had been unluckily drafted for an immediate home shopping demonstration. Goosebumps ran down my spine. In my head, all sorts of thoughts were instantly derived and flashed. The products sold on Delusion home shopping are effective, but their side effects are also certain. And sometimes, they sell dangerous items that are close to a dud. That thing is a dud. Seeing the previous demonstrator lying like a corpse, oozing blood and flesh after the fat, an utterly certain sense of doom consumed my mind. And arriving at the answer happened in an instant. It's better to just die. I have to kill him quickly so he can get out of here. Damn it. I immediately shoved the euthanasia drug I had into Agent Bronze's mouth. Agent Bronze wore a bewildered expression, but soon he swallowed. The next moment, thump, his body fell to the floor. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun pulled Agent Bronze's corpse away. I gasped for breath in shock. The show host seemed to have noticed the anomaly of the day laborer, becoming unable to demonstrate. "Now, model, please come in." He nonchalantly continued with the home shopping broadcast. And I realized he was going to take someone else as a demonstrator. Damn it. I urgently tried to pull out another euthanasia drug from my pocket with a trembling hand, but before I could, my body stiffened and was flung forward. Into the lights. Wait. And then, now in this person's case, the area they wish to die at is. The moment I helplessly stepped into the middle of the home shopping studio, under the glare of the camera. "No, this can't be." The show host grabbed my shoulder. I lifted my head. The weird, pale red show host, mimicking a person with an open mouth, gapes at me in welcome. "Everyone, the assistant host of the late-night talk show has come to our home shopping channel." I'm fucked. An irregular situation. It identified me as a worker from a similar broadcast ghost story. A situation where I have no idea how Delusion Home Shopping will react. Just how interested are they in Braun's talk show to even recognize me? I want to say you've got the wrong person, but there's no way that would work on a ghost story, and it occurs to me that Braun is listening to this conversation. And that's not the problem. It's a truly welcome face, isn't it? Please say hello. I felt my lips pull up into a smile. An unnaturally bright smile spread across my face, like a proper Delusion Home Shopping demonstrator. "Now please swallow the miracle diet pill with water. It's so easy, right?" My hand picked up the water glass on the desk. Fuck. And with a full smile on my face, I grabbed the round, pill-like parasite egg cluster and brought it to my mouth. Bam. Everyone, we've just received word. The prepared quantity has completely sold out. The strength left my hand. Thank you for your support. Then Tuesday's joy, Tuesday's passion, Tuesday's lowest price, we will be back again. My hand waves at the camera as I smile. And the home shopping host conducting all of this waves his hand next to me. The show host. Thank you. It's a man in a black suit. The thing, which looks to be in its late 30s, has the typical body of a show host and wears a trustworthy, affable smile. But when it opens its mouth, the inside is a crimson abyss. Black eyes with bizarrely large pupils. And with a face made up to be strangely white, it grinned at the camera and then. Cut. The program ends. For a moment my strength gave out and I almost knocked over the water glass on the table, but I managed to put it back in its place. Damn it. Over there outside the studio, I can see Agent Bronze's corpse still there. And the sight of my companions, who seemed to have been fiercely discussing what to do with me, barely managing to compose themselves. I quickly looked away, because the lead show host of Delusion Home Shopping was smiling happily at me and patting my shoulder. My, a pleasure to meet you. I never thought a celebrity like you would apply for a short-term part-time job. And he subtly kneads my shoulder. The large black pupils in the strangely white-powdered face look at me. Did you quit the late-night talk show? Of course, the number of job seekers who want to join Delusion Home Shopping is as numerous as the stars, but for our former late-night talk show crew, I think I could make a spot for you. You seem to be very interested in the late-night talk show. The show host pauses for a moment. You could call it the interest of a fellow industry professional. Our two programs are the stars of entertainment, mutually helping each other. Of course, in terms of volume, there's no comparison. Compared to our home shopping channel, Mr. Braun's talk show is a bit, well, symbolic, but isn't it small scale? Oh, the back of my neck becomes drenched in a cold sweat. The show host, as if excited, gestured with his fingers and walked with me out of the studio. He didn't even glance toward the day laborers, and in the meantime, I saw Deputy Lee Seong-hee stopping the corpse of Agent Bronze from being taken away by the trash cleaners. Come to think of it, I didn't know Delusion Home Shopping had a studio here as well. This Studio 4168 is a relatively new one, but we got it at a reasonable price. Making a profit is what's important. However, the broadcasting fees are higher than I thought. To really stir up the shopping fever, we planned a record-breaking entertainment broadcast this time. It's happening today, and to have a celebrity come to our part-time recruitment. The energy is good. A record-breaking plan, what do you mean? It's a very provocative and fun format. It's a show host survival. What? Thrilling and dizzying entertainment where only one person who sells the most items survives. And shopping, shopping, shopping. Who among the show hosts I'm watching will survive? The viewers won't be able to look away. The viewership will be locked in and purchase volume will soar. And some will passionately buy anything to support the show host they're cheering for. I see. I swallowed, and I asked in a deliberately calm tone. Then what will we day laborers be doing in that plan? Will we become demonstrators like before? If he said yes, I was planning to have everyone immediately down an euthanasia drug. But the show host didn't affirm it. Nor did he deny it. About that, first hear me out. Surprisingly, the winner of this survival show takes the entire portion of the total sales revenue allocated to the show hosts, all for themselves. The show host thrust his face close to mine. A truly amazing benefit, isn't it? But this entire package is being offered right today, to all of you who came after seeing the job ad. That means... That's right, today's day laborers all become contestants in the show host survival. Oh, friend, I don't particularly enjoy phrases like "I told you so," but there couldn't be a more perfect time for it. I told you so. About these vulgar merchants, I mean. The show host's cold breath tickled the nape of my neck. Now then, let's go to work as per the contract. Survival contestant, new show host for Delusion Home Shopping, bronze friend. And so, I became a daily show host for Delusion Home Shopping, along with the entire exploration team. Supposed to have a slash-through, I'm unfortunately unable to do so. Sob. Chapter 300. The live broadcast starts in 60 seconds, 59:58. I clench and unclench my hands in nervousness. Looking around, I see a bright home shopping broadcast studio. And a countdown clock. 10:00. It will start ticking down once the broadcast begins. A home shopping survival show, where your life depends on how much you can sell within the given 10 minutes. To think I'd end up doing something this crazy. But let's calm down. It's okay if I die. I repeat it to myself. It's not dangerous, it's not dangerous. It'll just become a nonsensical dream. No, rather, if I die, I'll wake up cleanly from the dream, which is even better. I looked to my side. My eyes met with my companions standing in the other studios. Right. As long as one of us makes it to the end, we can use the prize money to shop for items. I inwardly nodded, recalling the shopping shortcut I had devised. As long as one of us survives. 2-1. I looked at the camera. Action. The light turned on. Hello, I'm today's one-day show host number 4, friend of talk shows. It's a pleasure to be here. And then, real-time reactions started scrolling on the prompter next to the camera. What are they selling here? Saltred bean, saltred bean, saltred bean, saltred bean. Die. WTF, is this lol? It's like a ghost story. Hello? Let's be Toader looks good. Where is this being broadcast? A chill ran down my spine as I read the occasional strange chat message, but I didn't let it show and smiled brightly. The product that I, number 4, will be selling today on Delusion Home Shopping is. I thought for a moment. There's a chance ordinary people might buy this. Something I could sell off quickly, without posing a fatal risk to people if possible. I took out a rectangular box from under the desk and placed it on top. Looking like a miniature version of a gray shipping container, it had an extremely crude and alien design. It's the Into the Vacuum series from the Samramansang 1 company. Huh? This guy just said some otaku-like shit. What is he saying? I knew this would happen. But this was the right answer among the given choices. What is this thing? Into the Vacuum. A funeral item packaged with a bizarre advertising strip that reads, can safely transport the important body parts of a deceased general. It seems to have been developed for the purpose of safely transporting the remaining parts of a high-ranking officer's corpse during long-distance space travel. It is sometimes found already used and filled. The creature inside has been identified as black, 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 black. I know. They must be thinking, he's going to sell Space War funeral supplies. In fact, it seemed to have been left unsold for a long time even on the home shopping network, as dust had piled up on the stock in the warehouse. But still, what's always important is the selling point. I seriously lifted the container, held it up to the camera, and said, "Everyone, if I may say so myself, this is a legendary airtight container." "What? Get trapped and die? What's he on about?" "You'll be shocked. Just put something inside and seal it." I opened and closed the container with a thack sound. All the food that needs to be refrigerated can be stored at room temperature. And that's not all. The expiration date is dramatically extended. If you put a freshly caught fish in here, even after a month, it will be just as fresh as the day it was caught. You can even enjoy it as sashimi. Crazy? That's right. I'm going to sell it as a kitchen utensil. This is a product that will literally change the paradigm of your kitchen. I started running my mouth like a madman. You know that buying in bulk is better quality and cheaper, but you gave up because you weren't confident you could eat it all in time. Just buy this container. You wanted to savor an expensive, high-quality ingredient on special occasions, but couldn't because you were afraid it would spoil. Just buy this container. You wanted to keep a dish made by a precious person who passed away for a long time, but had to throw it away because it went bad. This container solves that. And that's not all. And then I pause for a beat. Originally, this is an incredibly high-end product that costs over 2 million won, but 1, 2, 3, a whopping 4 of them. 1. I said with a serious tone. For this broadcast only, we're offering this entire set for the low price of 530,000 won. Oh, expensive. But TBH, it seems like it would cost that much. Is it coated in gold? Please save Maintrapet and her. No, seriously, what is this place? What are you selling? Is this scientifically possible? Good child. It's expensive, but I'm interested. Everyone, this is the price of a single hairdryer. A market leader, an item with patented technology, a product that changes your quality of life. It can't be cheaper than this. I said earnestly. We were only able to sell it at this price by urgently securing our stock. I'm serious. No, but really, if it stops expiration dates, then that price seems like a steal. So cool. Iwan Tobin human story. Placing an order now. A full free return period is also included. Just try it once. If it really doesn't have these magical effects like stopping expiration dates and room temperature storage, you can comfortably return it. I shouted at the top of my lungs. My friend, oh dear. This is embarrassing. So embarrassing. But my eyes, glancing at the real-time stock count next to the prompter, were honest. Yes. The remaining stock was steadily decreasing, and a moment later. Sold out, thank you. All the units we prepared for today are gone. I was able to end the broadcast with a bow. 0145. Who? I did it. Number 4, Braun. No, friend of talk show's show host. Ooh, we have a sellout in the very first round. All units sold, an incredible achievement. Unfortunately, his sales rank settled at 3rd place. That's the limit of choosing a low-priced product. Still a high rank, the comet of the lowest price. I suppressed a sigh as I looked at my ranking, glittering in 2nd place. It would be better if I were the one to last until the end. And, sadly, last place was. Number 2, the Hawkeye show host is immediately eliminated. Well, can't be helped. Deputy Manager Yoon Hae shrugged. She had tried to sell the sleep-gambling snuff, which lets you stay awake for 3 days but knocks you out on the 4th, and ran into numerous difficulties. A home shopping show host, it really doesn't suit you. Still, I thought manager Lee Jae-hyun would be the first to be eliminated. Turns out his bizarre design sense and insane physical strength combined to create a strange kind of buzz, and he finished in 1st place. Everyone, I'll be going first. The eliminated contestant is, And before the main show host could move, Deputy Manager Yoon Hae, who had given us a slight wave, collapsed cleanly. She had quickly taken the euthanasia drug. The shock of elimination must have been truly great. It's unfortunate, but if you can only sell this much of an all-time special offer product, elimination is what you get. Oof, it brings tears to my eyes to think I've taken away your chance to buy. The body of the collapsed Yoon Hae is quickly cleared away from the studio. An unsettling and uncomfortable feeling washed over me. But I reminded myself that Deputy Manager Yoon Hage was already out of here and continued to watch the camera. With that, we conclude round 1 of this special simultaneous sale discount home shopping battle. Thank you for your great support. And the round ended. As the staff came in to clean up the studio, and the main show host of Delusion Home Shopping was talking to them about something, I tried to quickly communicate with my remaining companions. But, get this out of here. The moment the show host pointed a finger at Deputy Manager Yoon Hage's corpse, I reflexively spoke politely. Shall I go move it? I have to move her to a safe place. My bronze friend, there's no need for that when we have contract workers to do such things. Now get up. Right now. Why? Is the corpse moving? Go over there and wait. Yoon Hage's corpse raises itself. No, it's not just a corpse moving. It has an expression. A deathly pale face. Deputy Manager Yoon Hage, with a bewildered expression, moved her body as if it were creaking and looked at me, but soon moved on. Dragging her dead body. I watched the chilling, bizarre situation frozen in horror. We have to recycle them during the survival show, at least. We need to get interviews, too. What? Isn't she dead? Right, we keep using her while she's dead. The Delusion Home Shopping Studio is quite fond of rational cost-cutting. The broadcast fees for this place are expensive, but things like this work out well. Is it because it's an isolated place? Anyway, let's make good use of her until her limbs rot and fall off. Wait a minute. I finally realized why Agent Bronze's corpse had been left behind. In Segweng Metropolitan City, the corpses we left behind when we died before were usually gone when we re-entered. I thought they might have disappeared right away, or perhaps vanished for some other reason. But that wasn't it. What should have normally disappeared was, this time, left behind. She couldn't leave. So, you can't get out even if you die. The insurance commercial is ending. Get them in quick. I turned my head. Another figure was entering the home shopping studio we had just been in. Faces powdered white, smiling with an eerie unnaturalness. Neat attire, styled hair. They had the appearance of typical show hosts. The bizarre beings belonging to the Delusion Home Shopping ghost story. Now from number 6 to number 10. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is the next group for the Delusion Home Shopping survival show. No, but I realize they aren't residents of this ghost story. They're people from Segweng Metropolitan City. Citizens who came to do a short-term, part-time job at this Delusion Home Shopping, signed the wrong contract, and went missing. The usable ones were being continuously used by Delusion Home Shopping. Whether they were dead or not continuously, literally souls bound to show business. And then I realized something else. When this broadcast ends, we will select 4 people from the 10 prospective show hosts. Excluding the 2 eliminated for being in last place, 4 more will be eliminated. And those 4 will each host the glorious final home shopping show. The lowest prices, a once-in-a-lifetime set, and special free gifts. Stay tuned, it's Delusion Home Shopping's Black Friday. There were more participants. I feel the blood drain from my face. The winner might not be one of us. If those people win, it's over. We'll all be eliminated, bound to this place without receiving anything, and end up in the same situation. Arguing that it was a daily contract, and they should let us go now that the day is over won't work. We'll be frozen in our employment status, because we're the dead. What are we going to do about this? Baek Deoksu, who had come up next to me, whispered while breaking out in a cold sweat, looking like he was about to grab me by the collar. Looking at this, we can't escape even if we die. Why did you make us sign a contract? There's no way to guarantee we'll get first place. I turned to look at Baek Deoksu. Baek Deoksu glared at me, clenching his teeth, and I reached out my hand. Thank you. And patted his shoulder. Mr. Roe dear, shall we try to break out of the station now? No, it's too dangerous. If we get caught doing that, they might charge us an enormous sum, saying we ruined the home shopping show. There is a way to get first place, so please wait, I'm begging you. Okay. Mr. Roe dear, my friend has to play the role of a cheap hawker who sells best to the audience in this vulgar and messy advertising program. Oh, how could this be? You seem to be in need of help. That's right. I really did need help. Oh, then. So I decided to procure that help myself. I placed a hand on my chest. It just occurred to me. A way to guarantee first place. Beneath the cloth, I can feel the throbbing pulse on my skin, and the lines of the tattoo. One area that has been feeling a dynamic sensation ever since we encountered this broadcast station ghost story. I took out one of the contaminations I had stored in the tattoo, pressing down hard. I'm guessing he's saying that the price can go up to 4 million. All things. Chapter 301. There really wasn't any font changes between when KSC was talking on camera and Yeonjun's inner dialogue, plus the font for the new show host changed to brackets with italic. On the screen of a small smartwatch. On a strange home shopping channel that was playing, the show host had just spoken. With the face of his colleague, Kim Solium. This is a home shopping channel, but we have nothing to sell. In that moment of complex disbelief, wondering if this was really happening. Everyone, why do you watch home shopping? Kim Solium asked seriously. In a pleasant voice. Is it because something you really need happens to be on? Because you think the expression, best deal ever, is the truth? Because you're certain you'll profit if you buy the item being sold right now? Well, that's not it for me. Kim Solium, dressed in a suit, made a somewhat sheepish expression and cleared his throat. I watch because I'm lonely and empty. That's right, I'm the loser who has no lover and just flops onto the sofa to shovel ice cream into my mouth after work. Anyway. A short burst of laughter escaped Go Yeonjun's lips before she could stop it, then subsided. After his comical remark, Kim Solium clasped his hands together and plopped his butt down on the table where the home shopping products were supposed to be stylishly displayed. Home shopping channels are different from dramas. They talk to me, and they offer a solution. If you just buy this, you can be happy. If you buy this, you're a truly wise person. Those are the magic words that home shopping offers. They just don't guarantee the results. You all know. We all have something like a blender we bought from a home shopping channel, used exactly once, and then shoved into a corner, box and all. Is he really allowed to say that on a home shopping channel? Of course, sometimes what the home shopping channel says is right. But today, I want to tell you a slightly different story. Kim Solium smoothly wrapped up the topic, then patted the seat next to him, gesturing toward the person on the other side of the camera. Toward me. Here, have a seat. Actually, there is something I've prepared to present this time. As expected, the home shopping viewer starts to think. That was probably just a stunt to get our attention before selling something. Right. The declaration that there was nothing to sell was just a preemptive shock. Now he'll start pushing for a purchase, saying that what he's selling is completely different. But I'm going to give it to you for free. Because I already bought all the products I'm selling with my own money. What kind of crazy talk was this? The show host bought his own stock. I'm not kidding, I really bought everything. I bought it all as soon as the broadcast started. Look at this. Kim Solium started pulling out boxes from under the table, 15 in total. The considerably large boxes were well packaged in an opaque color that hid their contents, and on the surface, "Present," was written in elegant script. And Kim Solium stacked them up on the table with a thud. Now, I've taken all the best-looking, most desirable items from this home shopping channel's inventory and packaged them randomly. The show host gave me a very suspicious look. He asked how on earth I was going to introduce and sell all of this. Hey, friend of talk shows, I know you're capable, but you're going to sell all of that in random boxes. Do you take the customers for fools? Yes, they are fools. But he never dreamed that the fool would be me. What kind of program is this? So is this like a lottery disguised as home shopping? Please send it on, please send it. Trap it in home shopping, trap it home shipping trapped. What's inside? Now that she looked, a chat window was also scrolling by line at the bottom of the smartwatch, fitting for the format. But she hadn't noticed it, because it had been updating too quickly ever since Kim Solium's insane declaration. You must be curious about what kind of items they are, right? As if he'd seen the comments, Kim Solium placed his hand on a box as if to open it, then paused tantalizingly. And then he grinned. Ah, the way to receive this gift is very simple. Just enjoy watching. And what is that, you ask? Kim So-lium moved closer and closer to the camera. Go Yeonjun realized she was leaning forward without even knowing it. You just have to talk to me. Kim So-lium took a smartphone out of his pocket and turned it on, and he wrote his smartphone number in a notepad app and revealed it. Here's the phone number. I will be taking calls that come in during this broadcast. And the person whose call connects will immediately get to choose a gift box. You get everything inside the box. Then, checking the timer function on his smartphone, he made an urgent expression. But we don't have much broadcast time. 5 minutes have already passed. 15 minutes, it's so short and precious. Let's hurry, who will be the one to get through on the phone? Let's find out together. It could be you. What is this? Go Yeonjun watched the screen, panting. On the small screen, Kim So-lium skillfully answered the phone. Sometimes excitedly, sometimes looking extremely flustered. Hello, yes, you want to put a person in a box. Are you a magician by any chance? Hello, you want me to cut the crap and open box number 2 right now? We well sure. This caller is a student preparing for an exam. You just finished your test. You must have worked so hard. I'm happy to be able to give you a gift. Viewer, I think you might be a tiger. Is there anyone who can translate? If you could leave it in the comments. Whoa, thank you. A taxi driver, wait a minute, you say we've met before. Is this home shopping? No, she didn't even know if this could be called home shopping anymore. Isn't this just an entertainment show? If she had to pick a genre, yes, a talk show. Crying and laughing while listening to all sorts of people's stories, and giving a gift to the person who participated in the interview. An almost classic format. But a click becomes a click because it works, and there was a kick to it too. Hello, kick. The fact that the ones connecting via phone weren't always human. Sometimes the eerie creak of a wooden floor could be heard, and other times the screams of dying people could be heard in the background. They would say things that didn't make sense, and the studio lights would flicker or turn red. Kim So-lium always answered while hiding the caller ID so it couldn't be seen, but sometimes impossible numbers or strange sentences could be glimpsed flashing on the screen. Each time a chill ran down Go Yeonjun's spine. Even now. Good child. Come back. No, an elder from the family has called. No, mascot. I'm fine, I'm working hard. The host converses with someone who is clearly not human, as if they were a long-lost relative. The stimulation that came from that sense of incongruity. Humor, horror, friendliness. When all the components came together, it became a jam-packed 15 minutes of different stimuli. This is fun, this is fun. Next, quick. Holy shit, that ghost was scary AF. Die. Someone please tell me this guy's in-heart account is concept is fucking hilarious. The comments were updating at a speed that was no longer readable. And there's only one gift left, just one. What's left is, oh my goodness, it's the very first box I packed after picking out the items. Wow, I'm so curious who will get it. Wait a minute, 1 minute. There's only 1 minute of broadcast time left. Let's take a call right now. 1 minute before the end of the broadcast, the final call connected. Hello? And from beyond the smartphone, a tone deeper and more resonant than anything that should come from such a modern, mass-produced device was heard. Oh, a pleasure to meet you, friend of talk shows. Kim So-lium flinched in surprise and pulled his head away from the smartphone. Kim So-lium stared at the caller's voice playing through the speakerphone, and the on-call screen as if he couldn't believe it then. Everyone, the person who just called, don't be surprised, oh my god. The legendary host of the late-night talk show, Mr. Braun, has called in. The chat window filled with the howls of grotesque things. Go Yeonjun naturally swallowed, a famous darkness. She knew that even within the darkness, there were strange hierarchies, systems, and things beyond what is seen, something more, that were difficult for humans to comprehend. The pleasant male voice with its unique accent rang out again, along with the faint sound of a band. Are you surprised? Oh, if so, I have one more little surprise. Yes. What time do you think it is? It's close to midnight. No, don't tell me. Have you noticed? You are all currently appearing on the late-night talk show. Ayla. Kim So-lium went wild. Go Yeonjun wouldn't know it, but his scream was loud enough to be heard even at the filming locations of other nearby contestants, where the show host's survival program was being simultaneously broadcast. No, wait a minute, no. Is it okay for this program to be broadcast on the late-night talk show? Ha, of course it's fine. I called you myself after all. Is your broadcast okay with it? If the broadcast is an inconvenience, I can hang up immediately. Yes, just a moment. Kim Solium briefly glanced away from the camera. It seemed a high-ranking official was there. Then he nodded with a bright face. Yes, they say it's of course okay. And a fantastic 45 seconds passed. When Go Yunjun came to her senses, she was sitting dazedly in the connecting area between train cars. Was it a dream? But Go Yunjun would soon see that the Delusion Home Shopping Live app was now clearly installed on her smartwatch. And if she had known that what she was watching was a show host survival program, she would have intuitively realized that Kim Solium would have won. Well then, goodbye everyone, thank you. I waved one last time at the camera as the lights went out. The broadcast, which ended with the call with the host as its finale, was pretty good. At this rate, even if I can't get on the main talk show, couldn't I get a small segment during a special? No, I have no intention of going back to the late-night talk show, to that wonderful workplace. Right. My goal was to get first place in home shopping, and that was... Clap. Beyond the powered-off camera, the show host of Delusion Home Shopping is applauding, his strange eyes fixed on me. He speaks with his blood-red mouth. Very clever, weren't you? You made good use of the fact that the broadcast doesn't end even if the product sells out in the final round. Ordering all the items with your own money to sell them out as soon as it started, then winning over the viewers by giving them away for free, and then spending the rest of the time with pointless chatter. As expected of someone seasoned in the industry, he was sharp enough to figure that much out. But, still, my viewership ratings were the highest, weren't they? It wasn't pointless chatter. The fact that I deliberately used a gift lottery to hold the viewers' attention. The fact that I amplified their anticipation with phone calls. The fact that I condensed it into 15 minutes and proceeded at a fast tempo with only the key points. And the fact that I drew attention with my intense reactions and conversation, making my voice carry over even to the other contestants' home shopping broadcasts. It seems he couldn't pick up on every single detail. But it seems he figured this much out. The fact that I negatively impacted the other contestants' sales. To even plant a negative image of our home shopping channel in the viewers' minds. Still, first place is first place, right? First place, however. The show host's face, now close to mine, twists and distorts in midair. Buying your own products yourself is cheating. You didn't specify that, did you? Don't give me that specify crap. Why would I need to specify something so obvious? And... The show host's mouth opens, revealing the blood-red void within. The world around me distorts, the show host's tongue lengthens and his eyes grow larger. Cheaters are automatically disqualified. That's a lie, though. I smiled faintly. Actually, I didn't buy them. Someone else placed the order. And if that, someone else, has a close relationship with you and bought the items at your request. That's cheating all the same. Is that so? I smiled, took out my smartphone and made a call. To that someone else, who happened to be in my call history. See for yourself. The show host of Delusion Home Shopping, who had been staring at me with abnormally large black pupils, took the smartphone with a grotesque, ear-to-ear grin. And the moment he casually looked at the smartphone as the call connected. Oh, what can I do for you? He flinched in shock, almost dropping my smartphone before catching it again. Host, Mr. Braun. That's right, and you are. This is Red Friday. It's been a while, Mr. Braun. The show host of Delusion Home Shopping seemed flustered, but he appeared to be composing himself to make his voice sound confident. The late-night talk show's broadcast time is... Oh, the live broadcast just ended. Aha, I see. I didn't know. I don't really watch other entertainment shows. The show host smiles, then speaks nonchalantly with a slightly cunning expression. Come to think of it, you called in just a moment ago. It seems you were quite concerned about our home shopping entertainment show, which airs at the same time, especially since you have an employee who transferred over. Of course, I'm always concerned about my friend. Thank you so much for worrying about my feelings like this. The host adds smoothly. You must have a lot to worry about at your home shopping channel as well. For instance, You must have quite a bill to pay. Pardon? The show host burst out laughing as if he understood. Ha ha ha. Ah, you don't mean the products that the friend of talk shows gave away as gifts on his own whim, do you? He said you bought them all, Mr. Braun, but I guess that was a lie. I feel a hand grabbing my head. Don't you worry, the payment. This friend of talk shows will take care of it himself. Oh? The host let out a sigh. There seems to have been a misunderstanding. That's not what I meant. The broadcast fee. Pardon? The home shopping channel was broadcast on this Braun's late-night talk show, wasn't it? Goodness, do you know how far my talk show is broadcast? And today was even a special. Oh, remembering Tuesday's Delight, Tuesday's Heat, Tuesday quiz show. The cultured and pleasant voice recites smoothly. Far away, far beyond, into the deep, today's talk show was broadcast through all sorts of media and every possible means. The show host turned to look at me. I smiled faintly. Even though it's an expensive place to broadcast from, this kind of thing works well. Is it because it's an isolated place? That's what you said, right? I haven't forgotten. Wait a minute. That tiny studio in that remote place must have had a hard time affording the already high broadcast fee, yet you had the courage to answer, we will broadcast. Oh, I was deeply impressed. I truly was. Host, but, can you really pay for it right now? That is. It seems to be difficult. It must be an astronomical cost, oh dear. Please wait a moment. Of course we can arrange it. Of course it's possible in the meantime. It seems you don't know that persuasion is meaningless. The broadcast fee is collected automatically. Now. All the lights in the studio went out. It's time to seize. CRETORS thoughts I love Kim Solium. Well, this might be the last chapter I upload. I already posted a notice about it, but it might have gone unnoticed. Since Kiyoshi-sai has started uploading again, I might have to stop. Hopefully we can get in contact and maybe we can work together. I'm unsure if I should keep uploading before I get an answer from them. Ha.